State Library Commission, and I call this meeting to order. As your chair, I'm going to work to ensure that this commission has an effective meeting with a transparent decision-making process. And I'd like to ask the commissioners to introduce themselves and the staff.
I'm Peggy Taylor, coming from Bozeman today.
Hi, I'm McKenna Gregg, and I am Superintendent Headland's, oh gosh, what's the thing?
Designee.
Designee, thank you.
I'm Tom Burnett from Bozeman Iowa Commission.
I'm Tammy Hall and I'm from Bozeman and I'm proud and enjoying being a commissioner.
Okay, Brian?
Hi, hello, I'm Brian Rossman. I am from Bozeman, and unfortunately, I'm sorry I can't join you in person today, so I'm zooming in.
Good morning, Brian.
Thank
And
you.
Carmen will be here. Carmen will be here, so we'll have her introduce herself to the.
Sure, I'm Jenny Stepp. I'm the Montana State Librarian. Glad to be here.
And I'm Melissa Briggs, Central Services Administrator, and we'd like to introduce Victoria Gersdorf, who is our new admin here for the first time.
Welcome.
Hi.
So
Welcome.
let's be kind to her. It's her first time.
She's got everything running. She's doing well.
Yeah, so far.
Evan Hammer, Digital Library Administrator here at the State Library.
All right, okie dokie. Okay, that was my next item, was to introduce Victoria, but
Oh, sorry.
No, you're okay, that's great. Okay, are there any changes or additions to the agenda? Okay, seeing as there are none.
Can we leave that open? Because Connie
Yeah,
mentioned she
okay.
might have something. And
Okay,
Liz is a trainer.
when she gets here, we can ask. Yeah. Okay, so Jenny has a staff member to introduce, Dave
Yeah.
Ratz, and he's had 20 years of service.
I don't know if he's online.
Oh,
I thought he
okay.
might be here,
Hmm.
but I haven't seen him. Do we
Maybe
want to
he's
wait?
caught by the train too.
Maybe.
Yeah.
Okay, sweet.
I think the honor would be best if he's available.
Yeah.
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 Okay, so.
Well, let's hold off.
Sure, you bet, okay. All right, before we get on to our business items, I'd like to remind everyone, that we do, if we have any questions about Robert's rules, Peggy has agreed to help us. Another reminder, if we're struggling to phrase a motion, I as chair may allow a discussion on how the motion should be phrased. We have had issues at times, and that's just normal. Not in all motions, but using my discretion, I may allow a limited discussion in the phrasing of the motion. To be respectful to everyone's time and ours, I'd like to ask informal presentations be no more than 10 minutes, and public comments should be limited to 3 minutes. And if using my discretion, I will allow more time. Okay, the consent agenda. Does anyone have anything that they want pulled from the consent agenda to be discussed separately?
I can't get I'm giving it to Victoria. But I have
Well,
a
here,
question.
that's okay. She's got
Okay,
it on the
this
meeting.
includes the minutes from the June 13th,
I
2025
have a
meeting.
question, but,
Okay.
okay. Oh dear. I'm
And the
losing
fiscal,
everything.
okay, and the fourth quarter fiscal year 2025 financial report.
Okay, I just had a quick question. Down under on the minutes, it says, we had a discussion on the staffing of the people who are not on site.
I remember.
Yes, and there was a really good sorry about that, I just can't get my nothing going. It's not, I might have to put it on my phone one.
This one?
Yes, on the remote. Yes, and the staff agreed to provide more information basically on the detailed job descriptions. And I didn't see that in today's agenda, get it? I know we have a general talk on the Department of Administration, but not our specific. Is that,
We had,
did I miss it?
it's part of that.
It is part of that,
Yep.
because I didn't get it, but we didn't get anything connected with that.
It is part of that.
Okay, good.
It's on the
That was
agenda.
my only question.
And you know that the job descriptions are online now.
Now, where?
Um,
Sorry,
sure.
yeah, I just wasn't able to find.
I
it.
know, this is,
And let me just double check.
I'll put my phone on. I lost my voice.
I'm not,
I
I
knew that
don't
they-
know.
I
You might have to please do a
heard-
hotspot because I'm
somebody
not
had said
sure
that
why
they
it's
were
not
there,
connecting.
but I was
It
was
was
looking last
night.
night.
You should do a
and
hotspot.
previous
It did
one
last
wasn't
night.
Yeah, so if you link to the HR dashboard,
HR dash.
yeah,
Okay.
and in your staffing memo, your fourth quarter staffing memo is a link to the HR dashboard. There's a tab that's specific to the job descriptions, and you can sort the job descriptions by classification or job title.
Was that in in our agenda, was the link?
She said it'll be on there.
Here, the,
Right.
in the fourth quarter staffing memo.
It's real easy. If you go to the human resources and
Okay.
then it's a
Okay.
tab. right
All
there.
right. First. Okay, yeah, I didn't find the HR dashboard last night.
Oh, okay.
Because we
have so many dashboards.
Yeah, who knows why? All right, so is there a motion to approve the consent agenda?
I move we approve the consent agenda.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay. It has been properly moved and seconded that we accept the consent agenda as is. Is there any further discussion? Is there any public comment? Okay, seeing as there is none, we will now vote on the consent agenda, which is. We will accept the consent agenda as is. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
All those in fa-
Oh,
I'm
dear.
gonna have to get used to
Sorry,
that.
Brian. All those in favor say nay. Okay, the consent agenda has been approved by a voice vote. Okay. Okay, now we take action on, okay, should we wait for Carmen for this? Or, I mean, well, we can have we'll have a discussion. Okay, next we'll take action on the serving the community open hours, public library standard draft, administrative rules, amendments and timelines. Do I have a motion?
I'll make the motion
To
Discuss.
this,
to discuss what you just said.
okay.
Yeah, that's a lot.
Yeah, okay, is there a second?
I second.
Okay, so it has been properly moved and seconded that we do discuss and pause and take action. But that wasn't put in there, so discuss the serving the community, open hours, public library standard draft, administrative rules, amendments and timelines. Okay, is there any discussion? Let's have
Madam
discussion.
Chair,
Yes.
I believe there's a motion prepared. We have the verbiage on that.
So
Motion.
the motion would be to initiate the administrative rules process described. Is that the motion you're thinking?
Yes. Does it not need more detail?
Well,
Madam Chair, I have a question on that. The actual arm that we're studying
Yes.
has much more to it.
Right.
And I wanted to know, this is a clarification question probably to Jenny. I would like to discuss those additional items that are under there and not just the time. Now, is that open to discussion because we're doing that particular mark 121?
Is the whole 121 under discussion, or is it just the time? This question.
Could you bring up 121? Or do we have it? Yeah, because I'm not getting it either, and I did before. I do have my stuff up, but it's not giving it to me.
let me have it.
The rules came up before, but now I can't see it.
They're up on the screen.
Right. I think that's one thing. Okay, so I know that we have in the action item to talk about more open flexible hours for weekends, holidays, et cetera. But I would like to address 2 through, I think those should be reworded into, those are somewhat unreasonable the way they're written. Everyone has access information to a library program and service to the internet and external marketing efforts of the library staff. I think that is unreasonable. Everybody can't come in and get what they want on the internet. Everybody can't have I just wondered if they could be reworded so the library will provide access. They could to what they can do. I don't know that really small libraries can give you access to everything you're going to walk through the door, or is it our job?
Yes, I would say from my perspective, and I was gonna share this a little bit later in the meeting. Libraries just completed their annual report of the standards that they're able to meet or when they need a deferral. And no library requested deferrals on any of these standards. So it's, at least according to the libraries, it's not an issue.
It's doable.
I'm sorry, Tracy, yes.
So I thought I would just share a little history because I led the task force that redid these. And the reason, Tammy, they used the word everyone was they were kind of going back and forth, like, do we say patrons? But then they're like, but we want to always try to get non-users in, just new people. And so they landed on everyone with the understanding that it was aspirational. And so when I work with libraries, when they're doing this, what we're really just asking is, are they making sure, like, for instance, that someone in a wheelchair can get in the library, and so some libraries in the first year did have, I'm getting an ADA door, so that was what we meant by this particular use of everyone, was to just always be improving, always be looking at your library and its services and figuring out who you're not reaching, how you can get better. I don't know if that helps, but I just wanted to share that perspective.
I find I can see it being used in a lawsuit. I think somebody could go in and the part about children and caregivers have access to early literacy programs. We just passed something where it had to be age appropriate and and that's very broad. But I don't want to be the only one concerned about those. So if nobody's looking at them, I don't know if we want to revisit those without the hours, because that's what we really came in for with the hours. And Tom, do you feel the hours are as flexible as you wanted?
Yes, that's the way I
Okay,
envisioned it.
envisioned it. Good.
Here where it says everyone has access to a library website or social media site. Everyone, I mean. Yeah, I mean, they're right there, that's a question. I can see that being.
We have to be careful when we pass these standards, because these are not aspirational. These are what the court would use as our legal. They would not say this is aspirational. They would say, this is your standard that you are accepting. And we've had a bit of a problem around the state where some people were saying, I didn't get what I wanted at the library, and they're making quite a stink about it at various times. So is this leaving us open? Carmen, we're talking about the timeline of the
It's the hours, the ARM.
and if we could address 2 through 10, or should we separate? And Tracy was explaining that the librarians are comfortable with this because they see it as aspirational, that everybody will try to do these things. But I think, there's a difference between what is aspirational and what we're legally putting ourselves out there to provide. When we say everyone will have access, you know, through the internet and external marketing, you know, we're saying you could take that they should be able to get anything they want. So I just wanted to know if anybody else had a concern that we could write those so they weren't so everyone. But I appreciate Tracy saying we want to be real positive and say, come to your library, we've got what you want.
I found the wording strange. First off, I'd like to apologize to all of you and anybody online. I didn't bail out at the railroad tracks until the little mail truck bailed out. And then I thought, he knows that this is not right, something's wrong, so then I did a big detour, so. I apologize for being late.
We've been in that.
The wording on this struck me as funny because I thought we should talk about what the libraries do. So, you know, instead of saying everyone has safe, comfortable, convenient access, we should say the library provides safe, convenient access. So that's what struck me about this wording. I don't know. With what we announced to the public, that we can only speak to the hours that Tom wanted to mention, or whether we can approve changes to the other wording as well, because we announced that we're looking at this rule. That's a legal thing that I don't know about. If we can, I would love to look at this wording and switch it so we're telling the libraries what to do instead of talking about everyone has this, that, and the other thing.
My recommendation, if you want to look at the fuller rule, would be that we pause action on this particular rules process and do a larger revisit of that language. I don't know that you want to try to wordsmith it here today.
No, I
Correct.
agree.
Yeah.
So, and just in terms of our time to manage the rules process, which, as you know, there's a lot of steps involved, so trying to do it all together would be more efficient for all of us.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I would suggest that we go ahead with what we have figured out to this point, which is point one. And then, think about
2 through 12.
altering other elements at a future meeting to get the ball rolling on point one.
Madam Chair.
Yes, Brian?
I would agree with Tom. The item on the agenda was to just specifically talk about the hours. I don't think we should dive into wordsmithing the rest of this this rule.
Yeah,
Yeah, that would be,
So do we take this out? Do I make an amendment to remove 2 to 12, or that we discuss 2 to 12 with a different time?
The way the rule
Well,
is.
2 to 12 are not on the agenda to discuss at all.
So the only thing that's on the agenda pertaining to this rule document is what's highlighted in blue in that document.
And that was, I think, Carmen's question.
Yeah, that's. the
That's what you
question.
asked.
So, and that's just the document that you see is the document that comes from us from the administrative rules system. So it includes that entire rule showing the edits that are proposed to the rule.
So 1 through 12 is the entire rule. There's not a 13 or 14.
That's that 1.10.102 whatever is what's contained in that entire rule. Got it. Okay.
So we could pass this, but then direct you to bring back the other part at some point.
That's right.
Okay. Do you want that amended to say that, or do we just?
we just need to do, yeah,
Okay.
action.
I just wanted to ask Tom, did you have a process for choosing the hours that you have on here?
It was a rough reflection of changing patronage patterns at local libraries
Okay.
in the last decade.
Okay. I knew you had a reason.
And the flexibility allows for more or less. It doesn't have to be on a weekly basis. So it's an annual reporting. This is clear.
It has reported.
One question I had, to make it more clear, should it say on average over the course of a year?
Well, we have that
I don't think that's clear. I think.
on
this
average
is- Yeah,
covers it. Well, hopefully. it covers
no,
it.
but to me, on average covers the week, not taking off time vacation, closing when over Christmas or closing over. But I might have been reading it wrong.
Well, it could be on average over a month or an average over a year. I think,
Okay,
it might help to specify that. Because you can't calculate the average unless you have a
Period.
And that's it, yeah.
time period.
It does talk about the annual public library survey. Because the hours reported in that survey are the sum total for the year, are they not? So that solves that.
okay, so it's already that.
So. Is there any further discussion? Amongst us? Is there any public comment? If I can't see that far, Victoria. I mean, online,
Yep.
online,
No hands
no
up.
hands, okay. All right, so. Motion,
I don't say,
yes,
what the motion she gave was just to discuss.
Yeah.
Which we did.
right,
Tom said there was a motion in place from last time,
was there, well, how could there? have
or
been-
can we say? I think your motion before was just to discuss it, to have action.
We were trying to keep it open for comment,
Yeah,
but I think I'm unclear as to what the actual wording of that motion is. Is it,
that up
this
there?
is it right here, that's it? No, I mean what you're presenting to us. This is what we're voting on is right here.
Okay,
So
that's
your,
not it.
your action would be to initiate the administrative rules process to amend the serving the community open hours public library standard.
Are you making that to
That's the motion.
okay,
And it would be to initiate the administrative rules
Process.
process.
so we need to close off the other motion, so I would, we've already discussed it, so we can just erase it. What do you want to do with it?
We got ourselves in a bind.
Yeah.
Sure did.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Brian,
Can we
Madam
just-
Chair, I would like to call the question on the motion. Let's just vote on it. If I have a second.
We have to, Brian, remove the first one.
Let's-
Would you?
No,
withdraw-
we need to vote on that motion. So I'm calling the question. Let's vote on it. We discuss the motion. If someone will second that, we can vote on it and then we can move forward.
move forward from there.
I'll second
Okay, it has been moved and seconded to discuss the open hours standard draft discussion. All in favor, say aye.
it.
All opposed, nay? Okay, okay, so it is, we were given permission to discuss this motion. All right, now.
We just have to do
Yeah,
that because
but
of
well,
the
we
train.
both determined that here, yes, so, okay, so now, may I have a motion? May I have a motion? Go ahead, somebody.
The motion, I would like it read out. It's the one you were talking, Jenny said what it was. I wish we'd have had it in front of us, but we don't, so let's just say. To amend the open hour library standard to initiate the administration rules.
Process, I would flip that just a little bit, to initiate the administrative rules process to amend the open hours standard.
And I make that motion.
Two. Those are. Tammy already did, made the motion,
So
so you need to second it,
I'll second it.
okay. Sorry, yes, Carmen.
Question, so this is only the court as suggested. That's
Yes.
what we're talking about.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, sorry, this was so confusing.
So does everybody agree with
Okay,
that?
I
motion?
will,
As it pertains to serving the community.
May we discuss the motion? We could add in there to discuss 10-102-1159-1. And then we specify that we're only talking about this
So,
part.
I would accept that in the motion.
So do I need to make an amendment, propose an amendment? to the
No, we're
motion?
still writing it. It wasn't written out, so we're
so
doing
go,
that. It's unusual, but we're doing it.
Victoria, you scroll back to that, the motion, please. And then you need to add arm, and it is 10.102.1159,
So,
102.1159, and then in parentheses, 1. Great, perfect. Okay, so the motion is to, and we already have it first, okay. The motion is to initiate the administrative rules process of the open hours library standard as it pertains to serving the community, ARM 10.102.1159.1. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
I,
It's serving the community and that it's serving the community. Should be switched around with the open hours, because you're saying it's the open hours standard,
Right,
but
it's
it's
the
serving the
serving the
community
community.
standard.
If we actually specify the number, we don't need any of that.
Okay, you're right.
and we could capitalize R and M.
All opposed, say nay.
So wait, are we changing the motion or are we not changing the motion?
We're discussing an amendment from.
I don't think we're just, yeah,
No,
this
I
is a
didn't
new
really amend
motion.
it, but
And
Well,
we usually with an action item would have what was being proposed. And we have it written out, but we don't have a motion to make or exactly what we're doing or why. So it's unusual we'd be wordsmithing in here, but we
No.
are, so let's do it. It's kind of fun.
We normally do.
Okay,
We've given ourselves permission to discuss.
yes, we have. So it's okay. Let's not
We normally,
worry.
we normally do it this way, and it is, this one is rather confusing. So
Initiate.
we have accepted this unanimously. Yes, the words are a little backwards, flipped around,
Reversed.
but it also, we also
The
have
numbers in there.
ARM. If you could capitalize ARM, Victoria, because it's the. Yes, okay, so then it already has the ARM 10.102.1159.1. Okay, so that is already there, so that makes it legitimate.
And it,
I accept.
and it's called serving the community. That's what they're saying. That's the name of the standard.
Mhm.
So
name
that's
is
why we
standard
didn't.
serve. It's okay,
I think.
yeah, we'll be,
We're
okay.
just starting the process.
Yes,
And you don't need Carmen request to discuss the motion.
and everyone, this is Victoria's
this is-
first time, so.
You're doing great.
She's
Who-
doing great.
But we don't need to put that there because this is the motion.
It's not part of the motion that.
No.
Okay.
It's not the motion. So the motion is to initiate the administrative rules process of the open hours library standards as it pertains to, and you can reverse that later.
So who moved it then?
I moved it, Tom seconded it.
Yeah.
Serving the community, I'm gonna show it to her so she knows.
Are
what
we
we're
still
talking about.
discussing?
That's the name of the,
No, no,
We've done with
we're
this.
done, yes, we're done.
So it is as it stands.
Yes,
Yeah.
it is
Yeah,
as
we
it
don't change-
stands,
we can't
we're
change
not
it.
gonna
Okay,
change
just
it,
leave it.
because the ARM, I mean, that already states what it is.
So we're not
So,
changing the wording of. the
No, we're
motion.
not gonna change the wording on the motion.
I think to be correct legally, it should say 10-102-1159, serving the community. That's the name of the art. But that just requires later that they could reverse the serving the community. It goes after, and there's the law.
I would like to move that we open the discussion of the motion again.
Yes. You don't need to move that.
I don't need to.
No.
Okay, so
I would like to strike everything but to initiate the administrative rules process of ARM 10-102-1159-1.
So then delete open hours, library standard. Thing
Yep, up until arm.
Yeah, I think
That's
Yes.
an ending motion.
yes,
instead of to amend.
Nope, to initiate.
I would speak against that because we're not doing the entire thing. We're only doing the open house.
but the one is
That's what the
there,
one-
that's what the one is in
Okay.
parentheses.
Can you, what's to initiate the
Administrative rules.
administrative
process
rules process?
To amend.
To amend. Who moved this?
Well,
Well.
We already
she-
voted,
we
so
did
I don't know
vote,
what
yeah.
we're-
We would, I
we're
mean,
doing here,
can we,
guys.
we would have had to vote, would we have had to vote to amend the motion?
Yes, so
Yes,
we're out of
so,
order.
yeah, we are out of order.
Since it's just a motion
To
to
accept
start the
one.
process, I think we're fine.
I think we're fine. We're just discussing one, not
But the
clearly.
problem is we've lost the amendment. I mean, the initial amendment.
Well, Carmen's has not been seconded.
I know,
The
but we
final
can't
side.
because we already we already
We already voted.
accepted it. We would have been an
Before we
amendment
voted.
before we,
I don't know,
So-
did we vote on this one or the one above?
We already voted.
we,
We voted on both? Yeah.
yes,
Okay, we're done.
well,
So can we direct ourselves to return to the voted on motion for that, and that one will be in the record with whatever wording that was, it'll be on the recording?
yeah, that's what we're gonna have to do. We'll have to just listen to what the initial, or look at what the initial motion was. I mean, because that is what we voted on. We can't. We never, because we didn't amend it. We would have to amend the motion. Whoa,
Can we just?
Yeah.
I don't know if this is
possible.
possible, but can there be a verbal agreement or a vote to move forward with what is written right here?
I would move that we
Because-
table this and bring it back after a break in the exact wording we would like it. I don't like doing this as a group.
Point of order, if we voted on the previous wording, it stands.
Yes.
Exactly.
But we didn't vote on what's up there. We voted on it having all the arm language and everything.
Yeah,
That's not there. What it has there, open hour standard
I
discussion.
know, but she's.
We
going to
didn't vote
li-
on that.
Tammy, she's going to listen to the recording and get what we already voted on and put it in. Yes, that it's not there, but she's going to have to go back and listen to it
Okay,
at a future date.
You can probably go back to your undo, go get back to it.
okay. Will you copy and paste it? Would you just copy and paste that?
Again, I would like.
don't wanna
to-
lose it.
Well, they correct it. I'm gonna get back.
Put it someplace else?
I don't think
Do
that's
that?
on
I
reasonable.
don't know.
Sure.
Okay,
We can.
okay, we'll table it.
And bring it back when you have it all written out, okay?
During this meeting?
Yeah, during a break or something, whatever you figure out. Because what we had there included that we were voting on. 101, whatever,
Well,
number one, we had
It's,
that there.
it is there already. It is there right now, Tammy, but we didn't vote on this.
What I'm saying is when she put that there, she took it out of the book. What we voted on had that statement. Carmen just shortened it, but now it's not in the statement we passed.
The motion we passed is there, and that's what's gonna be in the record, and it's passed and it's done, so as far as I'm concerned, we
We're
can
ready
move on
to
to the
move on.
next agenda item.
I agree.
It does not
If
refer
it
to
is
the law.
possible during lunch to listen already, do part of the recording, that would be great.
It's not, I
It's
mean,
not
it's not,
possible. Okay,
but, okay, so.
but it's in the record, we're good.
Mhm.
Let's move on.
It will be in the minutes. The original way.
Yes.
Yes.
It's in the minutes, that's what.
We have to refer
Now-
to the law card and it's not in there. The law
will,
is,
Tammy,
but it
we're-
will be.
It will be,
But
it will be part of
I
the
would
record.
rather not
It's
assume
part of
that
the
till I see it in front of me.
We voted on it, it's,
We'll go back.
we will go on. Okay, sorry for the mass confusion there, we have to, yes,
Question, so if I would like to open points 2 to 12 for discussion, do I now need to make a motion that we want to discuss that at the next meeting?
I don't, I
And
wouldn't
see
make
if-
a motion, but you could just direct staff.
Okay,
just direct, yeah.
I would support doing that. Would anybody else like to look at those 2 to 12?
I think if.
We should do it at the same
Yes.
time.
Yeah, okay.
Before the process goes through, so that if any changes are
Well,
made.
It won't be
That,
able
that
to do
can't
that.
happen. You could either move forward with this.
All of it.
Or table all of it until your October meeting, because we will initiate the rules process according to the Secretary of State's timeline, which starts in September.
So we should have a meeting on this before September, maybe a Zoom. Are you saying? Carmen?
So the process is once a year or?
No. The timeline we have scheduled for this and the continuing education rules would initiate the process with the Secretary of State's office in September. So we can, with this action, move forward according to that timeline. Changing or amending the rest of the rules, would have to go on like an October or November timeline according to the Secretary of State's. So they wouldn't be running in parallel or together, they'd be running in separate rules processes.
So the choice we have is to table the CE and this point 1 and do all of it at the same time, or move forward with those 2 things and then have the rest of this on a timeline 2 months behind.
Yes.
I don't care which one we do. So
I'm
if
not-
you would like to move forward with what we've already discussed and voted on, that's fine by me. If you think it would be better to do it all in one lump and table these 2 items until we catch up with that, what do you think
Or-
makes more sense?
Or the third option would be to move forward with these 2 and then initiate discussion on 2 through 12 at your February meeting.
Why wait?
I think Brian already pointed out that all we approved today was the working hours. And Brian pointed that out earlier, so that's done. We only approved, in the motion we made, 10-102, 1159, serving the community, number 1, period, that's done. I feel no need to do 2 through 12. But right now, but I do think we have to discuss it before we take it, and I'm like Carmen, I'm comfortable with you taking just the first one to them or waiting. I think it's cleaner to wait, and I don't think that's a problem. But Tom, you're the one who wanted this change. Do you think it's a problem to hold it a little while?
Madam Chair, I prefer that we do number 1
Okay,
and that we bifurcate the rest of the issue to a later action.
meeting, okay.
I agree with Tom because
Me too.
the open hours, because the new annual yearly thing just started for the libraries, right? So it's probably something very important for them to
Sure.
get that into place. So I agree, we
And
address
Jen-
the rest.
Jenny, when would it be feasible to bring 2 to 12 back? Probably,
We can leave that up to you. If you want to do it in October and then have it follow a month or 2 behind the open hours, that's fine. There's a number of steps to the process, so that's a lot to manage. Which is one of the reasons why I like having the open hours and the CE running at the same time. You'll have a single public hearing here, comments on both of those together, a single meeting to respond to public comments together. So. Like I said, you can either move forward with those 2, pause everything. I wouldn't necessarily recommend that.
no, I wouldn't.
Or we could have one running just a few months behind, or we can get through this process and then initiate another process for 2012.
I think I would defer to what the state librarian thinks is most reasonable and best for the public. You know, we shouldn't initiate a rule change every 2 months.
Right.
And root around in everything all the time, so whatever you think is sensible.
My recommendation would be that we have this as an action item. We should probably have a work session or, you know, discussion at your February meeting to actually come up with how you would want to amend the rules and then start that rule process at your April meeting.
I'm comfortable with that as long as people understand from the minutes we read. And Madam Chair, may I ask Carmen a question for clarity? Carmen, I need clarity from your request. I had expressed concern about this, but let's just, the one, like, just jump at it, number 9, or no, the one on 11. Everyone has access to the internet via wired or Wi-Fi connections. Is that something right now every library has?
The internet.
Yeah, so they all have it. Okay, so how would you just rewrite any of these? What are you talking about?
Every library provides internet, blah, blah, blah. Because I don't know what everyone
Oh,
needs.
every
Everyone-
library,
Yes,
just change it to
everyone
every
in your
library.
service area. I mean, Flagler County has people that live so far out.
Yeah.
They don't have any Wi-Fi. And we don't provide Wi-Fi that reaches the entire county. So how you can say everyone, it just
Every library.
doesn't make sense. I think we should talk about what we require every library to have, not what everyone,
Wants,
every citizen has, because we have no control of.
I see.
So to me, this wording was setting us up for some strange goals that we can't really. We can
Every
only
library.
tell libraries what to do. So we can tell the libraries, you've got to provide internet access when people come to you,
Period.
that they can access.
So instead of everyone, it would be every library.
Every library provides this, every library provides that.
Makes great sense. Okay, I understand.
All right, we are, sorry
Are we in
about,
agreement to go with Jenny's recommendation to?
Yeah. We'll see if
start?
February.
I think we are.
okay, and
So what meeting do you suggest, Jenny, that we deal
we
with this?
discuss it in February.
Okay.
We start the discussion.
2:12.
Looks good. Sounds good to me.
All right,
Thank you.
let's go ahead now with, we'll now decide on the continuing education program draft administrative rule amendment and timeline. Do I have a motion?
I would move that we accept the proposed continuing ed administrative rules changes and timeline.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
It has been,
One.
There we go.
Can you say that one more time?
I would propose that we accept the continuing education administrative rules and amendments and timeline.
it has been moved and seconded that we accept the continuing education administrative rules and amendment timeline.
Who seconded that?
I did.
Okay, thank you, yes. So we have a discussion. And
Question, do we get public feedback on the wording of these proposed rules? Or
Yeah, during the administrative rules process, we have the 30-day public comment period in the hearing, and that's when we get public comment on the wording.
and is this our last chance to, from our point, to do anything with the wording, or do we have opportunities down the road?
You will have opportunities down the road.
Because one of my concerns is simply clarity. Especially if there's, you know, non-library people like trustees who voluntarily want to get certified. I want to make sure that we don't have terminology in there that might confuse the non-library person. That's my main concern. Because that was my initial problem with trying to get certified as a trustee. I was like, there were so many different terms that actually referred to the same thing, but the terminology just started swirling in my head because I didn't know what it meant and was confused. So that's my only concern on the wording. Other than that, I think what we have is very good, and that's been a lot of work. It is a lot of work, but I think we're moving in a good direction.
Yes, Tammy.
First of all, I really want to thank Tracy and Colette. They put in a tremendous amount of work. McKenna and Carmen came up with so many good ideas. And they reflected all of them every time as we work through this and et cetera, and that's so important. When I saw this, and I'm just being on it all the time, I should have caught this. I know what we're saying, okay? But with what Carmen's saying, and I'm not gonna amend it, but under key changes being proposed, there will only be one track. And then it says, down below, there will be an initial track, there will be a renewal track. So I think we should just take out number one. What we're trying to say was that it's all one track and that you are required to do the initial. And then the renewal will come after. But when you say there's only one track, and later you say there's an initial track and a renewal track, it's like a contradiction.
Can you call that certification?
Yeah,
Possibly?
you know, the
The
point I
wording.
was trying to make was currently there's a director of staff and a trustee track.
Mhm.
Right.
Now we're just saying there's a
Oh,
library track.
library.
But there is an initial of 20 credits in a year, and then when you renew, you have to earn 65.
So my recommendation would be use a different word in one of those. I don't care if it says there will be only one certification and then we have the track 1, 2. Or if you say there's only one track and call it down below the initial training and renewal. But I would take one of those and take it out.
Yeah.
And I'm sorry I didn't catch that when we were working. And thank you again.
And I have one more question, even though I thought about it before so much. So the initial certification was 20 credits in 1 year. Is that initial certification?
1 year, and then they begin working on their 60 credits for the next year. That's the thinking. We can change that.
Right, because I was trying to think how I thought about it in my head before.
Yeah.
And I don't know, I guess we'll get public feedback whether that is too hard. You know, you get into your no job, and in addition, we're giving you only 1 year now to do your initial certification.
Yes.
But that's where hopefully the librarians will weigh in and say, this is not a good idea, or this is fine. But I know what the idea behind it was, and it was a good intention to get new hires quickly up to speed on the absolute basics. So we'll see if that.
One of the clarifications on here that I wanted people to understand, we spent a great deal of time on how to be fair with people already in the training program. And I appreciate McKenna's point, you know, with OPI, and that we we allow people, and, you know, there are certain classes that have been weeded out that shouldn't have been in to begin with, and they've been weeded out this year. And of course, we had to weed out DEI or we don't get our funding. And so there won't be any DEI classes or some of the real questionable presenters between now and July. But we also don't want to throw a wrench in it, and people who are deep into those programs, all of a sudden we say, they don't count. So we were pretty careful about that with the timeline, and that's why the timeline actually says we'll start this completely clean and new next summer.
Okay, point.
I just want to make sure everybody is really clear about the timeline and discussion.
Mhm.
So it's that proposed additions to 10.102 1160. That is what you're going to see in the administrative rules process. And then further discussion about the tracks, the number of initial credits, the renewal credits, that all is included in the handbook. And there's an extended timeline for adopting that handbook. So as Tammy said, that allows for people to have input into that process. So we'll receive public comment on the rule additions through the rules process. and then additional public comment on the handbook itself as the commission works to adopt the revisions to the handbook.
Okay, so for clarification, that's on page 5 of the information where it says proposed addition to ARM draft for review and discussion, ARM 10.102.1160 personnel. And then this will actually be the ARM that the director is or will be certified by the Montana State Library. Okay.
Yeah, exactly right, exactly right.
And then
got it.
underneath it says new, the purpose, NEW.
That's the format you have to use for ARM updates. So the language that's underlined, that is what we are proposing to add to 10.
Okay, so the new is just the new wording.
New
Okay.
wording. Yeah.
Okay.
And to clarify for the other commissioners, the biggest things we did is it says by law that this commission is responsible for the certification and renewal of librarians. That's in our statute.
Okay, and there is a reason stated here. It says this action is intended to simplify the certification program through defining a process to adopt a course of study and further requirements for library director certification. This action is justified because rulemaking is within the statutory powers and duties of the Montana State Library Commission, and operational policies will be governed by this rule.
Right. So that's what we were cleaning up. And the biggest changes in here are no retroactive classes, meaning you can't go to something and then turn around and claim it without any kind of approval from our staff. And that the classes will be offered by the staff, but in cases that they don't feel they have the expertise, they will be able to bring us a presenter, a course line, a curriculum, a timeline, and all that, and then we can approve that outside presenter for that class. We also put down the topics that are acceptable, and I think they're really good topics. And then the other thing is that we wanted everybody to start on the same line with that initial class, and then the renewal.
Okay, now, all of that information will be in the handbook. Part of it
Right.
will be in the ARM, but not all, yeah.
Exactly, exactly.
Question. So Tracy, how much information, what amount is sensible to actually put in the ARM? Are we putting in too
We don't have
much?
that.
Are we
Yeah,
getting
do
too
it.
specific?
Actually, I thought that they landed on a really good mix that gives you the flexibility to make changes. So the handbook is your policy and the ARM is obviously law. And so what she was trying to do was just outline in law that you are defining a purpose, that foundational skills, and that you are going to now have a course of study, and that you are clarifying basically that the commission has to kind of pre-approve credits. And then just she put in a review process so that you have that. So while it is a lot, I think it's making it clear where you are executing your authority as a commission. And defining the purpose, and then the policy, you know, that's where you might get feedback from directors saying they can't do 20 credits in a year. I am worried about our part-time directors.
So the.
Oh, duh,
policy is
it's one
what
on my
I'm saying.
side.
Yes.
It's
So we
the
have-
ARM isn't basically the issue.
We have the right amount of specificity
I think
in
so.
this, and this is what needs to go through the official process, and the rest of it, we can take our sweet time picking it.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Sounds good.
Some did that well.
So I would like to refer to Jenny and ask, on the MSL certification program, which is what we're approving, does it make it clear, which is really important, that the staff will be doing the teaching or present other people to the library, and the commissioners have to take charge of this and approve? Is that there, do you believe? Is that, it's clear in there?
As Tracy said, the rule is clear that that's establishing the commission's authority. And then
It says right here, a course of study and topics offered by the state library will be reviewed by the commission annually for approval at its final meeting of the state fiscal year.
And then the handbook will go into more detail. Like Tracy said, the handbook will be basically the policy that has the details and specificity on how we are enacting this.
Thank you for that.
So I just want to say, I'm really glad that we have people who know this stuff, who can translate what the commission wants into the right language to put in the right place. So I am very happy with this.
And I want to really thank Tracy and Colette too. It's one thing to see a rule that's sort of, you know, somewhat bare bones, but to actually have some suggested amendments to the handbook to actually allow the commission and others to see what adoption of this rule would mean, I think really informs that public process.
Yeah, I have to give credit to Colette. She is a master at writing our.
But it's real important that everybody here know that Coley and Tracy were very sensitive about the committee process. That they brought it to us constantly in Zoom and in writing so we could work together. And I just, again, want to really thank them for that, because they could have just done it all and said here to the committee, and they did not do that. At every step, they'd say, how does this sound? Is this working? Let's meet about this.
I would like to call the question. For us to vote on this motion.
Okay. It has been, okay, we will now vote on the motion, which is to accept the continuing education, sorry, my eyes are administrative rules and amendments timeline. All in favor, say aye.
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 All opposed?
Aye.
All opposed, say no. Okay, the continuing education program draft administrative rules has been amended and the timeline defined. And it's been approved by a voice vote.
What is it?
We are now moving on to a decision to make, we have a decision to make concerning ELSA, the Excellent Library Services Award. Do I have a motion?
I move that we retire the ELSA.
Is there a second?
I would second.
Okay, it has been properly moved and seconded that we retire the ELSA. Is there any discussion?
Explanation, please.
The committee discussed at length, how to make the ELSA relevant with measurable data to tell a library, you did a really good job. And we went back and forth with various numbers and topics and ideas, and we really, with Kara, we really couldn't come up with a good way to turn this into something that we all felt was meaningful and objective. And we just decided because of that reason, and because it was put out there, you know, that is anybody really upset? And we didn't get a response from the public and from the librarians. We felt that it was okay to retire this award.
Any further discussion?
Will it be replaced with any award?
No, not at this.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Brian?
I would just add to that, there were concerns that this is an arduous or difficult process for libraries to apply for. And I would just observe that this year there were about 30 libraries that received this award. I think that this is really a participation award. I don't think it's very meaningful to when that basically if a library applies for it, they get it. And I don't think that's very meaningful.
Thank you. All right, is there any public discussion or comment?
None online.
Okay, seeing as there is none, we'll now vote on the motion, which is to retire the ELSA, the Excellent Libraries Services Award, correct? Yes. Okay. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? All opposed, say no. Okay, it has, we are now retiring the ELSA.
We're retired.
Yes. All right.
Speak for yourself.
Okay, all right, should we take a little break? Okay, we'll break until 10 after 10, it's now 10:04. We'll 5 minute break, be good. Wow, that was a.
What?
Okay, so you voted on that one, but it really
Breaks up gender.
When,
a little.
when,
You know, just.
Carmen wanted to.
Yeah, I know, I know.
But it's in there.
Yes, it is.
And
because
I
of
love
the minutes.
I would have probably voted for that.
Yeah,
We don't-
Yeah, forget that. You know, I don't know that. But sure.
Zooms.
I unplugged it by accident when I gave it to Tracy. I can't think of it.
Okay, let's go ahead with the,
Oh, I'm sorry.
next we have the state library activities and electioneering. Do I have a motion? Starting this.
I move
Okay.
that the state library not participate in the production, promotion, or distribution of images of state legislators.
Is there a second?
I will second.
Okay. Kevin, do you have your, okay, it has been moved and seconded that we do not. Would you read it again?
That the state library not participate in the production, promotion, or distribution of images of state legislators.
There it is.
Is there any discussion?
I would like to just say where this motion came from. At my federation meeting that I attended as a library trustee, we were given images of state legislators, and it just says read on the bottom, and they're holding a book. And they came from the legislative night, and they were produced by the MLA. But the state library was distributing them through the federation meetings. And I think that that's too close to electioneering, even though these are not candidates, these are current elected officials. I don't think it was appropriate for the state library to distribute them for public libraries to hang them up in their library.
Of candidates.
Or
Or
legislators,
anybody?
current legislators.
First, okay.
Now that I'm thinking about it, we may want to amend the motion to include candidates, or maybe that's obvious that that would violate
Right,
the ethics rules.
so they're like behind you.
So wow, that person was beautiful.
Yeah, and every time I walk in, I go.
And maybe to further clarify, the MLA is a private entity and is perfectly free to produce these and distribute them any way they want, but I don't think we as a state agency can be the channel or be involved with that. It's too close to electioneering that we're not allowed to participate in.
So I have a question. Were we just being the courier service as it was a meeting and delivering them? We were not really involved with the production besides? What's the answer to that question?
Yeah, I'm not sure if you want to do that. Okay.
So, MLA does handle all the arrangements with the contractor, the photographer, the printing. And they do try to do the distribution normally. But what happened was they didn't get to the MLA conference and get distributed through there. And so, because federations meet every spring, that was suggested as an alternative pathway. But we can have it. I think the federation coordinators would like to not be involved. Because it actually put a lot on that, because they had to bring the posters and stuff like that too.
And to clarify, I don't think there was any ill will or weird intention behind it. I think it just happened, and I thought this would be a good moment to raise awareness that we cannot participate in political activity this way. And that's all.
And when you say we, are you referring to the commission and among us? Or are you referring to the libraries themselves?
The state library as a state agency.
Right, so the libraries can still post those.
If my public library did, I would make the same objection, because my library is county is part of the
Mhm.
county. Maybe if you're a library district, you may. But I think if you're a county or city library, you're still a local government entity, and you probably have ethics rules that would forbid this as well. But I'm just talking about the state library. By chance, probably ending up being the channel. I
Okay.
don't think that's right.
I understand.
Because of MCA 22121.
You want that in the motion?
No,
Which
it
says
doesn't.
what?
Let me read it to us, Carmen.
A public officer or public employee may not engage in any activity, including lobbying as defined in 5712, on behalf of an organization. So it just comes too close to political involvement in my mind.
So question, is it just state legislators or is it county commissioners, mayors, everyone?
Elected official.
Yeah, is it elected officials as a whole?
I think we probably should stay away from any elected official legally.
What's the law say there? It said elected.
The one I focused on was the public officer, or public employee may not engage in any activity, including lobbying.
Public officer, is that what you said?
Yeah, public officer or public employee. I don't know, do we need a legal opinion on this?
I think it sounds like our staff is comfortable without being the courier for this. It sounds to me like our staff would not object to that because it's not good policy for us on either side.
To be the courier, but are we discouraging libraries from putting those
No.
papers up? In any way, because I view it as a role model, that somebody goes wandering into the library and they see there's an adult male or adult female, they think reading's important, and maybe they do not see anyone else reading. And they see that somebody reads. To me, it's the program that's been around for a zillion years, and we did it, the high school kids would do with the athletes and put the pictures in the elementary school. We just have to model that reading is important, so I could probably get on board with the not delivering them, but I do not want to discourage them from putting up anything that shows the importance of reading.
And the reason behind this is not that there's adults promoting books, it's that it's to do with politics.
Elected.
It's elected officials,
Campaign.
But
and
no,
if it's,
child's gonna know that.
Yeah, but the ones who do it,
but if they hang in the library, the general public's gonna see them.
they know.
So you're,
Yeah, but is that
Promoting
such
an
a bad
elected
thing
official.
that a politician reads? I don't know.
it's
just
not,
get
and
past
if a
that
grocery
modeling.
store wants to hang it up, that's fine.
Yeah.
But we, as a state agency, cannot be involved in electioneering or promoting candidates for elected officials.
So what
Okay.
if you amended it so it's on election years? That way it's no electioneering at all, and then they're already elected and it's only during those off years.
There
So
aren't
if
any
they
out
run
here.
again, are you gonna go into the public libraries and take down the ones that are now running again, that are now turning back into candidates?
You could request.
They still can do it. I think the point is that the libraries can still do it if they choose, but we really have to be careful of promoting a situation where a certain legislator of a certain party is hanging in a library and the others aren't. They're gonna let them deal with it locally. If,
And that is exactly what I was gonna
yeah,
say, is
let them deal with it.
couldn't we allow the libraries to make their own decisions?
Yeah, we're just saying, we're not gonna deliver the pictures or put them up or give them to them as if we're the ones doing it. It's MLA.
Madam Chair.
Brian, go ahead.
I would just like to support, I think, what Carmen and Tammy are saying, that the commission has no authority over local libraries or MLA with respect to what they do. And so if the local libraries want to post these pictures, that's their purview to do that. And the motion on the table is that the state library should not be promoting or circulating or distributing these posters. And I'm completely fine with that. And so it's a fairly narrow motion, and I think we're getting into the weeds talking about what local libraries should be doing. So I support the motion as it stands right now.
Thank you, Brian.
That's Brian.
No, I could Brian, I thought. My hearing aid said
Well,
Brian.
mine is going. Okay, all right, is there any public comment? Is there any further discussion?
No.
Is there any public comment? Okay, it has been moved and seconded that the state library not participate in the production or distribution of images of state legislatures, of state legislators, just legislators. What about if, oh no,
Yeah.
I'm not changing, I'm not gonna change it. Okay, all in favor say aye.
I'm going to abstain.
All opposed say no.
Peggy abstained, Victoria.
Okay, so the motion for the state library to not participate in the production or distribution of images of state legislators has been have a voice vote.
Thank you, Tracy. Right, on spiritual lady.
We need to know.
Okay, all right, let's go on. We have discussion items now, and we are right on time. Okay, so we have the roles of the government and private sector in GIS, and that would be our staff.
Take the lead.
Okay.
Yeah, we're just getting moved in.
Madam Chair, while they're getting moved in, I asked the table if there were any changes or additions to the agenda until.
Oh,
Carmen
yes,
was here.
yes.
It would maybe be a good time to find out.
Okay, yes. Were there any changes or additions to the consent agenda?
I just asked that we
No,
table
to the
that.
agenda overall, not the consent agenda, but to the agenda overall. Carmen, do
Do
you
they-
have any?
Do you all have something you want up here?
I want to make
Yeah,
a,
presentation.
I want to give a directive, I guess. Does that need to be added at the end of
Is it
the
the
stuff?
You guys are gonna share.
For the staff.
But yeah,
We'll
it's
make
for
you
the
a
state
co-host.
librarian, it's not really a
When you're
motion.
done.
Okay.
Is that
Yeah,
something?
this
that
is
we-
just an added discussion,
So we just.
but we tabled it till you got here, so
We
you
could
do
just,
have
we'll just
it.
add it to other business.
Sounds good, at the end of it there, other business?
Sure.
I had one other agenda.
Yes.
Item, I think David Ratz will be joining us at 12:30.
Oh, good.
Longevity.
Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. Hello, folks.
Yeah.
Hi,
How are you?
we're good. How are
Good.
you guys?
Did we
Good.
catch you off guard because we're on time?
That's funny. I'm surprised by
I know,
it
we are on time.
We're
I thought you'd
patiently
be-
waiting for you.
Yeah, I thought you'd be saying, it'll be 11.
We're getting some stuff set up so that we can
Okay.
have a presentation up here, but we also have hard copies for you. So I think while we're setting this up, we can pass those around.
I don't know if we have enough for staff, sorry. That's fine.
There's
10.
Okay,
I know how to get it.
I know you do.
All right.
If you want one, it's gonna be on yellow paper.
Yes, so I'm gonna make
Really?
him, I'm gonna share with him so that he can, I'm gonna make him a.
There,
yeah. And then I'm gonna say. Co-host.
When you're done with your time.
Okay, you should be,
Colored paper.
you have access,
I love paper, I just-
you have the power to do things.
I know.
And I can stop the share screen.
Not, I love the feel of paper.
Yeah.
Oh, look at that.
Oh, the golden line.
I've been.
Oh, that real green.
That was Bobcat for a while, but they're changing things every year because they might, you buy new stuff. I don't know about the birds, but the Bobcat colors are turning into baby poop. Yellow.
Oh.
It's that baby poop yellow and everybody's calling it that.
You'll read that later in the bed.
Go back to gold. Go back to gold.
No, it is.
It should be like,
oh,
does that house have 3 different colors gravel? And when they put a. Do not sign up. And
No.
they have like.
No.
rosy
No.
color and black, and it's not as. That's crazy.
Yes, we have. We're ready. Okay, go ahead.
Are we ready?
Yeah, go ahead, Evan.
All right, so I just want to give a very quick introduction to this. The idea here was to have a panel that you guys could ask questions of, we didn't want to just open it up and cold and have you, not even know what to say. So Aaron's going to provide a little bit of background, some introductory GIS materials for you, just to make sure we're all on the same page. And then Michael's going to give an example of our work on the land information side, and Troy will provide a similar example on the water information side of our work. I checked with them, and well, I can assure you that they welcome you to ask questions throughout. Like I said, this is supposed to be a panel, so these materials are more to prompt questions and things like that. If there are paths that you want to go down question wise, please bring them up, and most importantly, we want you to understand what we're talking about here. So if there are any questions, don't hesitate. With that, I think I'll hang up there.
All right, let's get started. Michael's the driver. With a slight delay. Okay. So basically, I'm gonna go into an intro to GIS, talk about the basics. It's a ginormous field, and but I want you to come away with a little bit of an understanding. It's kind of like drinking from a fire hose sometimes when we start to talk about the technology and how it's utilized. And so we'll get into that, and then we're just gonna, I know it came up at past meetings, kind of start to an introduction into how we work with across different sectors, especially the private sector, how they use GIS, how they support state, other sectors. And then we're gonna go into two very specific models. So we're trying to go super broad and then narrow it in on some on addressing data and then elevation. And then we have a lot of information, so we do want you to be able to ask your questions, so feel free. But then at the same time, we're gonna try to leave about 20 minutes at the end, hopefully, for further discussion. And if there's something we can't answer today, we will do our best to get a follow-up as quickly as possible. All right, Michael? So this is we're kicking it. Oh, so only some of you can see it, the presentation back. So, okay, but you have the slides in front of you. So GIS is a field and a science. So this is we kicked it back old school for this picture here. This is something we saw as kids in college, but you see there's floppy disks. We clearly don't use that anymore. As technology changes, things change, but really this still stays the same. These are basically how we break out GIS and organize GIS into hardware and software, data, people, and methods. And so it's more than just maps. It's a way of thinking. It's a way of studying people and space and time and things over the earth. So if you want to go ahead. Yeah.
Explain what you mean, what falls under methods.
Methods, that's a great question. So that is like, and I'll get into that, but that's like models, something that could be repeated over time, standard. So we're all using the same data and we all have the same type of data. So that can be interused. Let's say if one county uses data differently than another county, then you can't, or it takes a lot of time to merge those two together. So we want everybody working off of similar models, and it's also different ways to collect information and study information. So go ahead, Michael, on the next one, please. Okay, so we're going to start with people first. And I borrowed this from the UC, which is the Ezra User Conference. This was one of the presentations in the plenary. And this basically, I think, really does a good job of visualizing how broad GIS is utilized across different types of workers, and then, of course, different sectors. And so we've got the GIS and IT professionals that basically support this use of the GIS, and then all these specialty folks using it. We've got the public using it, casual users, maybe just someone pulling up Google Maps on their phone. You've got the people who are really diving into the analytics and the science behind it, executives making big decisions based on information that's provided to them. And then, of course, your mobile workers who might be out there interacting with the information or collecting information, your knowledge workers, those are the people who need the information to do their job, and so on and so forth. So we'll go through and give different types of examples. Go ahead, Michael. Okay, so again, we've got people in
in planning and asset management, emergency management, facilities management, and these are just a few photos to help depict how geospatial information and GIS technology and data is used across many sectors. We've got that photo up in the top left of the female. She works for the US Air Force. She's analyzing an Air Force base. We got a gentleman working for a city that I cannot say the name in Texas, doing some field mapping and understanding, I think it's asset management. And then we've got another photo of some DNRC employees in the bottom left of staff out there in the field testing technology, getting ready for field season, fire season to support their workers.
What would, oh, sorry.
No, go
What
for it.
would she be doing in the Air Force? What would she be looking at?
So that
analyzing
one,
The Air Force.
yeah, she's like, I think she's analyzing property and the assets on the base. So a lot of people will go and want to understand basically what their base looks like, all the buildings, who's in the building, how many, like what time people are in the buildings for safety information to manage a base like that. Similar with like hospitals and other types of facilities that might have hazardous materials. Those people need to understand where those materials are for disaster recovery or disaster response. So that would be something the Air Force is basically understanding and creating a method to asset inventory everything on their base.
In case they had to, like escape or just
Right.
knowledge, okay.
Yep.
A local example of the unexploded ordnance.
Okay.
We've had people out down by Townsend working in that area because there was a time before there were the rules that there are now. And a lot of stuff just got left behind in areas the military used. And
Oh.
yeah, they use GIS to identify and locate.
Oh.
Please forgive me. I know I'm going back to the Stone Age. We don't use floppy disks? No.
Only for like
Oh.
Christmas tree decoration.
They're wonderful coasters.
Yeah, so,
Okay,
yeah.
So my question is, and please forgive me, but I think I'm finally getting a grasp here, but, so GIS isn't like the G5 service going out there. It's like a streaming offering that people can,
Yeah, that's one of
it's
the
a
ways.
streaming offering, like,
Yeah.
it's like
exactly.
Netflix or Prime, but
You
you
could-
can buy it and then use it.
Well, you
with
could
it.
think about some of the information, we go out as a constant streaming of information.
Okay, that's
Yeah,
what it
but
is.
that's just one small piece of it, that's just
Okay.
the information, like the data that's
Yeah.
streaming out. And
So
then
it's the
people will
data
consume,
streaming.
yeah, people will consume it and try to understand, like, look at it to solve a problem.
Right,
So like, maybe if we don't think of it something like, disaster response, maybe they just need to know which road needs to be
Yeah.
updated in on base. So that's another one, like an asset inventory, transportation management, things like that.
so it's a really bad example, but it would be like the Weather Channel, like the weather, and you go on and you're getting all the services. But your GIS is,
Yeah, I mean, the Weather Channel uses our stuff.
okay,
Yeah,
good, now I have a grasp, thank you.
So does the term GIS professional refer to people who collect, administer, make available the data? Or does it also refer to a user who works in the county as the?
That's a great question. So it's a yes and so
Okay.
you can have, you could be a person who utilizes GIS technology. Let's say you need something, you need to go collect signs for your city. And so I wouldn't call you a GIS professional, but you're a professional that uses GIS.
Mhm.
And so we are GIS professionals that support GIS professionals. So,
Okay.
and then we have GIS professionals like at the local government level that support their city. And so you have GIS professionals that those are the ones that understand the methods, the technology, they can teach things. They can create standards and best practices. Those are your experts. And then you also have the people who are just the daily users. I don't want to call them just the daily users. They might pick it up once in a while, like maybe they're like some sort of, I don't know, asset management person that needs to go and collect information or study a road at a certain point in time. And then they move on. They move on with their CAD software, which is like computer aided design. They move on with other types of things. It's fully integrated software and system.
Yep, I'm following you, recreational users.
Yeah, exactly, yeah.
Okay, so what do you call the people that input the data? Input all the information of how many people are in each of those buildings? And
It
mean-
it could be broken out many different ways. It really depends on how the information, you want to collect the information. It could be a series of GIS professionals that are going out and collecting and doing a census of buildings. It could be someone,
So you do censuses of buildings, I mean,
Right.
there's somebody out there that is basically building the layers. like-
yes,
Okay,
yes.
so somebody starts down
Right.
here and does the counting and stuff.
Yeah, so
Right.
your higher level experts are going to be the ones that develop the databases, they develop the methods. And then you have lower levels of staff,
Input.
yeah, that can input it, because, I mean. If you're thinking about things, it doesn't take, you can spread the work across many different sectors. And so you can send, we've worked with Fergus County before, and there's many people that go out and collect address points, right? And so it doesn't just have to be the GIS professional do it. She can send like a maintenance crew or someone else to go out and collect it. As long as that GIS person has set up a method for collecting the information. And then he or she, that GIS professional, can bring in all the information, analyze it, correct it, and then put it back out there.
So can we say it's a little bit like Wikipedia building? But you have to have, somebody that fact checks.
Yeah, yeah, absolutely. So yeah, that's part of the, and we'll get into that, that's part of like data development and methods. And so it's not just, there's always some sort of quality control, quality assurance built in, because you want to be able to check what's coming, you want to make sure it's spatially collected correctly. And so that it aligns. So sometimes like we'll bring in stuff and we're like, whoa, what happened here? And it ends up in Africa. And we're like, oh, someone didn't project the data correctly. And so that means mathematically behind it, it wasn't given the right latitude and longitude and that information to say, I'm over, I'm in Montana, and then it ends up in Africa. And so we want to always be doing quality assurance and quality checks.
Okay.
And this is across all sectors. We're kind of working to better each other's information through coordination and collaboration. So.
Now, when you say we are quality control, are you talking about our staff here
Yeah.
or just
Our staff,
in general, we,
yeah,
people doing GIS?
yeah, our staff and people doing GIS, our data partners and our collaborators.
In your
across the board.
collaboration.
Yeah,
Do the cities and counties all use Esri?
most, yeah, it is the standard in state and local government across the US. Yeah,
Would you spell
ESRI.
it? Okay.
And what does it stand for?
Well, I used to work for the company, so it stands for Environmental Systems Research Institute, but then they changed it because everybody called them Esri already. And so they kind of dropped the name and just adopted Esri.
Got it.
Yeah, yeah, because they branched out far beyond what they used to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so if somebody had a place where people used to dump tires
Yeah,
on their land, can you see that, or does somebody taken that data? Or
I guess, we can get, I think that will fit into our circle.
sorry.
No, that's okay. Can we pause on the tire?
Yeah, let's get to it.
I'm gonna put a.
Yeah.
Tire,
Yeah.
Tire
we can
exam.
get to it.
Yeah, thank you.
tire, circle. Okay, not, I'm tired. Okay.
Mhm.
So next up, a lot of this runs together because, the people are collecting the data is being analyzed, and there's methods, and then we also have, the technology that supports creation of the information. So really, GIS is a representation, it's a model of reality. So some of the new terms is, oh, shoot. Gee, yeah, a digital twin, thank you. My mind just went blank. Some of the newer terms of like a digital twin of a city. So it's to better understand and do asset management, transportation planning, public safety. That's kind of a newer term, but it's really geospatial technology and really based on geospatial information. So a digital twin is 3D in nature. And a lot of bigger cities are starting to see that. There was a challenge put forth by the governor a few years ago to create a digital twin for Lewistown. I'm not sure where it went, but they were starting to work on that. I think it was the Department of Commerce. As I know now, there aren't any digital twins fully created for any Montana city. It's kind of newer, edgy technology, like 3D in nature, which is always fun and gets us excited and we dork out, but we're not quite there yet. So really, it's data, it's all that information coming in about whether it's boundaries for buildings, water bodies, any kind of business information that you might have put together, created GIS layers behind it. And then you're able to run it through methods, analyze it, look at it. Sometimes just looking at things, you know, a picture is worth 1,000 words. It unveils so much. And so here we have that first photo that just basically depicts, tries to like, it's a complex concept. And so, you know, we try to break it down to say, this is what we're trying to recreate. Another analogy is like GIS is like an onion, many layers, pulling it back. So we have that layer there and then points to all that information that's collected. And the way we structure it, and I know we've talked about this a lot, but the way we structure it in Montana, similarly to a lot of other states, because we use similar best practices and standards, is we create a spatial data infrastructure. And what that means is, well, it started before 2005 when the MLIA was created, which is the Land Information Act, now the Geospatial Information Act. Everybody got together and said, we need this information. It's extremely important. And then through that process, then the MLIA was created. We basically came up with what we call the MSDI, Montana Spatial Data Infrastructure. And those are the layers that we deem the most important to do business in Montana. And so over time, we've got to about 15 data layers. So one of the more popular ones, cadastral, because we've had a cadastral in place since 2005. But there's so many other data layers that go into that. But that's how we structure the data and the information.
Well, the cadastral is a data.
It's a broad
tool.
category.
Under
Yeah,
that.
it is a tool and it's a data set and there's workflows behind it.
I know this is a very basic question, but when you're doing, thank you for this.
Yeah,
Because
you're welcome.
I'm frustrated with how hard it is to get a grasp. The GIS layers, those will be, you will use your data to certify they're actually there, like the rivers say, or the water bodies.
Yeah,
Or are you inputting information from what you've learned or heard? Like,
it's
is this verified by you or just filled in by you because, oh, well, Gallatin County has
yeah.
this many rivers?
So we use a structure where we aggregate information from local government or other experts.
Okay,
And so they're out there collecting it.
and then you put it in your
And we're
data.
integrating it into statewide databases. So we're pushing it all together, standardizing it, making sure
You're putting it
aligns.
together, you're not creating it, I mean, in a way.
There are instances where we are creating information depending upon the data layer because it's very nuanced. And so there's another one like a yes and, but like transportation addresses, certain cadastral, we take that information, we pull it in. And we'll get into some of those examples.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
Very much so.
Who decides or has the power to determine that you can add another layer to the MSDI?
Oh,
So,
that's-
for
yeah.
example, if I say we need to locate all the beaver dams.
Yep.
Who decides that?
It's a great question. So that currently is done by the council. So some sort of working group gets together or some sort of, let's say, special interest group gets together and they'll bring us the proposal to add a layer to the spatial data infrastructure. And I mean, we don't take that lightly because there's only so much funding and it takes a lot of time and money to manage these things. And so it would go through that process of and then the council has a lot of reps that are from state and local, federal, tribal, private sector, university, I'm sure I'm missing someone. So they go through that and then we have to see if it's possible. And then a layer could be added in a way where maybe the coordination and high level coordination is done by the state library and it's all defined prior to being accepted as a layer, but really the funding and everything else is going to come from an outside agency. So we have to be very realistic because it's costly and it impacts our workflows and what we have going on.
They could do that on their own. That just wouldn't coincide with your standards.
That is correct. I mean, I don't know if a lot of agents there's not a lot of people working on behalf of states, and so it might be like piecemeal, then it could be regional, and it might not come together statewide. And then it wouldn't qualify for the grant program.
So are there people doing their own private collection for just their whatever area, whatever they want to do? Does anybody do that?
I know that farmers and ranchers, I think that's a great example of them doing management and using information, but typically they start with our information because, you know, the data piece is the most expensive piece of GIS. And so, because it has to be collected and then depending on the type of data, consistently maintained and updated. And so there are people that are out there maybe collecting information or assets about their industry or their land. But typically we try to work together, and a lot of folks come to us first to get the base data, and then they're value adding it depending upon their sector.
I think one example from a couple of years ago, we had someone from the Department of Public Health and Human Services come to the council and propose that we make hospitals and health facilities a spatial data infrastructure layer. And we evaluated that recommendation and ultimately decided that we already have a structures layer as part of the spatial data infrastructure. And those facilities are already included in that spatial data infrastructure. So it would really have been duplicative. And that's an example where that department can use existing data to, value add more healthcare data to a data set for their purposes, rather than elevating that need to a statewide spatial data infrastructure.
And that's a great point, because a lot of other state agencies, they do collect statewide information. It's not something where it's where we consider it being needed for across the board, like your basic framework information. They take our information like cadastral, water, boundaries, and they add information to it. So they're being used in harmony together. So I've talked a little bit about methods and governance, and governance is kind of like the rules of how we operate. I call it big G, little g. Little g is like how we're going to use the technology internal to our agency, who gets what roles, so on and so forth. Because, you can have the keys to the kingdom to a software database, and we take that very seriously on who can access what, because you could accidentally delete something versus we've all been there versus, someone just like, I'm just a user. I just need to publish things once in a while. So I call that the little g. So that's the rules internally to how we're going to use software. And then the big G would be more like our standards, our best practices that we put out there, and how we govern the spatial data infrastructure, like how we're collecting cadastral, how often we're updating it, what standards we use to publish it. But there's lots of different methods. There's, the method of just mapping in general, doing data analysis, like maybe you want to understand where a potential flood could come based on elevation information and structure data, what structures it could impact. You could do modeling, you could do predictive modeling to try to understand how a city might grow and where you might need to put in more utilities to cover the city growth. Data collection, so there you could use GPS or satellites, you could go out there and doing handheld data collection. So there's lots of different methods for collecting, and then just visualizing how we're showing our stories, pictures, charts from the geospatial data. So the data only goes so far. So you only see a little snapshot of all the back end. So we take that and we make it digestible, easier to understand through maps, dashboards, pictures, charts for the public.
So there's a big move underfoot in Bozeman that wealthy people move in and they buy land and then they build a pond on it, and then the pond, they want it classified as a water, official water, the Dr. McClellan Lake, our pond. If they called you and said, this is now a pond, this is a water source, does that get in here? I'm trying to figure out how, when you say people can add things. That's kind of
The water collector?
Yeah, like now this is the lake, or this is our private pond. Now does it show on the water source?
Oh, that's a question for Troy.
Eventually it might.
Yeah, but
So it'd be maybe in future imagery or something if that pond's showing up, or maybe with, like I'll talk about LiDAR, or maybe we see that pond in LiDAR. It might, it would depend on the size.
But you're not
Part-
labeling it as, because I'm
No,
trying to
there'd be
picture.
official name.
Yeah.
There's a whole process. for
Good.
official name,
Yeah.
So we
Also-
could just give it a doctor so and so name.
Also, there would be like a rule for like, do we want to collect ponds in that
Right.
data set?
Mhm.
Chances are no.
Yes, that's
Yeah.
what I'm trying to
Unless
get.
there's a hazard nearby, there's a pond next to a, I don't know, like that's high up next to a school that could burst one day. I don't know, like there's really just, there's rules about data collection and chances are no.
You would review it and say no, or put no.
Most likely.
Yeah.
yes.
I'm trying to figure out the quality control.
Yeah. And we'll go through that with addressing and elevation. We have some examples.
I think there would be a whole legal question what you're allowed to do on your land that has nothing to do with the GIS people collecting the data. I mean, you have to get permission to dig and blah, 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 blah. So I don't think you can just, you know,
Yeah.
sneak in your private lake by putting it in the GIS.
Yeah.
I mean.
Oh, yeah, I see your perspective. Yeah,
And
yeah.
when you get into water rules, right? So
Yeah.
water rights is a whole different
It is. it'd be-
Yeah.
than what we do.
Yeah.
It's.
And that might be a
it's
bad
possible, and we
example. I'm
use some
just
of our
trying to
data.
figure out the people part of the data gathering.
Yeah.
Who can put data in?
I would say every layer is a little different too.
Mhm.
So like water is governed by a whole set of,
Mhm.
people, agencies, processes. Addresses is something totally different. Imagery is another one. So like it all kind of depends on the layer. On who those stakeholders and governing sort of agencies, processes, et cetera, that kind of take care of it.
It'll fit into our circle. Again, with the tire.
And also, just to make sure we're all clear, these are, as Aaron said, these are visual representations. They have no legal authority.
Yes.
And we are very clear, and in fact, we are often asked about the legal authority of data that we provide. We have disclaimers on the cadastral application and other places to say, this is a representation. It is not a legal document or,
Good.
any kind of legal, it carries no legal authority.
Yeah. So we'll dive into the software and technology piece, extremely high level. There's lots of different methods for collecting information. So this slide's more of like a tech, hardware tech slide. So we have a photo of my desktops. So I've got like 3 different maps pulled up. I've got a dashboard, I got the cadastral. I have a map that was printed through a DLI report. I think it's a housing map. And then just to show you, how we use our computers to look at and analyze maps through applications or through the software itself that we utilize as professionals. And then we have, in the middle, we've got a police officer, and most police officers have the hard books, in there. Those are the, tough books, excuse me. Those are the very tough, laptops, because, they get tossed around a lot and things happen when you're in the field. So it's a heavy duty computer that's used to access the information so they can, be successful on patrols, whether that's like, how do I get to a certain situation or other information that comes across. Top right is a satellite, which helps, depict, our GPS networks, across the world, and that helps us in navigation and understanding exactly where we are on the planet. Most of your phones utilize them, and you as a person who just has a normal phone, you have access to somewhat, decent data, but then when you get into, engineering and surveying, using the MTSRN or other types of networks, they use more precise information so they can do better survey and engineering and building and development. And then finally, we've got a picture of a farmer that's using a drone to check out crops. So that, again, this is all parts of geospatial technology. Oh, and then, I'm sorry, surveying, someone doing a survey to, update a building site. So we've got the technology, so that's like the hardware that we're utilizing to collect the information. Michael, thank you. And then really in line with standards across what we're seeing, national trends and national standards, what the governor has asked us to do to go digital, and then also with IT integration. our systems work with other systems. So we want to make sure that we're not creating something that's not going to work with another very important system, like a transportation asset system, or potentially a health system, or even our customer service system can utilize the technology and maps and information. So we like to create products that can be used by all. One use for many, one creation or one product for many uses. And so we've got folks using desktop software or desktop technology, web technology, and devices. So desktop is our computers, web is maybe going to a browser, opening up an application, and then device would be like your cell phone. And then there's the server that sits behind it. I'm not going to get into that because it's very complex, and I don't think I'm the best person to talk about server technology. And then online content and services. So that's what we host. Next slide. Try to speed up a little here. Again, this is just to kind of explain things. And Carmen, I think this kind of hits on it. We have our GIS professionals. We have the person who, these are, we are people that support other GIS professionals. Then you have your developers. Those are the developers who might be creating an app and using your technology to pull one little piece out and create like maybe answer a question. You've got your public engagement, people who want to use the information and like the drought impact reporter, giving us information back, like the farmers reporting, hey, our fields are looking pretty rough right now. You've got your executives using it, your knowledge worker, and then it's all this information is published in apps. Okay.
So if somebody spins off from one of these for their own use.
Yep.
You'll know about it.
You mean like the software?
Yeah, well, or whatever. You said they may take it and build on it for their own personal.
Sometimes we do, sometimes we don't,
You
because the
don't,
data is
okay.
out there and open. We usually hear about it when something breaks.
Right,
Yeah.
okay.
Yeah,
But otherwise, there isn't the coming back. It's the
Yeah,
going out.
yeah, typically going out. If it's
Okay.
a coming back, Michael has a story about that.
It's coming back because
Yeah.
there's a problem.
Yeah, yeah. Or, we
Not
we
with
are
you, but
open.
with what they did.
Well, or yeah, maybe they did find an error. We're constantly open to hearing about theirs because we want to fix the information. We want the information as accurate as possible.
Okay.
So we're open to hearing about the good and the bad and the ugly. So this is an example of how disaster and emergency services, I think they just released this is called, for those of you that are in or understand this, the DES and disaster public safety realm, it's called a SITREP. So this is situational awareness. So this basically is for disaster emergency services to basically understand and monitor things over time. And so you can see, like, we've got some weather warnings coming up. We've got wildfires. There's been 3 earthquakes in the past 30 days. I did not know about that, but they're small. And so they're monitoring this information because they need it for their business workflows in order to serve the other counties and then to be able to respond accordingly. So this is another example of how we use software products to support communication through mapping and visualizations. Okay. We're going to hone in a little more. So now I'm going to talk about how we're using GIS coordination and working across all sectors to get this done. Take a minute. Okay. So this is not the end all be all chart, but we wanted to give a high level understanding of how private sector and public sector work together and some of the different roles that we have identified on how private sector works in the geospatial world and then how the public sector works in this world. And so technology. So they're the ones usually typically creating the technology. So they're creating the software, they're selling the software, they're creating the hardware, they're selling the software. They're creating services, and those are services potentially like contractors are being brought in to help update a GIS system or create or start a GIS system for a local government. And so they're basically they're the ones that we as not just the public sector, but other private sectors utilize these the private sector individuals who specialize in GIS to deploy GIS or to buy their software and their tools so that we can continue to operate. So the GIS professionals are the ones like the MSL that we're using those private sector individuals to help us collect and maintain our information and manage our data. They're also listening to us and understanding our workflows to stay on top in the cutting edge of technology to meet the needs of our demands. And so they will, I'm trying to think of a good one right now. Michael will talk about next gen. There's this new next generation 911. And so understanding where we want to go as a society with how we respond to public safety calls. We know that we need to collect information a certain way and we need the software to allow for that to happen. And so we work with them to continue to advance the needs of the technology of the public, both public and private sector. So these are those geospatial private sector folks. And then the public sector and many others, we're using it. We're the software users. We are the hardware users. We are the ones that are out there saying, hey, this doesn't quite meet the demands that I'm doing, or hey, we found a bug, or we need a workflow to operate a certain way. Your technology is not there yet. And they're going back to the drawing board and improving their software over time to meet our general needs and workflows. So it's one of those relationships that, you know, they're meeting our needs, bringing out new things, and then we're asking for more so that we become more efficient and effective in our workflows. And then data. So we are the ones, the MSL, I'm just going to highlight that, who are creating and managing the data for those government functions. So let's just talk about the MSCI. So we are creating and managing that information. And then we're utilizing that information to create cost efficiencies and to support goals. And then the private sector is taking that information and value adding to it to produce other types of data sets. And so a good example of that would be Onyx. And so they take cadastral data and they make a hunting app off of it. And so they are able to profit off of something that we have done and we maintain for our functions. They value add it and add a lot of information for hunters. And then we both utilize data to create cost efficiencies, depending on your business structure or your government structure. And then coordination. So we coordinate across all sectors to understand what the needs are for the geospatial data development. Like, you know, does the cadastral still meet everyone's needs? Does the elevation information still meet everyone's needs? We'll talk about the ever improving and advancing of technology, and Troy will get into that a little more. I think that's a really good example of changing technology and knowing that the way we used to do things is no longer, I guess, as efficient and effective as it used to be. And the demands are different, and higher use of technology is required. And then, you know, private sector is with us in this process. A lot of private sector individuals sit on our working groups. They inform us of what's needed. They also are there to give us understanding of possibilities, general guidance about how to use their technology, what their technology can do, and general expertise in, like, if we're going out for a contract for something new, what would be the best options when it comes to the technology side of things.
Can I ask you a question here with the private sector?
Yeah.
They are welcome. I'm gonna just grab somebody out of nowhere. A private KOA campground, okay. They might feed to you, we're doing this or that, this is maybe helpful, but would they come to you and say, we need a pattern from you of where the fires are most apt to take place, so we don't build a brand new campground there around Kalispell? Now, would that be working for the private sector, or would, you know, I'm trying to make the difference in my mind. A situation where we end up working for a private sector doing something for,
well, they would say we need the data in this format so we can complete this analysis.
but
Typically they would be.
We're not doing this for them.
Unless it's initiative where we've been told to, typically, and it benefits the greater good and falls in line with what we're working on. Typically, no, we don't We don't, when anyone calls and says, I want you to make me this map, it's like, well, we can't, you know, there's a million people in Montana, we can't make a map for every citizen, so. But if it falls in line, like, well, I want to map a school district, well, we have that, you know? So, typically, it will, if it's like a government entity, will work with them and say, well, what do you really need? And try to teach the man to fish rather than fish for them. Does that
But
make
a-
sense?
Yeah, but a campground in that example would probably contract with a GIS professional to do that analysis, and they would use the data from us.
Right,
but
that's
we-
what I'm saying.
we
You
wouldn't
wouldn't be
do that
worried about it.
analysis
No.
necessarily.
You know, what we would do is we would say, we partner with this association that has a list of GIS vendors. Otherwise, somebody might not know where to go look for that type of vendor. We don't recommend anybody. We would say, well, this organization might be able to help you.
And we'd also point them to our publicly available and cover data. sets,
Yeah.
which includes fire information.
But you wouldn't end up doing the research, just that.
Yeah.
I'm,
Yeah.
I'm being careful that we don't end up working for a private company.
That is correct, right?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I'm just being careful.
We're saying, hey, there's a conference this year, there's training there. This actually happens all the time. And we would welcome you to come to this, or there's
Yeah.
this type of training out there, and here's all the information and our data sources. You would take that training to better understand how to use our data. So we would help them, point them to the right
Right.
resources.
That's helpful to me.
Yeah, okay,
So,
okay,
thank you.
yeah, and so. This is our tire, hold on, I gotta remember the tire example. So this is basically, this is our circle. Our data development and coordination cycle. And so, we're gonna dive into specific examples that go through this life cycle. Sometimes they can be a little different, but generally we feel like this happens. So a need is identified, right? And all along the way of this circle, we're helping coordinate that
Mhm.
need. And so a need will be identified. You have a plan to make it happen, how you're going to work together. So we're working together across all sectors. Maybe somebody brought us that need and it's been identified as like, well, this is really important. It wasn't something we identified. It was a partner had identified. Sometimes it's 20 partners. And so then we work together to create that plan to make it happen. So that's where we're calling on our constituents throughout the state and maybe nation to understand, like, well, we're probably not the first to do that. Are there standards that exist? How do we get this done? Pulling people that want to be a part of that process. And then once we've developed that plan, we start through the process of executing the plan and collection and processing the information. When the data is created, then we start integrating it into business workflows. So not only so we'll take it and we have it, we'll start putting it into our workflows. Does it work with the health systems? Does it work with transportation systems? Whatever type of information it is, it'll start to be built into those workflows. And we start to see the creation of value-added products. And so that would be maybe someone saying, well, you just produced county boundaries. It has basic information because we decided we just need to publish basic information. But the Department of Health's like, well, I'm going to add all this other information onto it because I need to understand, depending on what they're trying to study over there, how many people live in the county, what their health stats are, and so on and so forth, holistically for that county. And then after some of those products are created and value added, then we start talking about the dissemination, like how it's made available and how people discover that information. And then we go back through the process, maybe 5 years later, well, a need has been identified. We need to increase this, the technology in a certain product, or we need to use a different method.
Would you give me a simple example of where this went full circle?
I
Just
will,
an example.
because next up,
Yeah.
we are gonna go into 2 different examples.
Okay,
And
thank you.
and so I've taken incredibly too much time. But addressing is, so we're gonna do addressing example first. We're gonna go through this life cycle. So we're gonna step you through it. Then we're gonna do elevation. So we're gonna hone in on very specific examples. It's not everything within the layer, but we're gonna go on very specific examples within those 2
Yeah,
different
that would help.
MSDI layers. Carmen.
So identifying the need that you're gonna respond to, is that again, the MLI council? That says,
Yeah, it
"Yes,
can
this
be.
one we're gonna do.
Yeah, it can, yeah. Mhm.
Or
Yeah.
it can be
State government.
Yeah.
or state governments.
Yep.
Counties might come to us. We might hear nationally that there's an effort underway. The Next Gen 911 started with a need that was identified through our partnership with D of A, Department of Justice, and their management of the 911 system.
All right, Michael.
I would also add that how we prioritize that work, how we prioritize our response is something that the council helps us with.
Yeah.
And ultimately, some of that comes to the commission in the form of a geospatial information plan that lays out some of the priorities that we have.
We do obviously want to get into the next gen 911 discussion, but I want to take a second here because that was a lot of information about digital GIS. So if you have questions.
That was very
before we get
good.
into examples. just want to be sure.
Just tell us a little bit about your council.
Oh, the council? Yeah.
That is.
So the council was established in 2005 with the enactment of the Land Information Act. It was a 22-member council, and then part of the red tape reduction, we went through and updated things in 23. We modernized some of the language and reduced the size of the council to make it a little more nimble. It's 11 folks now, and so those people are appointed by, most of them are appointed by the governor. And they come from different geospatial sectors. We've got 2 local government reps, a federal rep, and private sector, tribal organization. Surveyor, like, yeah, Marls, Professional Land Surveyors Association of Montana. MAGIP, which is the Professional Geospatial Organization in Montana. The state CDO sits on for the department head for DOA. He's the rep, and then we have 1 state rep, and then Jenny is the chair of the council, and who am I missing? I think that's it. I'm trying to picture everyone's faces. And so typically those folks have a geospatial expertise. And then what we do is we work with them to create the geospatial information plan. So we create that plan under advisement of the council. We are moving standards and best practices through the council, so we get that expertise and that advisement from them. And then typically what we do is we take and if it's something very, it's usually highly technical in nature, but if we're gonna propose a new standard, we have a workflow of how that new standard will actually work its way through the process before it even gets to the council. So someone might say, we have a need, right? And then if the council says, okay, we want to address that need, we'll start to study it and we'll ask a working group, and that working group will be of professionals from across sectors. And they will then be able to give advisement to the MSL and the council, and then we'll take it through that cycle. And then the council can approve or say, you need to go back and check this. And so typically those folks have pretty advanced expertise and careers in the geospatial sector. Is that what you're looking for?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
So the MLA was advisory?
It's a governor's appointed advisory council. Yeah. Yeah.
So then who votes or who says yes to the meeting?
The council, so they give us advisement, and if they say yes, then we start working on things. I don't know, Jenny, if you want to jump in.
Yeah, so actually, this will be an agenda item on your October agenda. Right now, you maybe have seen some announcements from us that we have a draft geospatial information plan. So that lays out the priorities for the next 2 to 3 years for what we want to work on. It lays out the priorities for our geospatial grant program that we administer. So that council helped us create the plan. They're now getting public comment on that plan. And then they will ultimately, their action is to recommend a plan to the commission. And then the commission has a chance to review and weigh in on that plan. Similarly, with our grant program, the council will recommend grants for us to fund, but ultimately it comes to the commission to approve those grant awards. I don't know if the actual data standards come to
I don't.
the commission.
No.
It's the GIS professionals within the council that will
So
approve.
that's
the
great, because now
standards.
I will understand where the plan comes from.
Yeah,
Yes.
yeah.
Okay.
Some of those
Yeah.
standards will ask like the state CIO or CDO to adopt and maybe recommend. Yeah. All right, Michael.
Okay, so again, we're gonna focus on that data development cycle. You're gonna see that same slide very often going forward through the presentations now. First example, focusing on address data. I just wanted to kind of point out that when we talk about this need being identified, oftentimes, probably most often, it's not actually GIS people identifying a need, it's community of users, it's society, it's, you know, some government or private sector function that needs to be filled and done. And to do that in the most efficient, best way, you need some sort of data to drive that process, decision making, et cetera. So a lot of times that's kind of what this quote unquote need being identified is. In the case of address data and GIS address data, this need isn't anything new, especially at the government level. For example, at the local government level, they needed addressing data going back a long ways. Both, I'm going to kind of focus most on 911, public safety, and elections. But they've needed that data to run those processes for ages, or, you know, going back a long, long way. Historically, they managed address data in the form of a table. Basically, you think of a database or a spreadsheet. Basically, it's a street name with the address ranges on it. And if you give them this address 101 Main Street, they can say, okay, this 911 call coming from this address goes to this 911 call center. And maybe these first responders get dispatched, this EMS agency, this fire department, this police or sheriff. On the election side, that same address votes for these candidates or these, you know, ballot measures, things like that.
Not who they voted for, yes or no, but they did vote.
Right, just
Right.
determining like.
Yeah,
right.
And
The ballot.
Not
The
even
ballot.
that,
Yeah, the
not,
ballot.
not that they voted, but you know, what precinct that address
Yeah.
falls in.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What candidates show up on their
Yeah.
ballot?
Do you vote in House District 1 or House District
Yeah,
2?
defining the districts.
Yeah.
Right.
So that worked, you know, for a long time, but time goes on, technology advances, GIS, telecommunications, internet, all that stuff starts to pick up steam. And both enables and drives the need for better data with increased accuracy, to help drive those processes or decision-making things. So now we're working with addresses and managing them in a GIS spatially, which is a much easier way to do it. It's much more accurate, and can be used in a lot of other processes as well. So how do we make that happen when we're making these switches from these kind of older systems to incorporating GIS? It involves standards because we need to make sure we're all operating on the same playing field and using similar data sets with similar information so that it all works together, right? You don't want County A having one set of data and County B having other data that aren't compatible. Because as we incorporate these new technologies, often what started off as very local or small area processes that kind of worked in isolation, they're starting to get to the point where, you know, with the internet and mobility and people going all over the place, it's kind of breaking down those little silos, those smaller areas, and these systems need to work at a larger level, at a larger scale, at the state level, for example. So to make that all work, because some of this data and addresses are a good example, are maintained at that local level, but to get it all to work together at the state level and at the national level, you gotta have a standard, so we're all working off the same thing. Those standards are developed in partnership, government, private sector. All those, industry folks all working together to figure out what we need to do, how the data needs to be built and formatted so that it will work for any given system. Then you gotta develop a plan, working across state, local government, industry to say, okay, how do we actually implement this? How do we build the data? How do we share it? Get it integrated into a particular system so that it works. MSL does a lot of that, both at the state level and working nationally to kind of figure out what we need to be doing, how we can help work with our partners to have this all work. And the examples there are the state has a statewide 911 plan that PSAPs were involved in, public safety answering points, those 911 call centers at the local level. The state was involved. We were involved as the GIS professionals. The state contracted with 911 industry folks that, work across the nation, pulling these plans together and organizing it. We did a similar thing a few years back with the state, our state GIS strategic plan, where we engaged the stakeholders, both public and private sector. We had a consultant helping us through that process to kind of pull those plans together to make sure that plan has all the viewpoints and stakeholders giving input.
So sometimes you don't reinvent the wheel. Sometimes you go to other sources and say, other states that have the problem we do with the sparse population for 911 calls, and you say, look, how did you handle it? And pull in the best of the best.
Exactly, that's where us working with all
Okay.
these other states at the national level can learn, figure out what works best, and then bring that back to Montana.
That's great.
Yeah. And then MSL does provide a lot of training and support to help implement these things to actually make it happen. We work and support the local and tribal governments in developing, maintaining, and creating their address data. Oftentimes, those local governments or tribal governments will contract out if they don't have those in-house GIS staff. To do it themselves, they'll contract out with the contractor, and sometimes we're actually helping train and support those contractors in those very specific workflows to make sure that what they're working on will work for Montana. So you've got the plan, now you need to execute, build that, work on the process. Again, as I mentioned before, local and tribal governments are the ones that have the statutory authority to assign addresses. So they're also the ones who are creating and maintaining that address point data, and then they share it with MSL. And again, that can be done both with in-house or local government staff doing that. And in some cases where they, it's a smaller county, they don't have that kind of staff available, they'll contract it out.
So like with 911 services, you'd work with the tribal police control that they have on their own reservation.
So we're typically not working with like quote unquote the police themselves. That's part of like the 911 system side of it all. But we'll be working with either whomever is developing that data that's going to get fed into that 911 system.
Yeah.
So that's kind of.
So they would have use of it, and yeah.
So that data gets created at that local or tribal government level, gets shared with MSL. MSL takes it and utilizing a private sector set of tools. I think we've talked about it before. We're working with One Spatial as part of that next generation 911 effort we're working on. We use those tools to run all that data through and check it. And Aaron talked a little bit about, validating and checking data to make sure that it's going to work for a particular need. That's what those tools do. And then once it passes those checks, in some cases it won't, and we'll feed feedback back to those data creators to say, hey, maybe you need to fix this or look at this. They'll fix it, submit it again, comes to us, passes the check. And then we now know and can be confident that the data is gonna meet that requirement, and in this case specifically for 911.
So does that, so if like you're in the middle of nowhere and you call 911 and instead of it going to the closest town, it goes to, okay, so the tech, and I maybe you've even mentioned it, where I've called 911 because of something happening and it calls Lewistown, which is 80 miles away compared to Fort Benton, which is 30 miles away. So so is that something you fix or they fix, or how does that? What layer is that?
So, that's complicated.
Yeah.
Why that's happened in the past is because those calls are routed based on the cell tower that
Right.
that call happens to get connected
Okay,
to.
okay.
Perhaps the closest cell tower was busy or overloaded, what you called it, so it bounced it to another one. Which then says, oh, maybe that one was over towards Fergus County,
Right,
and so it routes to Fergus County.
okay,
Now, this next generation 911 effort is actually to help mitigate a lot of that as much as possible. So it's getting away from the routing of a call based on the location of a cell tower, which is obviously much different than from where the caller is. And now it's incorporating that GIS data in the form of boundaries to
Right.
say, oh, I'm in
Right.
Fergus County, or I'm in Shoto County, route my call to that respective county, not solely based on
Okay.
whatever cell tower I happen to connect to.
right, so now we have a cell tower. So we can get service anymore, anywhere on our farm, and
Right.
everywhere, whereas we have never gotten service, so
And-
I know.
And the
yeah.
beauty behind, so they have those failover systems, so if something gets overloaded or whatever tech term used. If there's a failover, so there's all these systems in place for the failover, so 911 doesn't fail, the next PSAP can pick it up.
I see,
But they also have access to that information. Because imagining trying to route a call in Lewis and Clark County near Bozeman, you're like, I don't know where you're.
Yeah.
Now, the information is digital, so they'll have access to that information with those, I guess failovers that they've agreed to help, route calls with.
Yeah. I think the big thing to say here is that, you know, what you're talking about is well beyond the GIS issue
right,
that we
okay,
have.
okay, sure.
But
it's
there was a
towers.
problem identified, which is the technology that the existing 911 system is built on has limitations. It hasn't kept up with modern technology.
Sure.
And that one of the issues there is how locations are identified.
Okay,
Using
right.
for cell
Uh-huh.
calls.
We had a sheriff
Right.
a couple of years ago who came to our group, a sheriff or police officer who was explaining how amazing this will be to help save lives and help people and help with
Absolutely.
crime. It's getting so much, because of what you just said, that it would direct it and they'd be way far away from where they needed to call out the ambulance or the police or the.
In the past, you know, when people called, they were usually attached to a house, right?
Right.
And now they're not anymore. So we need that accurate geospatial location and then the road to get there.
Mhm.
So we need to understand all that information. That's how geospatial technology and data helps.
Wow.
Okay, so now we're moving on to integrating that data into the workflows. We kind of touched on this already, but
Mhm.
we get the data from the locals, check it, put it into a statewide data set, and then when these systems are up in place, there's already a statewide election system that's incorporating GIS data. The state's currently about to go out for a procurement to upgrade that 911 system at the statewide level. That will then be implemented in all of the PSAPs, the county's 911 centers, and then we'll feed that 911 GIS data that's necessary to run that system into it. And then, you know, just in general, kind of this concept we're talking about of taking this GIS data and integrating it into these systems that historically didn't use it, sort of aligns with just the overall approach these days of trying to be more digital first, improve efficiencies, reduce costs. all about serving the citizens better, whether it's making sure that 911 call goes to the correct place the first time, saving seconds, you know, getting your first responders out there more quickly, or whether it's ensuring that, you know, your ballot actually has the people you should be voting for based on your voting location, and it wasn't inadvertently, you know, put into a different district, for example, or whether it's, you know, any number of other state or local use cases for, you know, serving citizens. GIS is being incorporated in all these things to kind of help those processes.
What I'm gathering from this is how many fail-safe checks you have. And over, you know, how many times it comes back to be checked and how many, and that if there's good quality control. That's what I'm getting.
Yeah,
Yeah.
we're all about
Yeah.
making sure the data
Mhm.
is ready to meet any
Yeah.
given specific use. And it's hard because the data gets used for a lot of different things, but we're focusing on those use cases.
I'm not
Yeah.
leaving, I'm not being rude, I just have
Stretch your legs.
back.
Okay, create value added products. So I'm gonna give an example or some examples from the private industry, private sector side. They'll often take a lot of this open data that we put out there that was originally created, you know, for 911, for elections, for a specific purpose, but we recognize it's used for a whole bunch of different stuff, right? No one envisioned OnX ever being started when, you know, they first came up with the idea of creating a statewide cadastral or parcel layer. But someone kind of saw a need, a use for that, and saw that the data was available, took it, spun off a whole business, and now it's, you know, commonly accepted. Hunters,
Covers the whole
you
US.
know, are
Yeah.
gonna have
Started in
this
Montana.
available.
So it's the whole US. Oh my
Yeah.
God.
But where a lot of the work that we put in on these basic framework layers trickles out is to base mapping things. So your Google Maps, you probably have seen incorrect road names or know, like historically, maybe when you typed in your address or someone else's address, maybe it didn't put it exactly where it should have. As this data gets compiled, cleaned up for 911 or for elections purposes, we're, in addition to feeding it into those systems, making it publicly available. So the Googles, the Esris, all these different private sector folks that provide, you know, the maps that are most often folks are using on their phones or whatever in their cars. It's helping correct that stuff so that we're working off the same address, the same road name, the same basic common framework, and so that we can understand where we are or where we need to go. Parcel delivery is a common example. Something I get all the time. You know, someone will call and complain to their local government usually that they can't get FedEx or UPS to deliver to their house because they don't recognize the address. And, you know, the local government says, well, it's in our 911 data set. Yes, but historically they maybe weren't sharing that data. So it was never getting out to all these other third parties that need to leverage it for their purposes. So that's kind of getting into that feedback cycle.
So we create a way through our dissemination for those large companies to harvest our information. Anybody can, so then it gets into their workflows.
And then there is just as many examples I won't get into on, you know, the state or local government side where, again, this data might have been created for a very specific purpose, but then it's getting integrated into other business needs or functions for those public sector, you know, requirements or needs as well. And then lastly, that dissemination and discoverability aspect. Again, we're all about create it once, use it many times, right? So we want to ensure that this data that's created for 911 or elections gets shared and promoted and used as many places as possible through the public and private sector, thereby increasing that return on investment. It also gets, as it's used for other things, we're going to hear about issues, right? We're going to say, oh, this address is in the wrong place or is missing altogether, and then we can help, whether that feedback comes to us at the library or whether it comes to the local government. We'll make sure if we hear about it, we let the local government know they can go create that address or fix it, and then it filters through that cycle and then it gets out there again.
And we've even helped to create methods within local government so that so different groups are informing each other. So it was a best practice developed a few years ago that elections and the addressing folks would start communicating more to see, oh, I found an address. And typically the addresses are going to be discovered through the addressing part of things. But every once in a while, something will sneak into the GIS side or the geo-enabled election side. And so they're constantly working with each other to update addresses. So we're not getting different updates. We're getting one update from local government. They work together to try to understand. So it's not siloed within in the regional and locals.
So do the programs interact like that? Basically, it's just like
Yeah.
the interface is just to get, I mean, if
Ideally,
one-
we're working towards that, and
Got
that's a
it,
best
okay.
practice and standard that we're hoping to promote.
I just want to say, so the software systems, the 911 system is not working with the election
Oh,
system,
okay,
but the data is the same, the
Yeah.
data and the
Okay.
standards. are the
okay, so
same.
they're not actually talking,
The people are,
The
the people
people are not.
Okay.
yeah.
okay, so the people are.
And in some small counties, of course,
Right.
it's one person.
But
is-
what about
in-
in a big county?
Yeah,
I mean,
Or you have an
there's a whole-
elections office
Right,
and a 911
right.
office, those people talk to each other.
And say,
They're making sure they're using data that follows the same standards.
And they have methods in place to say, hey, we found an error, and then they've decided what the best way is to communicate that.
so then they can share.
Yep.
That information verbally or tech wise.
Spatially, yeah, so they
okay.
can say, hey, add this.
But they
Okay.
have.
I guess
got
it
it.
could go both ways.
But
Yeah.
correct me if I'm wrong, two people have to agree
That there's.
that there's an issue in what the correction is going to look like.
Or, yeah, exactly, or maybe they disagree and someone's like, well, I'm gonna research it further and
Okay.
go through their local rules and regulations to make sure that address should be there or shouldn't be there, and so on and so forth, yeah.
Kind of one of the people aspect of
Okay.
the
Yep.
GIS.
Ultimately, the address coordinator
Oh,
is the authority on it.
Yeah.
okay.
Within local governments, if there are certain agencies that have reasons for choosing to not use standardized addresses, I think that actually happened a lot more historically, traditionally. I think we do a lot of encouraging the collaboration. Because we see how everything goes together.
May I give an example of that? Maybe, about 16 years ago, I don't know, 12 years ago, we had an election in November. Then we had a school election in February. And 28% using the same address, 28% of the ballots came back non-deliverable. Now, that's a huge percentage from November to February, January, February. And so they just were upset about it, but nobody did anything. So a friend and I went down to the elections office, because you can do this. And we took those ballots that were returned and then we researched them. And then we found out that there were like 22 ballots sent out from a house, a private house. Now, this was, 12 years ago before people were doing that. And then we found that there were many ballots sent out from a same place. A park used to be a mobile home park, was no longer there. And so we found all these false address things. Well, 12, 14 years ago, there was nobody to help with that. We just spent, my friend and I, 2 days sitting there comparing this. And, well, who are we gonna take it to? What are we gonna do with this? But your system would catch that. Your system would catch these are fake addresses. These don't exist.
Yeah, to some extent, because again, like we're moving from those address ranges where, the house next year's isn't the next number. It's not 101, 103, 105. It's gonna go 101, 109, 117 or something like that. Someone could have given intentionally or accidentally 105. It would have matched that address range, so that elections administrator say, oh, it's an address, and it gets a ballot here. that is less likely to happen using GIS data because you're using point-based data that's explicit for every address. And so if someone comes in and says 105, the elections administrator might say, well, we don't see that address. And they're like, oh, I meant 101, you know, or whatever, and they can kind of correct and make sure that those addresses are valid.
Yeah, it's more precise.
Yeah.
It's more
Yeah.
spatially precise, but then you also have the ability to say, they can look it up, like that address doesn't exist in our system. There are methods that they can use to say, okay, well, let's figure this out. Otherwise, it's becoming more and accurate and more precise. All right, Troy.
I just want to make one last point. You know, again, this whole cycle is involving MSL coordinating with all these different entities. I think you've heard about our goal to get out and visit with every PSAP as part of our 911 efforts in support there. At the same time, we've been trying in those meetings that, you know, are kind of focused on this 911, next gen 911 GIS data effort. We've been pulling in the elections folks because these oftentimes historically, these are two different functions at the local level that maybe haven't connected because they each had their own database of addresses, right? They had their own tables. Now that they're using that common address data set, we want to get them together so that we know they understand who to talk to. So if an address issue comes up, they're talking to each other, getting it resolved and coming to agreement on a single address that goes into the system that's used for both purposes.
So apologies, I know you handed off to us on time and we're well beyond time now.
Yeah, but it's so helpful.
But yes, and I do want you guys to feel free to ask questions. Again, before we jump to Troy, any questions here on next gen 911 addressing?
I'm just realizing that it's a big web of collaboration. Because I was trying to figure out which way the arrow goes, and it doesn't go in one direction.
That's right.
It's a great way to describe it.
May I ask, there are other people who do GIS.
Right.
And so do we work together? Are they out there? Do they have this? How do we know that they have the same kind of balance? Are people coming to you because of quality control and the system is so carefully planned and balanced? Is that one of your strengths? Are there others out there yeah. I don't mean
There's a
to,
lot there.
but yeah, I don't mean to,
yeah.
but I think we have to say, okay, because I've heard this from people. Why is the library providing this? When there are so many private factors and other government agencies and you know, when I first came on, that was a question that I really thought, wait a minute, why are we doing this? But what I'm hearing from you is you're very careful and precise in your quality control and the balance. And so that is
part of
why.
That's part of it. I think there's a few things there. One is the library has a long history. People know the library is a source that goes back to the establishment of the Natural Resource Information System in 1983. So this isn't just the last few years. We've been providing information. We are a library. So they trust information there. A second one is largely building off of that, and then the later work of what was the Base Map Service Center, there was a real emphasis on collecting statewide data and making it available from a single location as much as possible. And so people knew, unlike some other states where somebody says, oh, I have to go to this county and this county, this county, this county, they know that the library is a place where they can come, at least for these framework layers, and get everything for the state.
And who's they?
Any GIS practitioner, but
Okay.
even beyond, you know, people that use GIS.
Are there other state departments that are starting to shift this to you, or are we creating empires?
We work very closely with other state agencies.
Okay.
And, you know, the piece I'd emphasize, Aaron was talking about those MSDI, the spatial data infrastructure layers as being most important. And what I want to say is, when we say the most important, either they're used across many different disciplines. The other could be that people need this statewide, and if it's collected and not coordinated statewide, then there are disconnects in the data sets, and there's an enormous amount of work. So we're really trying to provide that foundation so that somebody, say, in nutritional quality, public health, whatever that agency is they can rely on this foundational data, but then, as I think Carmen was asking before, they're bringing in their own data
Right,
for their specialty. We've got business data is often
Okay.
how that's referred to. We allow them to focus
You're
on
not.
what their.
so you're the main
actual
structure
activities
divider
is.
for most of the departments, but they can do their thing that needs to be done off some of you. But they can't, we're not really inventing this from the ground up anywhere but here. Okay, within the State Department. And privately, that people are on their own to figure that out. Yeah. I mean, if you want to use the GIS system on your John Deere that comes from China, go ahead. And that is who instigated.
What I say is that a business out there that is investing a lot of time and money in recreating what's already been done, probably not gonna be a successful business because their
Yeah.
competition isn't gonna recreate that same data.
Yeah.
It's gonna save a lot of money.
Yeah, we provide a lot of cost efficiencies, but
Yeah,
it
thank
would
you.
be completely ineffective to not use standardized data sets.
Yeah, we
Oh,
just-
that's,
John Deere is the Russian one, I think.
Yeah,
One of
they
them's
use-
Russia
they
and
use a
John
Russian-
Deere, one of them is
Russian.
Russia, one is China, the tractors. So they should be using it.
Well, yeah, yeah, I don't know where the data comes from.
Yeah, there's,
John Deere is Russia.
That's out of my
it's
business.
a Russian back.
Yeah.
Satellite.
Okay, oh, the satellite, okay, got it. Yeah. All right, ready?
All right, shall we move on to elevation?
Thank you.
Everyone's good at that. Just those questions there were actually a really good setup for mine. I think we're gonna hear throughout it, like our focus on statewide.
Yeah, thank you.
So, well, there we go. So I've talked to the commission before. I think we've talked about LiDAR. And so with this slide, I just want to clarify that when I say LiDAR, I'm also talking about elevation data. But really what this is, the end goal, what we're after is statewide elevation data set. The technology to get there at the moment, best technology available is LiDAR. So LiDAR is the technology, collect elevation data. But what we're really after is statewide elevation data set, very high resolution detailed data set. This image on the slide here is, this is East Butte. This is the Sweetgrass Hills. So you can see the detail
I've been there.
the detail that comes out here. The different colors are the different elevations. So of course, the tops are the highest elevations. The kind of splotchiness, those are trees. So you're also getting the heights of the trees. It's very high detail, high accuracy elevation data. That's what we're talking about.
So
Yeah.
is this picture, is it from this, it's not a top-down picture, it's a perspective picture, isn't it?
Right, so the data is collected from directly above, it ends up being these hundreds of thousands, millions of points. But then with NGIS software, we can change that perspective. So that's what's going on
You
here.
can see it from, no matter how high you are in the air.
Yes,
Okay.
yeah,
But it was gathered then from satellite, from planes.
from my airplane.
Okay,
yeah.
so that's when you were flying planes around and you were talking about mapping the whole state.
Right,
Okay,
and we'll get into who does that. It's not us that flies the plane.
This is a
Yeah.
weird question.
Yeah.
Okay, so my pickup has a picture taken,
Oh, yeah,
so is that because there's a point, and so it's taken down from the top,
yeah,
and it can see a dog running beside me?
yeah.
I mean, so what,
So
how
it's,
does that work?
it's almost, it's like
I
using
didn't pick up.
triangulation of cameras to
From
give you that
where, though?
perspective. It's probably up top somewhere.
Yeah.
Oh.
From above, but at different
Okay,
angles.
okay,
And so one
Okay.
camera sees the dog. the
Okay.
other- Yeah,
okay, so it isn't a satellite up there. looking
No,
right
no,
at
no,
us.
it's on your vehicle.
Okay.
Yeah. I've driven vehicles like that. I was like, whoa, cool.
Yeah, it's really cool, but I was like. how does it
Yeah.
do that? Okay.
Plus it kind of, it takes, I guess, liberties in what it's really showing.
Right.
I
It's
have
probably
a really
stable.
old car. With my floppy disk in
Okay, though.
it.
Yeah, right.
Good music.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
yeah, you're good. So I'm gonna walk through the same thing that Michael walked through, just each one here. Where did the need for elevation data come from? Let's start there. So we talked about different pieces of this within Michael's presentation, and the specifics here for elevation is there was this national study done by the USGS called the National Enhanced Elevation Assessment. And that really identified the needs and the benefits for Montana and really for the nation. And so that's what really drove our decision at the library to start pursuing elevation data. An important bullet up there is that we have to have a stake in it, right? So if this is happening at the national level, they're collecting elevation data. There's value in Montana being able to provide our input and help guide the process as well. So it's important for the partner to have a stake in it. So from that, understanding the needs and the benefits, we started to work on a plan. You'll see that on the next slide here. And the second bullet there, a continued investment in more detailed elevation. So this goes back to also what Michael was saying, like addresses have been around a long time. Elevation data has been around a long time. And the example I provide there is if you're a hiker or a backpacker or anything, you're probably familiar with USGS topo maps. That was the best available elevation data for a long time, for decades. But technology evolves, end up needing more detail. The example here is with the 24K topo map, you can't identify landslides. You can't identify earthquake faults. So there's a need there for higher elevation data to improve on those topo maps. Another good example there, like flood risk mapping, notorious for showing a property in a flood zone that maybe it actually isn't. That is because the data being used has errors up to 3 to 6 feet. We're talking meters. Whereas this with LiDAR data, we're talking centimeters.
Oh,
So meter versus centimeter differences. So that LiDAR data is accurate within about 10 inches. So those flood risk maps coming after this new elevation data is available should be a lot better than the originals and won't have the many mistakes of the house being shown in its flood zone when it's actually not. The graphic there is coming from that National Enhanced Elevation Study, and those colors are showing the number of critical activities that need elevation data. So like flood risk might be a critical activity. Montana there's hundreds of critical activities there identified for Montana. So that's the following the circle here to the plan. So how did the plan come about for Montana? So we've mentioned that working groups, we have the Montana Elevation Working Group. Can be anyone who's interested. It's state partners, it's federal partners, we've got some tribal partners. Really anyone interested being part of that working group and helping, what are your needs? What would you need this data to look like? Sharing all that stuff. So in coordination with the working group, we, the state library, then worked with the working group to write this Montana LiDAR plan that was released in June of 2019. That's what that image is of the front page of that report. Important in that is standards. So this is how the data needs to be collected. These are the standards that are needed to meet as many needs as possible. Throughout it is training and support. So one key thing about writing a plan and becoming a lead there is you're the champion of that data now. So the state library becomes a point of contact there to help people collecting elevation data or just better understanding it in the whole process. So you become the point of contact and you have a champion for making elevation data happen. Mentioned that a key part of that plan is the standards, and you'll see some similarities here with what Michael talked about. The standards in the case of elevation are set by the USGS. But what's really important there is they're taking input from states, from universities, from nonprofits. Montana has a say in it, in what those additional requirements or desired products that we need within Montana might be. So going back to the earlier slide, that's where I'm saying, like, we have to have a stake in the game. Like, we want to be able to be a part of it and provide Montana's input. Commercial firms are the ones that actually collect the data. They're the ones flying the planes. So they're collecting that data to meet the standards, so to satisfy what the state and the federal government need.
Can you stop for a minute? I'm confused as to
Yeah.
what, sorry, I took out my glasses and all comes my hearing aid. What's a standard from the USGS, for example, that you need to verify?
Yeah,
Like
so
that they're,
yeah.
what are they determining for us?
So maybe an easy one to wrap your head around would be like the resolution of that data, like how much detail does it need to be? So you could fly LiDAR at different quality levels, so you could have like a really kind of a more coarse, you could have very fine. So USGS might set, we
So
want to
you're
use
not talking
this.
about the standards by how many trees are in an acre?
Oh, yeah, no, so it's the standard
Okay,
of how the data needs to be
okay.
collected, like the quality of that data.
Okay,
Um,
I was
the-
getting.
yeah,
okay.
yeah.
I thought you
Things
were,
that
for
they're-
the state,
yeah, yeah.
you were collecting, how close are these buildings to this
Right.
No,
ocean,
okay.
river,
Yeah.
or whatever?
Yeah.
No. Standards are the standards for your
Standards of the
resolution.
data and how it's
Yeah.
collected.
Okay, thank
Yeah,
you
yeah,
for
yeah,
clarifying
Yeah,
that.
thanks. In this case, Michael talked a lot about how the quality control and that assurance is happening at the state library in cases of addresses. In this case, that also happens by the USGS, so they're ensuring the standards are met. But again, the state has an important role in there that we can also review the data and request corrections from them. So again, we need to have that state, that place at the table.
But see, you have under your standards that they are interested in the need for vegetation in buildings, so you are collecting, those are they want that for their standard.
Yeah, good point. So what I'm trying to show there is like the USGS and setting their standards, their focus is on capturing the bare ground, no
Uh-huh.
vegetation on top. They're just interested in modeling the
Okay.
surface of the earth. But the state has interest in the vegetation.
Yeah.
And the forest and everything else. And so that's an example there where the state said an additional product we would really like out of this is some vegetation classification. And then maybe have those points classified for buildings as well. So I provided that as an example of us
Okay.
providing some feedback to say, hey, we also want this in Montana. Would be ideal product
That's
for
the
us.
need. And the standard
Okay.
that determines the quality of the data is meant to address that need.
An example. A few years ago, the county and the city of Bozeman said they wanted to do a study from Bozeman to Four Corners of every building, outbuilding, everything, and all water near it. And of course, you can imagine how popular that was with people who live outside the city limits and whatever. Why does the county have a right to come out and verify my outbuildings and where they are and whatever? But if they came to you and said, we want you to go do a LiDAR product that outlines every outhouse and building between there and the water, is that something you would do, or would you say, no, that's,
Yeah, we at the state library wouldn't do that work. They might get the data from us that
But-
assist in that
right.
work, but they'd probably contract with a private.
With a
firm to
private
do that
firm,
work, or
yeah.
Maybe they'd have that.
I would hope that you would look at that and go, yeah, no,
Yeah, right.
yeah, no.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah, we wouldn't do that work. Importantly, there in bold, so why are standards important? I think they're important because they set an expectation. So as technology changes in the future, that technology needs to be able to meet that standard or exceed it. So the technology meeting the standard right now is LiDAR going from a plane. That doesn't mean it can't change, or that we would adapt if that, if there are changes there. So moving along again here to executing the plan now. I'm gonna break this graphic down on the next slide. But this is how elevation data is collected.
Mhm.
So it's starting at the top here. This is where MSL has a big role in its coordination role of working with other state agencies and nonprofit and tribal, working together to identify the needs for Montana. And then we form partnerships and enter into funding agreements with the USGS. So that cost ends up being shared. So there's multiple needs are met. We've got multiple partners involved. Moving down, where does the private industry come in? The USGS contracts with commercial firms to collect and process the data. Those vendors, importantly, they agree that the data will be in the public domain, so available to anyone. But those vendors can do value-added stuff and resell the data. So we're not taking that away from them in any way.
Are they paying then for the data if they're gonna go out and sell it and make money off it?
So like a city or a county or anyone
Right.
could potentially work with that private contractor to develop some kind of new product from it. So maybe an example there could be that poster there where it's, that's elevation data, but enhanced to show streams. So from that, maybe someone could map streams, so that contractor could provide a data set of the streams, rivers within that area and sell that. So that's taking the data.
Right, but
and
there's no charge for
repackaging it.
them if they take it from us. and
Not
then
from us. no,
Okay, well.
No,
I demand a ham or something for Christmas. All right, we want something out of
We'll give you a LiDAR poster.
Yeah.
it. Yeah, there you go.
Well, they give us a good product.
Yeah.
Ham's good though.
I'm all out of ham.
Yeah.
I was gonna say for Easter, and then I realized that would be really appropriate. Okay,
Moving down the chart here now on data review and corrections. So here's that key again, that number 3, standards. Ensuring that the state, statewide and nationwide consistency is there.
okay.
The USGS sets those standards and they review and do the corrections as well. They would submit back to the private firm and say, we've got these issues with this data, your deliverables say that those won't be in there and those get corrected and sent back again. So there's that back and forth between the private industry to make sure the contract is fulfilled. Again, the state library and other partners in Montana have input in that. We are also reviewing the data and submitting corrections as we see them. Montana 4 here, number 4 here, I called Montana flavor. So that's Montana State Library thinking about Montana's business workflows and what we need the data for within Montana and producing products that best meet those needs.
Have you found errors from the US that in Montana that were pretty important or
There has been
significant?
some.
Yeah.
I wouldn't say they were incorrect. I wouldn't say they were
Yeah.
significant and
But
that
they-
cause major issues, but yeah, for sure, like the accepted data that was.
They had data that was not
Came
good
to
for
us.
Montana, yeah.
Yeah, and then it goes back and they do end up getting.
Thank you.
corrected.
Tammy, that's why the QAQC is so important.
Yeah.
Errors can occur,
They
in
are.
human or processing, so, that's why that step is always necessary.
And I would think the federal government would be pretty far off on some of this from Montana that you could correct.
Well, and sometimes it's like how it was
They can.
collected by the private sector
Yeah.
too. And so like, the fact that errors can happen, we make sure that we cover ourselves by putting these checks into place, and then new technologies, new workflows, new business opportunities arise by just being able to make sure that
Mhm.
their data is verified and up to standard.
Yeah, thank you.
I think the other thing there, Tammy, is at the national level, they can't look at everything,
No,
right?
that's what I'm
So,
thinking, and we're
yeah,
not that
Montana.
important.
Yes, we
We're
are.
Montana.
Well, we make them believe we're that important.
I know.
Tammy.
But they still think Yellowstone's real,
Yeah, I know.
so what do you do?
I know.
Not the park, the show.
And the last one here on my graphic there is the delivery to the public. So that's that key role of dissemination and getting the data out there to the public that the Montana State Library does. I also point out there, the USGS is providing data as well. But keep in mind that the state can have data that the feds don't and vice
Yes.
versa. So it's more of a, certainly not duplication, it's, we got a battery low. It's complementary, the data we have and they have.
Oh, you're Michael.
Sorry, he's already gone. He's in action.
You can just.
Came up a little different on that one for me for, moving on now to integrating data into business workflows. So this is really talking about the needs and what elevation data in Montana is used for. I've got a number of examples listed on the right there from different sectors. My map there is coming from a survey that we've had going, just a live ongoing survey for people using LiDAR data. They can submit like, this is what I'm using it for, and this is the sector I come from. So the colors on the pie chart match up with the colors on the map. So like the brown is private consulting firm uses, the green is general public usage, if you can make those out on the different colors on that map. The biggest user of LiDAR data in Montana or elevation data within Montana is the private sector. That's engineering firms using it for flood risk mapping. It's infrastructure planning, it's creating models for construction projects, things like that. The second one there on the pie chart is the general public. So just the citizen. And the examples there I extracted are property site planning for a house. You buy a property and you're wanting to know where's the flattest area to build my house, or what's, where's this stream go, or what are the highlights on the property. Also recreational uses. We've had interesting uses about golf course simulation. So like for a game, like a video game, wanting to have a realistic depiction of that golf course. Orienteering, I think that's pretty neat. So that's like off trail, trekking across the woods from A to B.
I
Using
used
just a map.
it personally recreationally to find my great grandparents. I knew where their property was. They used to own a sheep ranch near Waterloo. And I walked the property, couldn't find any remnants of any structures on the property, but I was able to use LiDAR to pick out where the cabin and other structures had been.
That's cool.
That was cool.
Yeah.
So yeah, wonderful examples like that, just from, everyday citizens, people just interested. State use, transportation for road design, preliminary road design, you could use the elevation data rather than serving out or complement the survey crew. So some of that preliminary road design, emergency response plans for a high hazard dam. So if you know the heights and the elevations of the dam and the contributing area and all that, you can understand if that dam were to burst, who is at risk. Forest fuel reduction, so that's understanding the density of trees using the LiDAR. And then I also mentioned a little bit earlier, the earthquake faults and landslide mapping. There's a lot of that use going on within the Bureau of Mines and Geology and Butte. And then local governments, so like counties and cities, for urban planning, visualizing what development might look like within the, their development plans. And then things like infrastructure management and asset inventory. So there's all these different needs that we try to meet as best as we can and make sure that the data that we're providing can integrate into those workflows. The next piece here is creating value added products. This is really about, we touched on this, Aaron touched on this. This is about identifying and creating efficiencies for anyone that uses the data. So we might have different state agencies using the LiDAR data. Understand that this is really big data. There's a lot of time that goes into processing. There's a lot of storage costs. We definitely don't want multiple state agencies or anyone for that matter also storing the data or also doing that processing time. So we want to save time on transfer time, processing time, storage costs, all that. So that's what we mean by this kind of creative value added of putting products out there that are kind of ready to go, ready to be used and don't need a lot of upfront intensive processing by the person using them.
So where did the tires come in? I'm not sure. Okay.
We'll come back there and.
I'm back at the tires.
Yeah, it doesn't fit right just yet. So here's an example of some creating value added products that I've got them listed there. A hillshade, that's like this one behind me on the wall. That's a hillshade. So very visual product way of looking at the elevation data. The one on that wall would be another example. So that's enhancing the elevation data to really show the lowest elevations, which are often where the streams and rivers are. So it looks like it's really highlighting the streams and rivers, but what you're looking at there is purely elevation data.
Is that a camera that took that picture, or is it developed from information?
So it's developed, yeah, so it's captured as a bunch of points, so hundreds of thousands of points. And then through GIS and processing, we can create, each point represents an elevation, and then there's different ways to then scale it into something like that.
And that also, or
This one as well, yeah, same thing.
So is this, the bigger one is the Missouri or what?
That one I said.
oh no, that's the
Sun
sun.
River.
Sun.
Oh, okay,
This one's the Teton back here.
okay.
So the last one here in our circle, dissemination and discoverability. Again, that statewide focus, we mentioned this a couple of times, or the state library has a statewide focus. One key piece there is that the value of data, the value of elevation data and LiDAR, that increases with use. More people using it, more value that data has, better return on investment. We make a concerted effort to accommodate different levels of expertise. So you might have the professional who has GIS software and can work with the data. You might have someone who just wants to view the data. So we have like an application online where you can just go view it. We've also filled requests where they're not good with computers and they don't have the software, they just want to see it. And in those cases, we've provided just like a PDF document that we can email them that they can look at. So trying to meet as many different levels of expertise as we can. I think also one point to make here with elevation data is other state agencies asked MSL to manage and disseminate the elevation data. So DNRC collects some LiDAR, but they recognize that MSL has that mission to be the ones that house the data and distribute the information.
May I ask, is there a need here or a possibility of a policy, state policy from the governor or from something that says we would like to avoid duplication and you can share this data with, like, is there something making it the center or do you just do that?
We're working on that.
Yeah.
So we have the framework in place and we've adopted the framework on how we put forth those standards. And right now, I don't think do we have a policy through NRES?
That's like not, well, yeah.
That's
What I'd say is that there's definitely, we always work on that, that's always a concern, non-intended duplication of data. Whether we need a policy or not, I think I'm sure you're aware of the IT centralization efforts that are going on at the state level right now. And I think we should let that process play out to see where that kind of discussion would fit in, because they are looking for ways to duplication.
But you have input to that, like that
Yeah.
couldn't come down with a mistake, and I'm saying, I'm just trying to be kind here in my wording, but where this goes to a different department in that it just totally, they're aware of how much is going on here
And
in the IT
yeah,
process.
the other thing I would say, I mean, we have statute, we have our natural resource statute, we have our water information system statute that says that the state library is responsible for managing this data and that agencies need to partner with us. So there's statutory authority. There's no teeth to that.
Yeah,
We
that's what I'm
don't
saying.
have a way to go out and enforce that. And so our way of doing that is working in partnership. It's why
Mhm.
Troy and Michael and Aaron's work with other agencies doing that one-on-one personal collaboration is so important. We don't really have any carrots. We definitely don't have any sticks. And so it's those relationships that make this work.
I guess the carrot would be the really awesome data products that we put out and we can save them potentially hundreds of thousands of dollars by not duplicating efforts.
But the committees that are studying this and the governor himself and that, they're all aware of what you're telling us, that this is here right now and people.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Okay.
we
so-
do get brought in on a lot of
Okay.
questions. We were working with the state CIO recently, so
Okay.
he is aware. And the state CDO that Adam Carpenter.
This is the last slide, so thanks again for the extra time. We really went over it.
We owe you a
but
ham now.
These are what we hope you took from this presentation. MSL manages geospatial data, makes it accessible to the professional and the non-professional. We hit a lot on standards and coordination. And in green there, there's no one else that's going to provide that standardization and coordination. That's a state library role. Mentioned several times about our focus on statewide, whether that's with addresses, that's about local governments collecting addresses, and we're trying to pull that all together in one statewide effort. And then also with elevation, we're not interested in just elevation data for floodplains and flood risk studies. We're interested in elevation data for all of Montana. And then throughout, I think we pointed out, private industry is an essential partner throughout all of this. We showed that with, examples from elevation data and the address data development cycle. Anything to add there?
Yeah, I would say that they're interwoven in everything that we do. And I know there's gonna be a lot of questions, and to get back to the tire example. You could use geospatial technology to look up for that on your property. And you could use imagery, you could use LiDAR. That's nothing we would ever be tasked with, because it'd be so. That seems like more of a local thing or a different agency, but we provide all the base level data so that someone, if they wanted to try to do that analysis, they could. Not always saying that our data products would be at high resolution enough to pick up something that small. But someone could do it like, hey, I bought this property, there should be tires somewhere, can you find them? You could hire a local person to help you find those. There's a lot of ways to skin that cat.
Wow.
I have a homework assignment.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh,
Anyone that
create your first map.
owns property that lived in it for more than 7 months in 2024. The property tax rebate period opens on Friday. You don't have to wait until Friday to look up your geocode.
This is good.
So I strongly recommend that all of you, and anyone listening online, go in there today or tomorrow, write down your geocode, copy it and paste it somewhere, so that when you do the rebate, you don't have to go into the cadastral application. There's hundreds of thousands of other people.
To not crush our system.
Yeah.
So do I have one? Property, what do you, like, how much property, how big is your geocode? I mean, how much land does your geocode cover?
Your geocode is,
Unique, yeah.
17 digits.
But it's a
Okay.
unique identifier that's attached to that piece of property.
It's attached to the.
The property.
Yeah,
Like
You go to gis.mt.gov,
Just a second, say that again.
gis.mt.gov. Look up your property.
Right.
Grab that geocode off.
Isn't it on our tax bill?
It should be on your tax
Yeah,
bill.
it is
If
on
you
your
can
tax
find it on your tax bill, you can use that as
Right.
well.
And then you can.
But this will be more fun.
Oh, yeah.
Show a
And you
picture
can see
of your life.
No.
So it is just a 17 digit
That's
number.
on your website.
That's all I get. I don't get the library.
Tax bill.
Put it on there.
You could- And then I put in.
That's
the
on the calendar on Friday.
Yeah.
That's what it's- yeah, it's- You're gonna get a word going.
yeah,
Is it just-
yeah, and that's exactly what I said to one of our employees who was like, I'm a little worried it might crash the system. I'm like, I am excited that they're using our data.
Okay.
It was a struggle 3 years ago, but last
Just
year.
so you know,
updated technology.
With the use of the private sector to help us scale our
because
systems.
the people. from the
They
Bay
know,
are
like, hey,
So we need
we need this to
that
be able to,
Okay.
open.
you know, be hit by 100,000
Okay,
people
let's have
in a
lunch.
matter of
Or-
seconds.
or
Have
should we-
lunch until 2:45.
Okay.
Oh, how
And we
technology.
can do a
changed.
working lunch.
Okay. And, okay.
Can we do a
So-
working
Question.
lunch?
Yeah, questions? Who's hungry? We are always we're always happy to come back and give other examples and bring in other folks.
I would just say, a reminder, this was one of your goals for last year, was to try to
Yes.
understand more about GIS and the work that we do, the work of private sector and others. So my request for you is we think about, how well we've helped you accomplish that goal, and where you want to go from here. What additional learning might you want to see?
A big part of what I wanted to understand was who's driving the bus. So if you collect data, who decides which data, why are you going after this data? And I think this whole partnership mess with the USGS and, private sector
Yeah.
involved too. But you can't just come to the state library and say, I need to know where all the owls are so I can sell this $1 million product. That's not gonna fly. So that's kind of what I wanted to know, who's driving what's happening.
Yeah, there's a lot of time and effort into making the decisions and to making sure it's right for our state.
And a lot of it is driven by what the state needs and it's like
Yeah.
911 stuff,
Right.
election stuff. And then the
Right.
side effects are that you can, have Google Maps and FedEx
Yeah.
and buy a product. and
Yeah,
whatever.
create it once, use it many times. And some of the slides is like, well, Montana is giving input on this, Montana is giving input on that. when we're referring to ourselves, we're also referring to all the constituents we've talked to and saying like, surveyors want this. Ski owners want this, and so on and so forth. So it's not just like, it's not what just Torian, I think. It's like, it's all the people behind us saying, we really need this, and, we're kind of that megaphone. All right.
So apologies again for going long, but I also want to expand that apology because I've been on the other side of this. So all of you down the agenda, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah. let's go.
It's very helpful. It was very good.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you guys.
And thank you for having that beautiful picture in your office.
Oh,
I wanted to thank you for that wonderful little break of normalcy.
yeah.
For us very right-brain people.
Yeah.
I thought, oh, what.
You like the art of it?
I did.
Yeah.
Don't tell me.
Cartography is the art and science of map making, and
Yeah.
we don't always
Beautiful.
have time.
Oh, we don't call you Dave, we call you Rats. No wonder you didn't answer.
Yeah.
I said your name like 10 times.
I taught my mom with reprimanding.
I took your bat, whatever it was, bat calendar, bat pictures and for Tom, for his grandkids. All the bat ones, could you miss that meeting? And you said, can I get something? And then I had a few
Bryce.
people who came in and saw them on the sofa and said, bats, I love bats, can I have that? But also someone said, that is really sick, why would you? This one.
Ready?
Robin, I'm sorry.
Ready?
Yes,
Okay.
yes.
I'll just do a quick introduction.
Sure,
Okay,
yep.
we have, so at our last commission meeting, Commissioner Hall had several questions about some of the processes that happen within HR. So we thought we would just hear it right from the horse's mouth. And so we've invited the Department of Administration to come today and sort of give just a quick presentation, but we wanted to make sure and have time for questions so that you guys could get all of your specific questions answered. So today we have Carol Ann Davis, Misty Ann Giles, and Lisa Colligan here to talk with us.
You want me to start first?
Sure. I have it pulled up, so.
Thank you. So yes, my name is Misty Ann Giles. I'm Director of Administration and also Chief Operating Officer for the state of Montana. So I'm going to give a quick overview of our department, and then I know some centralization efforts are going on that we'll have to work with Jenny and her team on in the next few months. So highlighting that, and then I understand that telework, remote, and the space study, all that stuff that's been going on the last few years is kind of a topic of interest. So we'll deep dive a little bit farther in that. But if there's other things you want to ask us, happy to take a stab. So I'm still recovering from a summer cold, so I apologize. I'm still foggy. Yeah, it probably was for me. So nothing like getting a good little cold in the summer. So
Are you Giles or Lisa?
I'm Giles.
That's.
G-I-L-E-S.
Okay.
So who's running?
I can do
Who's
that.
driving? So this is just a quick overview because of who we are and what we do. So D of A is a little bit of a quagmire in the government in the sense of other than banking, we do regulate all the banks in the state of Montana. And then we also do broadband. Our clients and customers are actually the government. So we do all general operations behind the scenes. You'll see the full boat there. We're the treasurer. So we sign all the checks, handle all the finances for the state, including a lot with locals, with cities and counties. We handle all of IT, procurement, general services, so this building leases, state properties we own, properties we don't own. We do all of that, all the data management, dashboards, things like that, partnering with agencies to further those efforts. We also handle all public information requests, all that is centralized under us. Long range, this is new construction of state facilities, including here on campus, across the state, as well as the youth system. It's about a $3 billion program. Authorized by the legislature, and then we do all the insurance. So we also insure not only state employees with health benefits and all the kit and caboodle that goes around that, but we also insure all the property, aviation, cyber, down to every single car, painting, you name it. It's a lot of fun. And then obviously, these lovely ladies that we handle all of HR.
You have a slide of that for us.
It's in the deck.
Oh, you passed them. I
Mhm.
didn't see it.
You didn't get
Yeah,
one?
I like paper copies, so
I
I
do
always
too.
come
Oh.
with paper.
Thank you.
I got stuck at my, sorry,
It got
I didn't realize
lost
it was sitting.
logging up.
I-
Didn't you get, you've got.
I'm okay.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, good. I was trying to, I looked at that, so I write fast, but no.
No, you're good. Like I said, I always bring paper because I'm old school, I like paper. And like I
Good
said, our
girl.
only external facing functions is we do have the Commissioner of Banking that we regulate all credit institutions and banks in the state. And then we got tasked with the broadband program in 2021. So moving into centralization. So what we're working on right now, we announced we could be the governor about a month ago, 6 weeks ago. Time flies, that we're centralizing procurement, HR, and information technology under us. Right now, it's kind of an unfederated model where we have the authorities and we delegate things out, but there's a lot of duplication in services. The example I always think about with like IT is we have 34 grant systems in the state of Montana. We do not need 34 grant systems. We may need 5, but we don't need 34. You know, and Jenny knows this directly with GIS and stuff like that. There's a lot of kind of stepping on each other's toes. So what we're really looking at is kind of a shared services model, working with the agencies where the bodies will remain in the agencies. You really shouldn't feel a lot. It's us trying to find those things that are more common and zip it up under us and, you know, find those commonalities and efficiencies. A lot of states do this. If you go to the next slide, we're kind of falling in line with about half the country. You'll see their ITs where those states are, where it's in a centralized model, similarly to human resources and then procurement as well. And so we're obviously leaning into those states, reaching out, learning their best practices, how they've done it, how did they fund it, all that kind of stuff. To be instructive. This is where, you know, cheating is welcome, right? This money's already done it a few times. Why reinvent the wheel? Government tends to do that a lot.
Yeah.
And then, going on to the next slide, you'll see kind of our timeline, and this is kind of where we're at. So the approach we're taking here is, it's not a, hey, here's the model. We're just gonna take your stuff and move into this centralized space. We're doing what we're calling discovery meetings. We started with HR and procurement. IT is a little bit lagging behind because it's a bigger animal, to get our arms around. But we're sitting down with every single organization in one, you know, just them and whoever they want in that meeting. We're letting directors and deputies pick. And then we're doing an agency survey. Like Carol Ann, for example, she put together about a 5-page questionnaire so we can get our arms around how does your org structure look? Who does what? You know, who's telework, who is not, like, where do these people report, you know, kind of some basic questions. And it's been really great so far. I've had multiple directors ping me, that, you know, they've actually learned a lot and thought about how to restructure in-house. Because a big thing that we're not doing is we're not dictating individual agency structure. So if you got a structure that works for you, I don't care. Not my monkey, not my circus. It's gonna report them into me and over to the state library as well. So it'll dual report. So we're working through that. Y'all have not gone yet because we're working our way through the cabinet. And I think we're slated to do smaller agencies, what, like late September, late September. So we'll ping Jenny with that and sit down and go through all this with her. And it'll be the exact same process. And then our plan, you see the different schedules there. Procurement, we hope to level down on a model that works for everybody. And we have our procurement symposium in October where we bring all procurement professionals in at the Delta. They're really in the procurement. Come join. I'm a procurement nerd. A lot of people don't like it. But it's all day procurement theme, but roll that out to the actual employees that touch and feel it so they can give us feedback, make sure it works. And then looking to transition that later this fall and through the winter and spring. Our plan is to kind of bring on agencies at a time, not do a light switch model. Light switches tend to break things if you haven't tested it. So, and then we have to have that model finalized, obviously, by budget development next summer. Similarly with HR, it's a little bit staged later. Carol Ann has her symposium. Again, if you're into all things HR, you can come to that one. It's a one-day event as well that will roll that out with all the HR professionals and then kind of a similar model and timeline. And then IT actually has an executive order around it. Some components of that are there's a hiring freeze on all of IT positions that requires D of A's approval to hire. We're going to be doing a massive inventory first. We don't even know what IT assets we have. To see where those duplications are and how we can band it together to do better. And then looking at the staffing, a great example we always use with IT staff is business analysts. We have zillions of business analysts in the government and they're not all IT. They can be accountants, they can be whatever. It's just a job band. So we got to really be laser focused more so with the other two because the other two are kind of set better in HR land. And then we'll work through that proposed structure. We also have a symposium, all things IT, in January. That we'll launch that with all the IT professionals and the agencies and then kind of move through that. That's all I have on this specifically. I don't know if there's any questions that y'all may have on centralization.
I have one question. Jenny, something during the legislature asked us that somebody was proposing whether our procurement, HR and IT could be moved into centralized. And I thought that had to do with a bill.
There was a concept of a bill was proposed prior to the last legislative session that would have administratively attached the state library, the historical society and the arts council to D of A. And the governor's office decided not to introduce that bill.
Yeah, that would have been a little bit of a different structure. So we have a lot of attached agencies that we handle all of their HR, their finance, IT, procurement. And so the legislature kind of called the question of with some smaller agencies that don't have the bandwidth to do these services, and we do it anyways, a lot of times when Jenny calls or others. Does it make sense just to move them kind of under the mothership, if you will? But obviously, state library is not my subcommittee in the legislature. It's not our lane of expertise in terms of day in, day out business. We have more gen ops kind of folks attached to us. So the governor's office, at Jenny's point, decided moving away with that. So this is really more of a reporting structure and looking at synergies in the government. So if there's an HR person here, that HR person will still stay here.
Okay,
We're not looking to fire people.
No.
We're not gonna cut anybody's pay, which I think we asked that repeated again. We're not gonna cut anybody's pay. This is really about trying to work smarter with our assets as an enterprise and think about it as a one company model versus I'm different and special, because when it comes to background operations, we're actually pretty much all the same. With some nuances. This is like I said, you sell it done in other states. This is how it works in the private sector. Big and small companies. There's a lot more synergies in operating as a one government when it comes to these basic functions. And we'll exempt some things with these. Some areas don't make sense for us to take on. It's just too specific to that business and too core. It's like, we're just gonna cause more headache if we get in the middle of it. So that's part of these discovery meetings. Like a great example with procurement is the liquor warehouse. I have no desire to get into the business of buying liquor. Department of Revenue handles that now. They handle it well. It is an exemption under us. I do not want to get in that. Why would I jump in the middle of a sandbox that I don't need to get in the middle?
oh
So
boy.
there'll be a lot of those type things that will peel off and, we're trying to just find those commonalities. So, and that's the purpose of all those meetings. So we can be really laser focused and careful. Yeah. Other questions?
No, I just
So we
remember.
won't lose our IT person, we'll lose
No.
our HR person, okay.
Okay, so then I'm confused. What is going to change? Are you just streamlining processes so they're doing the IT the same way or the same way everywhere?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's ending duplication. We have a lot of shadow IT, a lot of shadow policies that shouldn't exist.
Okay.
D of A, if you look at the code, we are the authority on all these three. We're it, like procurement. I am the only procurement officer in the state. It does not say procurement and these agencies. I give it to agencies. It comes from me directly. Same with a lot of Carol Ann's authorities. She is the only authority. Same with IT, and we have agencies kind of still, never mind. I don't still do whatever I want. So find those efficiencies and commonalities and button that up so we operate on the same page. But yeah, we're not looking to cut pay, not looking to rip people. If the position comes vacant, we may ask you to hold it to see if you need it, in an organization, but it's not about. Yeah,
It's not about reassigning people. It's none of that. It's the processes.
yeah, some people may be reassigned, but that's our bigger agencies that have a lot of staff. That is not all. Some of our agencies have pretty big monstrosities in these structures and they may end up kind of moving around the sandbox, but our little agencies, I think what we've told folks is either you'll feel nothing or you'll feel an improvement because you've got more line of sight directly into us. And so, because it is difficult for smaller agencies to provide these services and the expertise, and you'll be able to kind of bridge off of us more so than you do now.
We just had an hour and a half presentation on our GIS program.
Mhm.
It was really helpful, but one of the questions that I asked was, is there something we can do to, by policy, to have the other government agencies not duplicate what we're doing? There's no point duplicating everything, and they are working really hard to work with agencies,
Mhm.
but it's still volunteer. But it seems to me that we maybe should have a policy that people don't duplicate what's coming out of here.
And I think that would be a worthwhile conversation to probably have with the lieutenant governor and the governor's office.
Yeah.
Because to that point, I know there's a lot of duplication in GIS. Y'all do fantastic work. And the agencies do a lot of work as well. And it's definitely a turf war, if you will, of wanting to keep their toys. So I think that would definitely be a worthwhile conversation that Jenny and I can sit down and brainstorm and work with the lieutenant governor and bring out some recommendations.
Because the structure and the base is coming from here,
Mhm.
and it just makes no sense. You can't perfect it, work on it, improve it, and all that if it's still little groups over here doing their little empire.
Yep, Carol Ann's making a note, so I don't forget, because my notebook's in there, and my bag of tricks in the other room, so yeah.
But I
we'll,
would encourage her to talk to our people and find out how deeply and how actively they are in that area. And
Yeah.
I think I don't know, it seems unreasonable to me to say that you're gonna do all this reorganizing and getting rid of all this stuff that's duplicated, which there's a lot, and then, but it won't change personnel, it won't change. I don't know, I think you're gonna have a lot of people sitting around going, what do I do now?
Well, we might, I don't think we will though. I think where IT will have some pretty big shuffles in some of the bigger agencies where they may have new roles. That's why we caveat that the bigger agencies have. So procurement, there's only about 30 staff in the entire government that do. all of
Okay.
the procurement. So it's actually pretty nominal. Same with HR, it's only about 120 professionals.
Oh, okay,
IT, however, has several hundred, and so that's why that's going to be a bigger analysis, because to your point, an agency may have few too many in that area, and we may need to reassign them. They may still sit in that agency and keep their office, but they may do a different type of work based on how we restructure that. You
okay,
know, the status quo might stay for them, they still report to the same agency, same desks, same thing every single day, but their work shifts based on their lane of expertise. If we need you to work on more agencies or more things or different types of things.
now are you allowed, because we have some GIS requirement, requests for additional people, which we couldn't fund. Is there a world in which you would see some of those people filling spots we needed within our budget, but, I mean, not within our budget, but you loan them out or whatever?
That's part of the analysis. We don't know yet, but we're
Okay.
looking at everything top to bottom.
That
and
seems like
seeing,
that
like,
would be,
what the needs are, because, to your point, the richer agencies tend to have, it's kind of the have and have nots.
Yeah.
A little bit more room to run on some of that stuff, and us poorer kids, and I'm one of those. I live on a rate model. All the agencies pay me. I don't have cash. We don't have as much. So
Yeah.
we will be trying to look at some of that. And what we're just trying to encourage employees that even though your job may change a little bit, we don't have room to absorb 500 people in my building. You're gonna stay where you're at. You just
yeah,
may-
even if they stayed there, but did maybe a year's worth of IT that was
Yeah.
specific,
Mhm.
that would be maybe helpful to fill that.
Maybe we should have you as our negotiator.
That would be
Yeah, and
great.
GIS is on the list for us to look at anyways, because it is an IT position, so this will be probably the lion's share of Jenny's one-on-one, we sit down with her. Because I think we handle most of your other stuff, we have some minimal staff, but procurement and HR, we kind of help you there. I think we got only a couple folks, but IT will be the biggest bundle that will be.
And
looking
that's
at.
where we need it.
And how can we find those synergies and, work through that, because it is a lot of duplication in the government, so. Good questions.
Thank you for speaking so quickly.
You would never know I'm from the South. I have a Southern drawl, but I speak pretty quickly. Like, I miss my opportunity not to be an auctioneer in life. So next up, is the remote office and workspace study. I'm not gonna go through these next slides line by line. That's why I printed them for y'all. Y'all can leave back. I'm more kind of gonna talk top line and philosophically kind of where we've been at since 2021. So, obviously, everybody knows the COVID pandemic hit in 2020. And everybody went into remote stats, and then as the pandemic kind of started winding down, you saw a trend in the private and the public sector. We don't know what to do. We're gonna sell off our real estate. Maybe we'll stay remote forever. And I will say a lot of those industries that did that are regretting that because I don't have buildings. But we took a really different approach. And we're actually we're the first state in the country to take this approach, and this approach has now been replicated by private and public sector. Montana's a thought leader here. So first and foremost, I had the fun of pulling all state employees back into the office. I was on everybody's Christmas card list in 2021. Because the governor decided he wanted to level set, bring everybody back, get everybody back used to being in the office. If people needed accommodations or you were sick or things like that, we worked through that, right? Kind of common sense approach. And then we hired some consultants to kind of do a two-pronged different exercise. First, we asked the questions of who should telework and why. Not based on feelings, not based on I like working at home because that works better for me, but truly What are you doing? Who are you interacting with? What does your team look like? And then kind of building that from there. And you see there, we assessed 350 occupations. So obviously that was about 6,400 employees. Of course, we didn't look at like engineers that are in the field doing stuff, or your firefighters or nurses at the state hospital. Yeah, their jobs are on site.
Yeah.
So we took a common sense approach. We interviewed directors, we interviewed deputies, bureau chiefs. We actually did some silent forums where employees could ping us directly and give us their feedback without feeling like they were in a penalty box. And from there, Deloitte, who's one that won that bid, they built us a model, which you'll see a couple slides in. We'll talk about that. That's really based on that data, like who should telework and why, and we level set all the positions in that analysis and pop that out. And you see there through that journey, and we'll talk about kind of the space portion and a deeper dive in a second. We took that and then flipped it on, all right, we know how many seats are on the bus, how much space do we need? And we moved away from a one-to-one office model. If you're teleworking 3 days a week, you don't have an office unless you're HR, a lawyer, something that requires confidential status. So we have landing pads, you show up, that's all, that's kind of where we started. So moving on kind of the next slide, that's pretty top line. You'll see there kind of some of the paradigm shifts in all of this. This is more on the space side specifically, is handling our deferred maintenance. If y'all have had the luxury of walking around our Capitol complex and being in our buildings are in terrible shape.
Yeah.
I got into a fight with the fire marshal a few months ago because my fire escape was falling off the building. So that's how bad they are.
And why didn't you fix it?
I did fix it. I did fix it. It's got some duct tape on it, but it's fixed. But it's been a big challenge getting that deferred maintenance cost down. So that was a big way we were able to build this in the model. So you'll see there, we're addressing 65% of the Capitol complex's deferred maintenance. I mean, this is HVAC, electrical. People, if you see any of the new row spaces, they think about, oh, well, we got sexy new furniture and new carpet, new desk. I wish that was all it was, because it would be a dirt cheap project. Furniture is actually pretty cheap. I mean, we're doing some pretty big upgrades. But you'll see there we have 72% of the Capitol complex will be renovated. We'll talk about the specific buildings here in a second. And then we're gonna have a 17% reduction in lease. A big thing we're trying to do with our leases is be smarter with our lease space. Great example is yours truly has about 600 employees. I have 7 leases across town. And everybody can, actually, I can't even fit the whole, all of my building. We've already done our analysis. When I renovate it, I have room to adopt other people. So that's not a good use of taxpayer dollars. But the counter to that, an example I always use is take the Office of Public Assistance at HHS. It's over there at the Sanders Building. Our citizens have to fight legislative parking, the chaos of everything coming over here when they want their benefits, and it's in a weird space. We went and got them a bank building. One of the old banks is the FIB building down there by the car wash. Renovated that sucker full cloth. The drive-in works, all of it. So you can just park, walk in, get your stuff. Makes sense, right? And then we use the space here for people that are not public facing, that are more traditional offices. And then you see there, we got about an 8% increase in our Capitol complex occupancy, at least right now. We're still kind of tinkering and continuously moving through it. On the next slide, we'll dive into a little bit of telework specifically and then pivot back to the property. But stated this a little bit already verbally, is you got telework versus remote. So, telework is obviously the telework, you have an assigned schedule. We do have individual telework agreements. That's a big thing Carol Ann's team did, and it was a part of this model. There is no, every agency has their own telework agreement. There's one telework agreement. It's been cleared by about 15 lawyers and a bunch of HR professionals. It's automated, you sign it online, managers can track whose agreements where and where people are teleworking. Awesome. Thank these ladies for doing that. Because forward is very chaotic.
But you still require your teleworkers to be in the office part of the time.
We do. So the governor by prerogative has not allowed remote work. That is a 5-day a week. There are obviously some exceptions to that. If you lived in Helena during COVID, we had an employee that did this and they moved to Butte because it was cheaper for them or their uncle, or I'm not going to make that employee go back. We instead work with them of, hey, can you come to Helena a couple times a week or a couple times a month, or if you're in Missoula now, can you report to a Missoula office? Obviously there's ADA accommodations, things like that we work through. But most people are in that mid-level you see there, that 60%, which is about a 3-2. Low is like your assistants, very frontward facing people that are dealing with constant customer traffic. They cannot really telework unless their boss allows. And then high is really mostly our IT folks. IT folks are usually in agencies anyways, or they're kind of different. And so we do allow them to work up to 4 days a week in telework. But this whole model right here, this low, medium and high came from the data and analytics work we did of doing all of those interviews, looking at all those job codes. And so everybody now has a band that says accountants can telework up to 3 days a week. You know, whoever else can report work up to 4 days a week. We are the ceiling. You cannot go past us. It's management prerogative to go the other way though. Yeah.
I have heard, and I don't know where, but I heard that the governor was really pushing to get all people remote. And this is completely saying the opposite.
No, ma'am, he's never been fully remote. We
Okay.
are the ones that meet yours truly under the governor's direction is the one that pulled the workforce back. Governor is very, very supportive of a hybrid workforce. That is a true hybrid. He is not supportive of full remote. He's not supportive of full in person.
But
He likes the flexibility of a true private sector type model where you have a couple days in the office. A lot of that comes just from being quite frank from mental health. Mental health studies show that remote
Yes.
work is actually very, very hard on employees. Especially if they don't have a good family structure at home or they're going through other issues. A lot of people's families are their work families. It gives you a different outlet to show up, come to work. So he's very, very big on the team environment as well, with the culture of having people in a few days a week with each other. The way our crowd works is whether it's 1 or 2 days a week, you'll have everybody in. Where you'll see the whole building popping and the divisions kind of control that of how they want their teams to work, but that way you have that true team environment. But no, we're 100% hybrid. Can't be all remote. You can't all be in person. And now the buildings won't hold everybody. So, and Jenny knows that her building doesn't hold everybody. So we got space issues.
Question.
Mhm.
So on the spectrum, you said you're the ceiling, so you're setting because of the job, position or whatever number it has or whatever it is. Who gets to do how much telework? You're setting the absolute ceiling and then an agency
Management discretion.
can decide, okay.
Yeah,
for
because
that.
if you look at state HR's authorities, we are the mothership, if you will, of the policies and procedures around the workforce. We have 100% authority to set that for the entire government. It gets a little iffy when you start talking about legislature, judicial branch, our constitutional kids, because those are kind of a different animal. But everybody, we set all of that. And so the policy with the telework is, yeah, if we say accountants can all telework 3 days a week, that's as high as you can go, because it's data driven. That's based on what we found. But you can say, you know what, it works better if you do 2 days. And that's for
So
you to work with
looking-
that employee.
Looking at the spectrum and not looking at who's actually doing what percentage of people would be allowed to be where on these, approximately on these 5 different levels, just percentage wise over the whole state government? Do you have a feel for that?
I
Just roughly.
Most people fall in the median,
Yeah, I
and
think-
that's 2 to 3
Right.
day. I would say probably 2/3 of the government are in that 2 to 3 day. I mean, you may find a little, don't quote me on that. I'd say, at least probably 60% at the.
Okay.
That's where I was
Yeah.
at. You're gonna see more than half in the medium level. The high is really gonna be focused on more of your IT positions,
So
so.
that's the actual remote eligible or just in yours?
The high.
Just the
bucket.
high.
Yeah,
okay.
high.
Yeah, remote is only available,
For unusual cases like you said.
truly unusual.
somebody moved.
We had an agency the other day, they found this rock star candidate for something, it was an IT position, they didn't work little. There's physically no space, and so I was like, all right, let them go remote, we'll figure it out. If you move during COVID, or if you have some sort of ADA accommodation, things like that. But we,
Like if your job is in the field.
yeah, that too. And then we still require you to be assigned to an office. So if your job is to tour around, all of the Bozeman area and do XYZ, our only ask is, all right, where's your closest office? And then that is your duty station and manage it that way, right? Because your job is to ping pong around.
Do you have any people that are 5 days a week off?
We do, and we're pulling them back in the
In
line.
the office or out?
Out.
So what was your question?
Well, you said you're a hybrid with part of the,
Mhm.
but do you have, it says on here 4 days, but do you have any people that are 5 that work in the office all the time?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. Like I have
Okay.
staffers, you can totally decline the telework. I have a few staffers, I think you have a few in your shop, I have a few in my CFO shop. They don't want to work out.
Yeah.
Either for just, they can't focus, they don't have the right setup, they might kill their husband or their kids, their dog will drive them nuts. I mean, it's your own personal choice. They come in, you see them every day.
Yeah.
You can always decline a telework. That's our only ask who is in the system so we can track. is if you want to decline to telework, you just need to still fill out that agreement and say, I am opting not to telework. And so we know your body should be in your building. And that's also just a safety workers' comp thing for us for be tracking employees. If there's ever an issue with an agency, they can call us and we know where you're at.
Have you found the productivity is equal? I mean, if it's based on an outcome, I imagine you have pretty good outcomes for those jobs, so we know that.
Well, we do, performance plans now. That was a big thing I found. It was not done, across the board when I came into office in 2021. So those are now required. The governor personally gets the data. Not individual like employees, but he sees the top line, who filled out and where people are landing with their performance and things like that. My view, Carol Ann and I talk about this a lot, philosophically, a good employee is gonna be good no matter where they're at. But it's more about culture and making sure like those team environments that you have some visibility, that everybody's just not living in squares permanently. That's not the best for a work environment.
I don't think it's always a question of good and bad. I found that, you know, when I was coaching and working with high school kids. The kids are really good about being there on time every day if that teacher required that, and that was part of. But if they could be late or miss a day, these were good kids, these were top kids, these were the best kids in the school, but if they knew that teacher was loosey-goosey about that, they were too.
Yeah.
They didn't worry about getting there on time, they didn't worry about being in class, and so I don't think it's a good or bad, I think people have a tendency. Sometimes all of us to.
Well, and I appreciate that comment because so that is a flat view, good or bad, but I always kind of pick on myself and examples as Carol Ann knows. So I work 60 to 90 hours a week, no problem.
Yeah.
I was the most unproductive person you ever meet during COVID. I cannot focus if I'm at home. I am that person. I get up,
Yeah,
go to the
I
kitchen,
would know that.
and I'm like, oh, all of a sudden I need to like knit it. No, I started just coming back in the office. I was like, this is gonna drive me nuts. So I do think your point, good and bad is not the best barometer. It's kind of your own human personality and how you work
And I
best in
think
what
people need
environment.
standards and of
Mhm.
clarity.
Yep.
This is what this job is, you need to get this accomplished, we will
Mhm.
what. And it's not a good or bad, or we don't trust you, it's just. This is the way it is,
And-
you know,
And I would say too, that that's really going back to having engaged managers with expectations. Whether the employee is offsite or onsite,
Yeah,
having those
either way.
expectations is key. And then following through with those.
Mhm.
If I have staff that aren't meeting the expectations, first, it's my responsibility to set them and make sure they're clear. But then also to follow up when those aren't being met and to address it. To your point, like when staff know what the expectation is, know that they will be held accountable. That ensures better success and more effectiveness, I think, in general.
Yeah, it varies agency to agency, because I mean, everybody's management is a little bit different, but we do have performance plans. We
Yeah.
have to take a whole different approach now.
Yes.
HR is more hands-on, especially since we are in a hybrid status where if you're having a challenge with that employee, coaching that manager to how to set those expectations and make sure they understand their roles and responsibilities, you know, are they supposed to be logged on at Teams at 8 AM? If that's what you want, if they're remote, like what are those things that you want to make sure they're doing when they're in that remote status?
yeah, I think there's a real need for that clarity.
So from the percentage of who's allowed to do what, what's the uptake, what's the desire of the actual workforce to go do telework instead of? Is it?
Like the amount of people that qualify, how many choose to telework
Yes.
versus.
Yes.
I would say the majority honestly do choose to telework. What you'll see though is maybe you're approved for up to 3 days. And I don't have those exact numbers on me, but you'll see maybe they only want to work 2. So you do have some. I'm not interested in teleworking. I like coming into the office. So you have some of me out there. And then you do have some that maybe work less than their max amount. That number might be a little bit bigger. But there is quite a majority that do some sort of hybrid option, just maybe not to the maximum.
Yeah,
Is that just the novelty of it, or is it really?
so my opinion, you can take that for what everybody knows what opinions are like. And I've said this on a lot of my legislation to the governor, I think it starts at the top. So if you have a very in-present director, leader, present managers, bureau chiefs, things like that, you're gonna see more popping in your building because those employees wanna come in. But to Carol Ann's point, they still may opt to telework, but they're like, I don't want 3 days, I'll come in, you know, most days, I just want Wednesdays off so I can check up on my email or do whatever, right? So it kind of depends on the overall culture as part of it. And then some people just like it. I do think it's a novelty thing though. think people like doing it, but some people don't, like me, I said, I personally don't do well. That doesn't mean you can't telework, but me, it's not for me.
And space, you know, as we talk about buildings and space, my team, we have shrunk our physical footprint. So there is office sharing and whatnot, and it was based off people's established telework schedule. But balancing that, we only have so many offices, so making sure, or workspaces. And so that's a balance too with those ratings and schedules and making sure everyone has a space to work on the day they're in the office and the resources.
Yeah, managers can always make the decision to pull folks in more, whatever you need based on performance, if it's just culture, whatever's going on, but the building thing is now like a new caveat. If you're in a Rose building, Jenny had to come out here, she got flooded, building is not the right size necessarily. You kind of have to keep that in mind about space, we got some friends that they own their own buildings and they're huge and they can hold all their staff. We tell them to choose their own adventure, like you got enough seats on the bus to put everybody, but like my building right now, like I can't hold everybody. So I can't say, all of you come back to work 5 days a week in perpetuity, and we'll be sitting on top of each other, and you don't want that, right? So that's the only caveat of, I'm giving that full flexibility to agencies, so being smart about it.
It sounds like you downsized some of the footprint, but not the number of people.
No, we have not shrunk the government. That's not, Rose was about being smarter with space. It wasn't about riffing or getting rid of employees. It was really about what we found with the data is, just think about it like just practically, if you're not in the office but 2 days a week, your desk just sits there and collects dust. I mean, why do you need your own desk? You need a desk or an office. You don't need your desk with your plant, your picture. And I know that may ruffle some people because I don't understand the need to pull everything in. So like you come over and y'all are more than welcome to come to our second floor is fully in this model. Where we made it as a showcase piece for people to see, and you'll see landing pads where people can just plop in their laptop and crank up. There's cube mix. So some people do have dedicated cubes. Managers do have dedicated offices, and then we have focus rooms where, say you are that employee that just has a landing pad that you have to write a memo, or you have to take some calls that are, pretty intense. You can go peel off and be private, and it's a little desk station where you can sit and shut up. And then we bought the tech behind it. We're implementing that enterprise-wide where managers can monitor their space, but moreover, employees can check out space. So if you do have a day where you want to come in and you may like that cube, even though it's not your cube, but you may like that cube, you may want to rent it out, and just so you know, right? Because you may not always know, people's schedules, but we're implementing that, and that should be fully implemented by the spring where you can see everything kind of on a schematic. And the bigger thing of the Rose model too is kind of going back to that one company model is employees can check out space and different things. So like if Jenny needs to come work with my data team all day on GIS stuff and things like that. We don't have to sit in a conference room. If she wants to like move them on site for a few days, she would have the flexibility to do that and say, hey, I'm sending 3 of my folks to sit down there so they can be right up under the chief data office while they finish this, because it's more productive than holding up conference rooms, right? So gives agencies more flexibility to do that when you have cross collaboration with them. Next slide, we kind of talked about this a lot already, but you see kind of there the low, medium, high. Kind of those things there. We've got some sample positions you see. So that 1 day, again, that's your assistants, data processors, paralegal type. And then two days there, that's your medium, low. And you see the samples there and kind of the space use. That medium, low, medium, high, like we talked about, you see 35%. We got the percentages there. It's kind of most where everybody falls. And then your IT folks are really your big buckets of folks that are in that 4 day across the entire enterprise. And then you see the space type collaborations. This is also based on data, in addition to taking the analysis of who should telework and why based on your job. We flip that data and work with Deloitte and SMA architects here in town. Again, based on best practice, and really flip that into who should have individual workspaces still, who should have more collaborative spaces. A big thing we've moved to as well is less big ginormous conference rooms and more little small huddle rooms. Most meetings don't have this many people. My meetings always have this many people, but most average day-to-day meetings are 3 or 4 people. So little huddle spaces. And then the touchdowns are those ones we talked about where you can drop in. And then social support is we're trying to do a better job of making sure employees have actual space for like break rooms. Like my building, I had no break room. If I wanted to wash out a bowl, I had to go do it in the bathroom. not great, also kind of gross. Let's be honest. So we're looking at all the buildings and trying to create legitimate collaborative break spaces as well with nice fridges, microwaves, places you can still have a meeting if you want. Kind of peel off, and work while you eat your lunch or if you're shopping and getting a cup of coffee that are, you know, because our employees deserve that and we don't really have that right now. in Most of our buildings, it's kind of a hodgepodge. You hope your buddy's got a microwave down the hall. So, or a Keurig or something.
So only 17% of your people work in the, okay,
Mhm.
those are mostly IT, you said, in front desk, yeah, okay.
And then kind of moving into the space, so, we took our analysis and kind of figured out where we should start and getting the most bang for our buck on the Capitol complex proper. So, just for way of background, so my agency runs all leases, helps agencies manage all their properties across the state. However, we have legal control over everything within a 10-mile radius of the Capitol building. So it's ours. And so looking at all those buildings, so we started with Metcalf, that's where the Department of Environmental Quality used to sit. They were a big champion of this model. They have a kind of a perfectly square building, with no atriums or anything weird. So it's kind of a good place to start, to move into the model, not a lot of, construction hiccups. So, if you drive down the street down there, you'll see fences up, Dick Anderson Construction, that construction's underway. And then, that'll be completed next November. This will enable them to get out of all of their lease space here in Helena and finally be in one building. Because that's another big piece of this model when you think about culture, is it kind of sucks if you're not near your other teams, right? You can't just walk down the hall. If you happen to be the little division that you're all in a little lease space. So that's the other culture piece, is making sure you're all together in one building if we can do it. Walt Sullivan, that's where your Department of Labor is at. So we're relocating them. They fit in a lease building. Just talking about being smarter. And then I am kicking Department of Revenue out of my building and giving them Walt Sullivan. So, we're working through that right now. And then Mitchell, which is the building we reside in with the Department of Revenue. We're getting that underway next summer. We'll fully renovate our building and then we will take that over, collapse all of our leases. And like I said, we've got plenty of space left over. So we're going to look at some smaller entities that maybe we can bring home that are inexpensive lease spaces as well, and revenue will move. And we're started there. The legislature was kind enough to give us $150 million to do this. So a pretty big price tag. And then agencies that are not in the bigger ticket, like these big buildings, what we're doing is kind of working one-off and getting you in the model. Like you hear Carol Ann, like she just did that. Like we have the space people come over and we look at your data and say, all right, well, there's ways you can do it, put a lot of lipstick on a pig, you know, and get into this space if you have good space. And some of our spaces are really good. Carol Ann is in a fully renovated space already, so it made it easy. Some of our other spaces, not so great, so we can't just do it. You come visit our IT floor, it's not so great. We couldn't just do that. So, that's all I have. Happy to take more questions. No, that was a lot of information. Obviously, y'all are welcome to ping us and follow up if you think of other things. We have more information, I think, on Rose than anything else we probably do at this point, because this is 4.5 years in, so.
Does it require more management skills, more management work to have remote people?
I would say yes. That's again, my opinion. I think it's harder. This is coming from more take telework out of it. So I was chief staff of rural development at USDA and I had 5,000 staff and 500 offices. And it was a heck of a lot easier to manage my boys and girls that were right up under me than the ones in the field. It is a different management skill set to manage somebody that's not up under you. Doesn't matter if you're teleworking or if you're because you're not right there.
So it's more management skills. What about time? Time too?
I think it's time to. I mean, I don't know if you two ladies disagree.
I think it requires, I have found as I've transitioned to more of that hybrid model of my staff, a lot more intention, like it requires me to be more intentional on like bringing us together, following up, where maybe if everyone's in the office and I'm walking down to my office, it'll naturally organically happen, maybe some touch bases and stuff on things where I just, I really try to be organized, be intentional when I'm meeting with that employee, knowing exactly the things that we need to cover. My staff is also really great. Like they just ping me, I ping them, and we do, you know, just do calls as needed. But I would say it's caused me to be more intentional in those plannings and interactions and bringing my team together, right? Yeah. Making sure they're engaging. And also on that note, we do at State HR, we manage the Enterprise Learning and Development Program. And as part of that, we offer LinkedIn Learning. It's out there for the enterprise. So there are a lot of trainings for managers and supervisors on managing remote working staff. And so there's a lot of training available that we could definitely, if there's ever any help coordinate that. And I do think it helps. It doesn't hurt, right? But I would say there's definitely a requirement to be a bit more intentional and maybe a bit more organized. At
Yeah, I
times.
was.
Yeah,
Now,
and
the
don't
other-
pay for that LinkedIn learning on breaks. I do think intentional is a good word, 'cause I think people forget the value of how easy it is if you walk down the hall and you bump into 3 other people, and I'm notorious for this, which I drive all them nuts, and it's like, oh, well, I got you. Like, and you rattle off your head versus on a post-it and you gotta think to call or set up a meeting, it just happens kind of organically, and you have to just be more intentional in those conversations, and then making sure that folks are okay and doing their work.
Now, when you're talking about your remote people, is there more of a focus, I think, on hours? Like when people are in an office, there's an hour component that's very obvious there. Or is it such that it's project based?
It depends on the role.
Yes,
And also depends on the managers, right? So, we kind of have to be available at least 8 to 5-ish, because that's when the government's open, right? But like me as a manager, I value more you getting it done
mhm.
than are you clocking in at 8:05. That's me. I'm not in at 8:05. I don't get in until 9. I usually have my phone going off at 7 o'clock, and I ain't figured out how to take a phone call and draw my hair at the same time. So if y'all figure that out, let me know. But I think it just depends on the role. Some folks like my executive assistant, they have to be in, every single day. They're not a remote position. Other positions if you're doing customer service calls with our call centers, I mean, we advertise we're available from 8 to 6, and you need to show up 8 to 6. But like a IT data analyst person that's working on 4 IT projects, they're gonna be held to a different scale of, did you get it done?
Well, I know my daughter's remote with a high level job at a bank and very high level. But she just likes remote and she's at that desk while she's on phone calls by 7. But she's at her desk by 8 and she doesn't stop. And she's got it, it's a clock thing too, but then that's how banks operate. But I have friends that are remote and they have projects and they will work on those projects maybe the middle of the night, but they get them done. So I think there's if you've got remote people, I don't know how to say this without people being offended, but you still have to supervise people. You still have to evaluate people and you still have to know. And after 9/11, when everybody's remote, people got real punchy about that. Like, how do we know that people are doing their job out there? Because there were many, many cases of people who weren't. One of my friends who is remote, she's a government worker. She is fanatic about her 8 o'clock and stopping for a break at 10. And she said, because I so value being at home, I want to make sure they know that I'm not taking advantage of it.
And I think as a manager too, knowing, so even my staff that is working on their telework days, they're still in our telework agreement requires this. You still have a set schedule. I know if Lisa works on Monday, she's clocking in by 8:30, working till 5. If I need to get a hold of her at all during that time, like if I'm trying to ping her and she's not responsive, that's a whole nother conversation. So when an employee fills out the telework agreement, which is required,
Okay,
they have to choose, they're selecting usually the days in which they're teleworking and the hours and stuff. That should still be, I still need my staff to be available and working during at least our core business hours. And I may allow them to have certain flexibilities, but they don't get to just work from like midnight to 3 a.m. on something. I still am looking at the quality of the project and the results. I think it's a combination, but even telework employees should be having set schedules still with their
Just like
managers.
enrollments. A manager should be managing that. We can send you all a copy of the agreement because it also has other legal things employees agree to, like you're not
do our
using
people
it.
sign that?
Yeah. That you're not using it as a substitute childcare,
So where
things like that. So.
Where do we fall in this process, Jenny? Has everybody had a chance to look at an agreement and choose what they're doing?
Yep, everybody has a signed agreement. In fact, we do an annual review to make sure everybody's agreements are up to date. Sharon just reminded staff that it's time to do our annual review. So that's something that we look at. And I completely agree with what Caroline was saying, all of our staff who are working remote know what hours they're working. They need to be available to us when we need to get in touch with them. We have regularly scheduled meetings with them. if, for example, I'll pick on Tracy, Tracy is going to be supporting a board retreat on a Saturday. She'll let me know I'm gonna be working on Saturday, so I'm planning to flex that next Friday. And make sure that that's okay with me as her supervisor, so I know, and we've set those expectations.
So the
on what her-
communication is very
what her
intentional.
schedule is. Exactly.
Very thorough.
I really loved what Caroline said about the intentionality of managing remote staff, because that is spot on.
So how
Can
how
we
many
let
state
these
library
guys
employees are
go
making
and then
use
do
of
our
it, and
thing?
to what extent are they making?
I
use
think
of
we
it?
got one more.
I
bag of
have
drinks for you.
another
Yeah, we have
presentation
it.
for you if you wanted. or
I'd
you
like
can
to
just
hear
take my
that
notes.
and then go to our thing and do it when they leave.
Oh.
If that's okay.
So one last question. So with regard to the state library, how's the uptake for the state library staff?
I would need Sharon to double check me, but I think we have about a third that are in the building. And then about 2/3 who are remote hybrid.
Okay.
We will get out of here, but we do have, Lisa has one more
maybe
thing on
I
job
can pass
classification.
this
We
I
out.
want to hear it.
Yeah,
I'm really
yeah, we
excited.
can
Oh,
present
are
it
you?
or pass it out or both.
I don't know if I have enough copies, but I'll pass it around.
I think
An overview of the state job description and classification practice was
Okay.
requested. And so that's why I am here.
Thank you.
I'll make it quick, but you can always follow up. So we'll start with job descriptions, and I think this would cover every position in this agency. All permanent and temporary positions are required to have a job description. Right now, agencies have some flexibility there. They can develop their own job descriptions or use state occupational standards that are developed by DOA, and I'll get into more of those in a second. I believe the library develops their own, am I correct? And then, for job descriptions, generally, you've probably seen them. They include the essential functions and responsibilities, the minimum qualifications, and then any like specific position-specific requirements. Really, the purpose is to document what the job does, not how you do it, but what is the job and what is required. For instance, if you had to travel 85% of the time, I'd want that on my job description. If you had to lift 50 pounds, you probably put that on the job description. So that's the type of information that goes on job descriptions. And then positions are classified. Let's go ahead and jump into classification. Classified or matched to occupational standards or benchmarks, which are developed by the Department of Administration. So that agencies have input into those standards, but ultimately we decide what they are at the Department of Administration. And so there's an occupational standard, it's one for each occupation. I'll walk you through, like an accountant. It will tell you what a basic level accountant does, and then there are levels on it. Accountant level 2 may work with a lot of different funding sources and have a more complex job than level 1, who's maybe just doing your basic travel reconciling. And then your level 3 accountant is the person that you need to have a CPA to do CPA required accountant work. And then there might be a supervisor level on it. So we develop standards for that for every occupation in the state government. And then if you
Wow.
include all the levels, there are 500 and some unique positions. Bonnie told me 534. I don't know the exact number, more than 500.
So I know that with our GIS people. There's
Yes.
GIS 1 and GIS. yeah.
Exactly, and then maybe a GIS
Thank you for
manager.
explaining that. And you guys set that.
We set that.
Thank you.
So we set that. You here at the library might write your GIS description, but then we at the Department of Administration take that job description and classify that description in the person's work to an occupational standard and tell you what it is. And you don't have any trained classifiers. The larger agencies do. They go through a whole training process. They get somebody who does that process for them. We do it for you guys. I'm actually a certified classifier. So I think I got picked to do this instead of our classification person. So we classify all of your positions. So if we had a GIS job, you had a new one, or you wanted to change it, that would have to go through to the Department of Administration to confirm that the job is what you said it is. And we don't just take your word, we actually come in and require you to give us pretty thorough work examples. Like, we'll look at the work manual, we'll look at the work product, we'll say, give me an example of the time that you did this. Okay, give me a better example. Do a job audit with a classification just to verify and confirm. It's really called a job audit, and that's what we look at. And then our
classifiers, one of our classifiers, we have a handful of them at state HR, will tell you, yes, this person is a GIS level 1. You've given me all the documentation to prove it. So that classified process goes through us, whereas the job description determining what the work is at the agency level. And to be matched, I put some details in there, we can skip it, but it has to be at least a 70% match to the standard to get classified to a standard. And I think we went through the rest of it. If you make a new position, so we don't have any work examples, so we come back 90 days later and get those work examples, and then we come back a year later and make sure you haven't changed anything, that 90 days is still accurate. So that's just run through the Department of Administration.
On a new position, it's really like an agency will have an idea and a job description of that work still for us to work from. But then the reality, right, you have an idea of what that work will look like, but then once you have an incumbent and they're working, sometimes that evolves a little, and that's why we come back at the 90 days in the year, because it's a new position, and we usually it's brand new, you don't have any other work like it. So we're just assessing and making sure the first assumptions were correct.
If you're making another GIS person and you tell us it's exactly the same as the one you already had, we'll do a memo and say, yeah, we agree, you've shown us that you're just adding one more person who's just like this other person. So the process is a little simpler if it's not totally new to the agency position. And I threw just a little piece on pay, but I think everybody knows this. All heavily employed pay adjustments, even if you reclassify somebody to a higher level, must be approved by the Office of Budget and Planning before they can be implemented. And so that includes reclassification adjustments, and we just went through labor negotiations, even negotiated pay. Even if you want to do something with the union, it needs to be approved by OPP before we could offer it in negotiations. So
And on that though, because y'all are a little different since we got an agency that reports to a board that all reports up, right? So I know the lieutenant governor, that's a big thing she's trying to work through this fall. Is because the last thing we want is for Jenny to do the work on a pay analysis, come to us, she presents it to y'all, we send it to the budget office, it gets denied. That ain't good for us, that ain't good for y'all, it's just not good for business. So I don't know what that looks like, but we are sensitive to the fact that yes, we have oversight, but it's a little bit different with the board. How do we kind of intersect that process? So we all are looking at it at the same time and it's not that kind of awkwardness of, you know, yeah.
Well, that was
Yeah,
what
we don't know what that looks like, but it is on our hit list.
Down the
of,
road.
Well, there's a whole pay analysis that's being done per law. I can't remember the bill number they put in looking at.
House Bill 893 maybe?
Yeah, 893s. I don't
That was
know.
my question with the classifications. You don't see a world in which Jenny would say we needed GIS 3 and you'd come in and look at it and say, no, you need 2 or 1. And
It does happen.
It does.
it does.
A little bit happen.
And they are the classifiers, so, you know.
So
like,
you would
that
make
is-
the
We don't say
decision.
we want.
Yeah, we are the decider on that. Yeah.
It's
What-
more that Jenny would say, here's the work that's
Right.
being done.
Oh,
You
I
might
see.
have an idea of what the level is,
I
maybe
see,
she's
that's
like,
what
I think it's a
the
level
question
3, and we're like, actually, it's a level
That's
2,
true.
so we're not dictating the work the position
I
does, that's the agency, we're just saying.
We're just saying it's a 2.
Yeah,
Okay.
and on the pay front, what we have been, working with boards and commissions and stuff on is, yes, that unique process, and so, we're really trying to partner with the agency to vet it, through our process, so that then by the time they bring it to you all, for example, they would know, like, it complies with all the things, everyone understands and is on board. So you would be the final approval after state HR and the budget office, right? Like, we kind of vet it, make sure it complies with whatever our existing policies are. Then Jenny would bring it forward to the commission to actually decide if that is something that's.
So the lieutenant governor wants to create kind of a
Mhm.
formal policy, if you will, for all boards, because it's all the same problem, right? So you kind of know, like, this is kind of how it should work. Same with contracting actions, that can get a little sticky.
Yeah.
Sometimes as well, that boards approve things and then my office is. No, we're not doing that.
Yeah.
So yeah, so we'll probably roll out something like that in the fall. But Lieutenant Governor and I've been brainstorming how to kind of balance that, those competing interests to make sure we're respectful of y'all's time. And we also are running through the traps like we do everything else, so. But more to come. Yeah. What else can we do for y'all?
Did that help?
This
I
is
kind of rushed through it
wonderful.
super fast.
No, this was wonderful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Really.
It
good.
all was.
The only other thing I would say about pay is that, and Director Giles spoke to this, there is a pay study that DFA does every 2 years. I think
not sure exactly what it'll look like under this other piece of legislation, but so those ranges of pay that you see on our HR dashboard are set by the study that DFA does.
And we do that market analysis, it'll be, we have it completed June. Like it'll be completed this June for budget, it's done in preparation for legislative budget planning. So we do set all, that's called the market analysis, that's still, it's required in statute, we still manage that process at Department of Administration. This other bill is looking at how that's done, but for the time being, it's continuing that same process. So when you see that market analysis with every occupation in state government, and then it'll have an entry or a minimum, a mid, and a max. That data comes from our analysis. We do a pretty in-depth market analysis with multiple sources to come to those ranges. And then when we, on there, you'll see the level that says mid-market. And when we talk about being 100% of market, because I always think this gets a little confusing, it's 100% of mid. If you get to that midpoint, that's 100% of market. But that data is all managed by Department of Administration, State Human Resources, and statutorily like outlined on how we do it. We have public sector, private sector, we look at various states, so it's a pretty thorough process. to establish.
Compensation specialist certified.
Yeah, this is all she does.
But that's really good information,
Yeah.
that 100% is mid, not the high range.
Yeah, you will have your high end that,
Right. But you called it, what'd you say?
mid, 100% of mid is considered 100%.
Midpoint of market.
At midpoint market,
Because we look at state data, we compare to other states, we look
Yeah.
at private sector. And
market value,
And
basically.
yeah, put that in,
Yeah.
and then, because, to kind of Lisa's point on classification, there's a couple things that we do, and it's us, it's not a thing, it's classification, and we set the program pay, those pay bands. Like, what is the minimum you can get paid, what's the absolute maximum, and the
But
maximum.
the goal is 100% of the mid range.
It's not really a goal.
It's a target,
Yeah.
I mean, 'cause
Reference.
I mean, you know this from your experience, I mean,
Yeah.
pay it's an art, a little bit, I mean, you definitely want to look at data, and then that data is instructive. But accountants, as the example I always use, Wall Street Journal actually did an article on this a couple years ago. We're like 110% of the max, and we still can't hire accountants, nobody can. Public sector, private sector, it's not a Montana problem, so that's the kind of stuff this analysis is gonna be digging into. Beyond how can we look at different things, is we've got some weird pockets that the data and reality of talking to our agency heads doesn't line up. Like, we should be able to recruit, but we can't. And, you know, we're in line with the private sector, we're in line with those targets, but so what are we doing wrong? So that's the kind of stuff that bill is gonna augment D of A's specialty to try to see what can we do better and different. Because the market is a little challenging in certain decisions. I mean, IT, engineers, lawyers, accountants, I mean, it's a hard game out there. So.
I have another question. Do you have any agencies or do you recommend having a log of what remote workers do or a task log, anything like that? Or do you just depend on the supervisors to make sure that that their workers are doing what they're supposed to be doing by project, by?
I would say in our experience, and our recommendations are usually to have the managers just holding the manager to a standard of effectively managing the staff. We don't have like a log sample or format or something. I don't know that I'm aware of an agency
A sign
necessarily
in, a
implementing
sign
it.
out, or anything like that.
And maybe there might be things at agencies, that's not something that we have visibility on, nor have we
Some
developed a
agencies do
template.
track logging of hours for specific projects. That's usually tied to funding or trying to get money for things. And I will say, you're logging those hours whether you're remote or not. It's a different purpose for the log.
Yeah, we leave it up to management discretion. I mean, in every cabinet agency, and then when you get into smaller agencies that are not necessarily in a cabinet department, it's a little bit different. So like for us, I mean, I have to have a OGSM, is what's called with governors, and objectives, goals, strategies, measures. I have a 6-month outlay. No matter the chaos, days like today, knuckleheads coming in, these are targets I gotta hit. So, but in turn, Carol Ann takes that and she has a bucket, and then she breaks that out into hers, and then she brings me a project sheet every week of like what's on her hit list, which means Lisa has one that's like, she knows her piece of the world. And they're probably the best case example of how it should work, of, you know, kind of one, like I do one-on-ones with Carol Ann, she does one-on-one with her staff, and no matter where you're at, there's a list of, here's what I updated on, here's what I'm working on this. It's a verbal kind of report out that I get of everything that state HR is doing, and then she does the same with like, of her 50 things. Lisa probably has 20 of those that she's at minimum,
Yeah.
right, that she's dealing
On
with.
the day.
Yeah, okay. In addition to her like day job of answering phone calls, kind of like things like, I said I will implement this system. I'm updating this policy. I'm preparing the library commission meeting, like stuff like that.
Right.
So, but we give agencies the flexibility, and agencies that have had some challenges, we told them doing great logs, whatever, it's management discretion.
So yeah,
I mean,
my remote staff have set hours and then the same kind of deadlines that I would give the person who's there every day.
Sure.
Yeah. But you won't find that one-to-one. I mean, we try to set the pace, set the tone, but be very respectful that every agency has a different work that they do, different citizen that they serve, and a different culture.
Now, do you hire some people based on a project? Like, this is a project that has to be complete in 9 months, and it's very specific, and you're hired to run that, and then at the end of the 9 months, the project ends, does the job end? Or then do we sort of,
Can do that.
you
We
can,
typically
okay.
don't do that,
Okay,
though.
'cause
We
you hire
would usually
people to
recommend
take
you
another job.
contract it out to an independent contractor.
Okay, so you do it to an independent if
Yeah,
it
what you
wasn't gonna
can
be
do
long.
though, it may not be 9 months, but great example, pulling in my other job, I get stuck with broadband. So I have modified positions, so all agencies have the flexibility to create a position outside of legislative session that kind of live in this obscurity world of state HR, but not in budget land. Because obviously needs come up, right? But those positions expire. You have to renew them every year with the budget office. The budget office has to approve. So
Okay.
for me, for example, broadband is time limited. The funds run out in 2028. So I've got 5 staffers. They're fantastic. They know they either got to come work in the mothership and do something else or go find a job. They are time limited. The money will run out. That project goes away.
Okay,
So bigger programs like that, to your point, we do that. I think if you had a 9 to 12 month thing, we would really encourage an agency to find somebody that you can do a small independent contract with and just pay them, separately. That way you're not firing a hard body, and we're also not taking on the liability of the
okay.
healthcare and benefits and the workers' comp.
that makes sense.
Because that fringe does cost, about 30% on top of that salary ticker. So. Yeah, kind of depends, but if you've got a longer tail, I can totally do it. Like I said, I got a whole team that they're modified, they know their job expires, they're happy as clams to be broadband, but they know they turn into pumpkins in 3 years. It's part of their agreement, it's part of their contract. Sorry, I'm from the South, I'm pretty thoughtful stuff. Gotta keep it light, right? Well, thank y'all for letting us come and present. Like I said, if y'all have other questions, I think well, Jenny definitely knows how to reach me, but I think most folks know how to reach these ladies as well, so we're happy to come back and give you whatever you need, so.
Thank you
Yes,
for.
and I appreciate Lisa is.
Oh, thank y'all. We'll let y'all get back at it, get out of your hair.
And thank you for the,
Yes.
Thank you, and I emailed those to Melissa if we didn't get enough.
no.
Oh,
you
no,
know,
they all have enough. We have extras too. Thank you. Thank you, Lisa.
You want me to stop?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm good.
All right.
Now, I'm really interested what Carmen wanted to talk about, and that's what, how does this apply to us, but do you wanna do it now, or do you wanna?
Let's see.
Let's go ahead and let's go ahead and,
Can we
accommodate these.
recognize-
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, let's
we're
do-
gonna
let's-
recognize rats. Sorry, I'm not gonna call him Dave.
Or David.
David. David. I don't wanna be called his mother again.
She's wonderful.
Oh, well.
I wouldn't mind it if I told you another, I would have been a very secure person.
Well, as you may know, Bryce is Rax's supervisor. Unfortunately, Bryce couldn't be here today, but he provided some nice comments that I'm gonna read. I'm super excited about reading out loud to all of you. So here's what Bryce had to say. I'm very sorry I can't be with you today, but I'm very happy to share with you a brief summary of Ratz's 20 years of service with Montana State Library and Montana Natural Heritage Program. In 2005, when Ratz was hired, web resources for the Montana Natural Heritage Program were very basic compared to what we have now. In short, we had a lot of information sitting in database tables or worse yet, on hard copy forms. It was not very accessible, and it took a lot of staff time to summarize when information requests were filed to inform environmental review, permitting, and planning processes. Ratz was first hired as an employee of the Natural Resource Information System, INRIS, where he split his programming time between INRIS and the Heritage Program. About a year or so after he was hired, Our director, Sue Crispin, scheduled a long meeting of the Heritage Program managers to envision what we wanted our web pages to do in order to better serve the natural resource managers and general public. We knew that web delivery of information would only be more and more important to meeting the mission of the program, and we needed a full-time web programmer to achieve our vision. We were united on the importance of our vision for web resources, and the Heritage Program hired Rats as a full-time employee. 19 years later, it is clear that we had both the right instincts on our vision for creating web applications that would display all of the Heritage Program's spatial and tabular data, and that Rats was the right person to achieve this. Rats took the rough ideas of what we thought we wanted and made them come to life, often making them better than we thought might be possible. It is quite an experience to sit next to Rats and watch him type at full speed, using only a keyboard to navigate and write down and move code around, while he carries on a conversation with you about what you might want something to do or look like, and then watch it come to life. He is quite simply a brilliant full stack web developer with skills ranging from database to several coding languages, graphical design, quickly learning the latest and greatest tools available in the ecosystem of web design. He has taken the raw data that we store in our databases and helped us summarize it spatially and tabularly in web applications that can be easily understood by natural resource managers and the general public. Most notably, Rats deserves much credit for developing first our map viewer web application, which provides spatial and tabular summaries of information for species and habitats to all Montanans, and provides 1,700 natural resource managers with environmental summary reports for their projects of interest in a matter of minutes. And second, the Montana Field Guide, which now provides information on nearly 18,000 species and habitats in Montana to around 600,000 users a year, and gets 86 hours of use on the average workday. His impacts are far beyond the borders of Montana, as many programs in the network of natural heritage programs across the US and Canada have emulated what he has done here. We have more work to do and goals to accomplish, but it is very personally rewarding for me to look back at all that Rats has accomplished with the Heritage Program. I've really enjoyed working with him. Please join me in thanking him for his service to Montana and beyond.
Wow.
Echo that. Thank you so much for all the work you've done for the program, for the library, and for the state of Montana.
Yes, thank
you.
Your magical pen.
Thank you. And one thing that I'll say is, one thing that I kind of come to the Heritage Program with, Heritage is a lot of scientists, a lot of biologists. And I had to start learning the Latin names for things, which I still just scramble, I guess, at it. But Bryce in particular would come up with an idea, and he would come up with 3 paragraphs of a description that he wants on a webpage. And I'm reading through this, and I said, I'm Joe Public. This doesn't make sense. You're way too complicated in how you're saying this. And so I'm a really good arguer, and Bryce and I would, and we would end up with something better than both of us came up with. So I like that collaboration aspect of it, to be able to understand his point of view, understand my point of view, and how the public and researchers and academia are using our website. So my goal is to get the information out there in as good a usable position as possible.
Oh, I think we're blessed. I think we're blessed to have somebody who was so early on into the field and realized where it was going.
I started my first job when I was 17.
Yeah, so you were really ahead of the curve on seeing where this was all going.
You
And
know how Mike Gross says that you don't need college? I took like 6 months of a computer class. And I said, I don't want to go to college. I've had enough school. I want to get out there and start working. So I doubled my salary in 3 years and working down on K Street in DC.
Oh.
So that was kind of my first introduction to it, and just been going gangbusters ever since.
well,
Thank
I
you.
just, we're
Thank you
just,
very
I'm
much.
listening to that. I'm so impressed. And thank you for putting things in terms we can understand.
Yes.
I pride myself in being the connector between the nerd and the regular person.
Are you
Yeah.
calling
I
Bryce
can
a nerd? I can't wait till we see.
I can explain things with parables and other stories and examples to get it so that it's understandable. Just ask my mom, she's kind of.
Yeah. That's a gift,
Yes.
really.
Oh, thank you, thank you. All right.
Wow, this has just been like a
Oh my
incredible overflow, but of great information.
All right, so.
I wanted to go to Carmen's questions. That I asked her to wait on. How this applies to us.
You want to go to 11:30 on the agenda?
No, I wanted to go to your
Hold
question on
hold
how things
Let's-
apply.
Just a second, we need to. Let's be a little bit considerate of Sarah being here.
Yeah,
So let's go ahead with the,
but we will. come
ALA
back to this.
discussion.
Yeah.
Yeah. We'll go ahead with the ALA and then we'll go on to visit with her a little further.
I'm sorry, I lost my mind.
You couldn't get down there, I'm sorry.
I have to go back in my notes, I'm sorry.
I have to get the computer back up.
Oh, wait, there.
Okay, here we are. We're at the American Library Association motion review. And that was previously,
11:30 it was item, yes.
so the motions previously was made by Commissioner Tom Burnett to immediately withdraw from the American Library Association and discontinue any further payments except for existing contracts to it or its subsidiaries. The body of the letter to the ALA is as follows. Did everybody read that? Should I read it out loud? Okay, dear Executive Board and officers, the purpose of this letter is to announce the Montana State Library's immediate separation from the ALA, our oath to office and resulting duty to the Constitution forbids association with an organization led by a Marxist. Sincerely, the MSL Commission. Then we went on and voted to withdraw from ALA. At that point, Emily Dubinsky was the president of ALA. Her term as ALA president was from July 2023 to June of 2024. And then, so. We need to have a discussion concerning that, or we wanted to have a discussion. It
We
was
have to update.
suggested, go ahead.
Yeah,
Go
so I just figured we should revisit that. One thing that Tammy pointed out is this DEI thing. I'm not entirely sure how it plays out, but any kind of government agency is not supposed to have any DEI involvement. And so I went on the ALA website because I thought about this motion. And of course, the ALA is not government, they can do whatever they want. They're heavy duty into DEI, it's on their website, it's a big program for them. And I also thought of this motion and the thought behind it is basically politics. And I would like to reaffirm this motion. The reason would be different, it would be DEI related, that we need to make sure we stay away from the ALA. But I've also recently become aware of how many associated sub entities exist under the ALA's umbrella. And I think we should include those in a motion. And I took a stab at it. And I know that at this point, we don't need to make a motion to withdraw from the ALA because we've already done it, but I didn't know how else to word this. So a suggestion is, I move that the Montana State Library withdraw from, cease involvement with and payments to any ALA subsidiaries, including but not limited to ALA divisions, roundtables, offices, committees, affiliates, chapters, and other groups and organizations that the ALA maintains collaborative relationships with. And the idea is that we touch nothing DEI related.
Where'd you get the wording?
I made it up.
But I mean, the various,
I went on the website to see what all.
and they have all that,
sub-organizations they
okay,
have. They have divisions, roundtables, offices,
Okay.
committees, affiliates, and chapters,
okay,
all under the ALA umbrella.
okay.
And I just think we need to be thorough with this and distance ourselves from all of this. And that's why I brought this up. So I would like to hear what the other commissioners have to say.
I think it's very timely.
And we
to
could
that.
bring up, if we wanted to look at the ALA website, and verify this. If this matters to anyone else.
Well,
to
I
act-
think it's
to
very
actually
timely we
see it.
bring it back up because it was based on that leadership person who's not there.
Right.
So we have to have another reason, and I would agree with you with we have to be very careful with our funding not to lose a lot of money over the DEI, and they can do what they want to do, but they obviously don't care because that's very heavy.
Well, and they're not obligated to.
No, they're
a
not.
Private entity.
Are they a private? I
Yes.
didn't know that. I
Yeah.
guess I assumed with the name that
They're
they were a
not-
government agency, but
No,
You know, I think the wording of adding what we have worded the subsidiaries covers that? But
I
doesn't
just-
that cover?
I want it to be very specific because it is incredible once you start looking how many sub entities they have created. There's everylibrary.org. There's so many other organizations that you wouldn't think are ALA organizations, but they are. So I just wanted us to be as specific and thorough as we possibly can.
Jenny, do you think that's an issue?
You know, we have maintained our, disassociation with ALA. We have not associated with United for Libraries, the Public Library Association. To be clear, everylibrary.org is a separate organization. They're not, but there are others for sure, and we have maintained that disassociation. You know, I think there needs to be a larger discussion, in my opinion, about the involvement with chapters, because that does involve then the staff's the ability to work with the Montana Library Association.
we do have to address that.
Mm-hmm.
I'm very interested in Carmen's point that the reason we withdrew is not valid now, because I don't know who the new person is, but the other person was specifically very open about the fact that, you know, she was.
That was our reasoning of that.
Yeah, and she was. Tom, we're discussing the ALA topic that a year ago. You made the motion and we pulled out, and it was based much on the leadership. Who's not there now, so we need to. Do we need to have another reason? And Carmen suggesting that if nothing else, we will lose all our funding with the DEI from the federal government, which is significant, 1.4 million. And that is absolutely their focus right now. If you go to their webpage. So. You have anything to add to that?
Madam Chair, I'm perfectly happy being disassociated. Commission?
Yeah, so do we have to even give a reason?
The reason was not in the motion. It was
just
it was in the
the
body of
letter.
the letter that we sent to them.
Okay.
The motion was to withdraw. There was no reason given in the minutes, in the motion.
And I don't think we need to do any more than that. We don't have to update it or anything.
Our action was not time limited.
No, so it's fine. Unless,
And this item on the agenda is not an action item, it's a discussion.
No.
item.
Right.
I am just proposing or giving a suggestion of a motion because I want to be very intentional and very specific and very thorough with this. The other thing I'm seeing the ALA do that kind of harkens back to the electioneering and the lobbying is that they're very much veering, instead of educating librarians about librarianship, advocacy, 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 which to me is a disingenuous word, because advocacy stands for lobbying. Because their advocacy is all about funding and laws. That's straight up lobbying. To me, there's no difference whether the ALA pumps a bunch of money into a legislative issue or the tobacco company. It's the same idea. It's all lobbying. So that's also one of my thought processes behind this. Politics and lobbying, we, especially as public libraries, we can only lose if we dive and wade further and further into political debates. So I see the ALA moving full bore advocacy, collect money, spend it on legislative issues. And that's also part of what's behind my motion and wanting to be so very thorough. Let's not touch any of that, because I think we as libraries in Montana can only lose if we align ourselves with any political side.
Tom, Carmen's motion takes off the webpage from the ALA. Would you read it again, what those are?
Withdraw from, cease involvement with, and payments to any ALA subsidiaries, including but not limited to ALA divisions, roundtables, offices, committees, affiliates, chapters, and other outside groups the ALA maintains collaborative relationships with. So this is super thorough, and it's purposefully that way. So it's just a discussion item. I want to know what the rest of you think.
Madam Chair, I agree with the motion, when it's presented. I agree with the content of the motion, as it just makes it thorough. It makes, our separation more thorough. And it infiltrates all of the angles and aspects of connection to ALA.
I find it really helpful because when I was reviewing what the CE credits were 2 years ago and how many, were the providers were hard to find. There were 37 different providers for the classes that we grouped. But many of them traced back to subsidiaries or whatever they were, ALA classes. But they called them different things. They have more than you can imagine. And when I did the research on the junior, what do we call it in the library now, the junior area of kids books? That all came from them, and they divided it as ages 12 through 26. That's how they define which is not what anybody, I think. So I think you have to, I don't know, I guess I agree with you, Carmen. It's snakes.
Madam,
So we cannot have a motion.
No, we have to.
we-
What do we need?
discussion
We just
for-
would clarify the motion. That's what this would be.
We're discussing.
Right, but I mean, do we need to clarify it? I would support doing that, but is it just gonna open a can of worms for us? I don't know.
Can of snakes.
Can of snakes and tentacles.
Go ahead, Peggy.
Madam Chair,
Chapters,
Just a second, Brian. Peggy.
about the chapters and what that would mean with the Montana Library Association. Would we not go to their conference? Would we not present? Would we not have anything to do? But that's our librarians. That's our Montana librarians.
I think
So that's
that
a
out.
really big concern for me.
You have to figure that out.
So before
So
we
let's,
change
can we go online on here on one of our screens?
Just, yeah. Let's let Brian, go ahead. Go ahead, Brian.
so I actually want to just echo what was just said, that I have concerns about breaking ties with Montana Library Association. I actually think we should be doing the opposite. We should be strengthening our relationship with MLA. That's where all of our constituents, that's their professional organization. And MLA, as I stated at the last meeting, is not directly affiliated with it. It's not part of ALA. It's a independent nonprofit organization. And I think we need to foster a good relationship with them. And this, it's not a motion again, what Carmen has put out, but this proposal to sever ties with all the chapters in particular, I think would be to the detriment of the state library. It would be very difficult for the state library to fulfill some of its mission if it weren't able to collaborate with MLA, because that's the organization that our librarians belong to. So I would oppose this proposal. Thank you.
Could we go online to ALA.org, please? If you can find it, go to about ALA and our mission.
Or about in our mission, that would be at the top.
And then go to affiliates.
Okay, I found the mission, and then you're saying under it, go to affiliate advocacy information.
So this gives you, there's 28 right there. So
Oh,
somewhere in there should be the
okay, I found it.
chapters.
Oh, MLAs,
There's a
Chapters,
listed on here somewhere. Maybe they're
Chapters?
under chapters, not those, I don't know, or
state,
scroll all
state
the way
and
down.
regional chapters.
We go to wrong place.
Try to go back. Right. And then
Daily
ALA
chapters.
State chapter.
So the MLA is an official state chapter, and I want to point you to the resources that are offered, which is right below here. Scroll down just a little bit. Advocacy, advocacy, advocacy. So I see a strong desire to get into the political arena.
oh, they're very much in.
No entity has benefited from getting drawn into this. If you look at the sports teams that, ended up making political statements, I think our libraries need to stay out of this, and I think the ALA is moving in that direction. And I think that will be to our detriment to be a part of that. And the MLA is an official chapter. It may be legally a separate 501c3, but still, there's the resources. I'm assuming that they're being used. I don't really know. And I'm looking forward to the presentation, how the MLA sees itself currently. But I see them as part of this move to enlist the libraries in politics. And that's not good.
Just for the commission's awareness, the ALA has had an office. I'm not gonna remember the name of the office now. It's based in Washington, DC. They have lobbied for IMLS funding in particular, including libraries in workforce development issues and others. That's been a decades-long practice of the American Library Association.
So they've been political a long time.
Yeah.
Yes. But their political leanings may not be what people are. Like they're representing one group.
I mean, I don't see anything on here that tells you how to be a great librarian. What I see is so-called advocacy, which I would love to exchange that with the word lobbying. And I agree with Brian that I think we need a state organization for librarians. It's just a shame that the MLA and the ALA are going off in this direction. Which which I think distracts from their core mission, which is to support librarians. And yes, funding is certainly a big issue, but if that's where you're focusing your efforts, it's a bit sad. Because there's more than money to librarianship. Especially when you're talking public libraries, so.
I'll read this, 3 sentences from the advocacy and issues page there at ALA. As libraries and library workers nationwide grapple with attacks on our field. There's a context to that phrase, and shifts in the national policy landscape context. ALA continues our longtime advocacy work to stand up for libraries. Advocacy is central to everything we do. From intellectual freedom context to library funding. ALA will always be ready to stand up and to advocate for libraries.
Well, one of their main topics for the last year was libraries transforming communities. Bolstering libraries as central community leaders by equipping librarians with new tools and resources. And it says libraries transforming communities seek to strengthen libraries' role as a core community leader and a change agent. I don't think that's true. I don't think libraries are set up to transform communities and be change agents. I think their purpose is to make information available for what they're looking for and their people are, but not to make them a change agent that's just absolutely false. In my mind, that's just not what libraries are for. They're not for transforming communities. They're for reflecting communities' want and need for information. And that's not what they're doing. And I think that's, for me, a very frightening thing.
And it just occurred to me that none of these statements off the ALA website mention the word book or reading. I think we're losing our way here. We don't even talk about reading anymore.
No.
I'm looking at the Montana Library Association website, and it's got different, I'm looking even at their bylaws. That it's to promote library interests and development. One of their first ones in their handbook said it started in 1906. It's been around a while, so I think we should move on and listen to our MLA person, and I mean, this is a discussion topic anyway, so let's continue with the discussion and move it towards the Montana Library Association. We're already withdrawn from the American Library Association.
Well, Sarah,
Yes, let's go ahead.
Thanks for having me. Chair Scribner, commissioners, Sarah Widger, the immediate past president of the Montana Library Association. It's a 3-year term. I was the vice president, president-elect. This just finished my presidential year in June, and now I'm the past president. So it's good to see all of you. Brian, hi, online. Thanks for inviting me to come provide some clarity about the role of Montana Library Association and the relationship between ALA and MLA. Apologize for all the acronyms. There are a lot. Well, I guess just 2 in this one, but as Brian had said in your last meeting, we're a fully independent 501c3 organization. I'll read you our mission. We have the mission of developing, promoting, and improving library and information services and the profession of librarianship in order to enhance learning and ensure access to information for all. So we have our own legal status, we have our own budget, the bylaws, board of directors, and operational autonomy. MLA membership, so where we stand as an ALA chapter is that MLA membership every 3 years, we elect an ALA representative, and that ALA representative
attends the ALA meetings, the annual meetings in end of June every year. And that position gives MLA a voice at the national stage. But we receive no direction or instruction from ALA on our governance, on our activities, on our priorities, on our work, on our budget, the things we do, the conferences we hold, all of the operational work that MLA does is on behalf of MLA Montana libraries and Montana librarians. When we engage with ALA, it is of our own accord. We do not receive direction or instruction on our annual activities. We report to them every year with our numbers, our stats in terms of who our membership is, what our division makeup is. We have 3 divisions: public, special, academic, and school library divisions. And then we have separate committees within the organization. So we have the opportunity to attend chapter leadership trainings. We are never required to attend those trainings. And we are invited to apply for grants related to specific projects or programs at our discretion. It's never a requirement that a chapter apply for something or attend any kind of training. But like I said, our decisions and our actions are made up entirely by our board of directors and in response to things that membership has requested. So as an example, the most recent involvement MLA has had with ALA has been a grant that we received last summer. And that resulted in the launching of the Montana Library Assistance Helpline. And that is a tool and an email address and a partnership with Helena-based attorney Chris Goss. You know him, you have heard presentations from him, I believe. He and his law firm have a contract with MLA to help answer libraries and librarians' legal questions for free. And they do not have to be MLA members to receive this benefit. It can be anyone who has a legal question, can email the helpline in Montana, and they will receive assistance from this helpline. And I appreciate the opportunity to provide this clarity. I'm available if you have specific questions, but I am in agreement with Peggy and Brian and even you, Carmen, knowing that this partnership is an important one. And we at MLA really appreciate the collaboration and that you have been attending the conference, and I hope that that will continue. I was speaking with you just about a year ago, and I remember in your January working session that you said that this would be a fresh start. This year would be a fresh start between MLA and the commission, and I'm looking forward to that. I think we had a really successful conference with you all in attendance, and I think that it was appreciated by our membership. So what questions do you have for me?
So if you're not, if MLA is not using the resources offered by the ALA much, what would you lose if you were not a subchapter of the ALA, but just an entity by yourself?
We would lose that chance to have a voice at the ALA Council. I think that there are chapter representatives from each chapter, and if it wasn't the Montana Library Association sending a representative that the membership voted on, that Montana wouldn't have a voice at that stage. We have voiced frustration with some of their actions recently, and we make the choice to remain a chapter because of the historical partnership with them. And when we rely on them, they're there, they respond in kind, they're very helpful, but we are independent and we would lose that historical partnership and that voice, I'd say.
Go ahead.
Would you be free to say in what areas you disagree?
I can't speak on behalf of MLA for that, so I'm going to refrain. Thank you. but good question.
How much was the grant for Chris Prop?
The total grant was $10,000.
And how long does it last?
Until the money runs out.
Okay.
Yeah.
I
can-
would just voice that I get a little concerned by that whole thing there,
Hmm.
along with what we're talking about, because we've been telling librarians that it, especially, I know it depends, so I'm being careful to say this. But if you're a county library or city library, you need to go to the city attorney and the county attorney for the legal aspect. And this could be a real contradiction if this gentleman is giving them advice that's totally different from their county attorney, their city attorney. I remember in that first meeting I attended as a commissioner with and I loved it. We had a packed room and it was fun. But one of the gals, very specifically said, we need legal advice. And I pointed out, you need to go to your county, whatever. She goes, well, we don't like their advice. Well, but it's still what you're legally bound to do. And I understand that, sometimes you don't like the legal advice you're getting, but I would hope that he's very careful.
Yeah, very good point. Sure. Chair Scrivener. I maybe said advice and I meant to say information. I
Okay.
should say that.
Okay.
He provides legal information. If legal advice is needed, that is, and there is also an opportunity to obtain legal services through an institutional membership with MLA. But that is a separate contract than the helpline. So the helpline is open for anybody who has questions. We fielded 29 this year, if that's of interest, about everything from, hey, can you read this policy just to make sure we're not missing anything before we go to update? Can you help us with this interlocal agreement to make sure we have another set of eyes on it? But yes, we agree, Commissioner Hall, that the first point of order should always be your library's already retained legal counsel through the city or county. We completely agree. Yeah, this is a supplement, not meant to replace.
So how is that different from asking the state library consultants the same question?
I am not sure what the state library consultants have authority to disclose, and I think that the background, the expertise of having Chris Goss is he's an attorney and he does have an MLIS, so he is very ingrained in the world, and I know the consultants are also very ingrained, but they don't have that legal background. So it's just years of experience.
He was
and
a trustee,
education.
right? He was a school board.
Yes,
was a
he worked,
school board
yeah,
attorney,
yep,
but-
he worked for the Montana School Board.
But he was also a library trustee, I thought.
He's a library director right now
Okay.
in Helena College. Just
Do any funds from the membership dues go to ALA?
We pay a chapter dues fee. That's
No, but not.
not
directly from
specifically
your
from
membership.
membership. It'd just be from our operational expenses. It's not ever targeted like this number of memberships is going to pay our ALA chapter dues. It's an operational expense. for
Well, the
us.
reason why I was asked
Yeah,
was
right,
when we
yeah.
were in a local teachers organization, you automatically paid into the national organization, so I wanted to
No.
compare the differences.
Not a
So-
requirement. Yeah,
Okay.
you're not required to be an ALA member if you're an MLA member.
Okay,
Um,
there's a distinction.
yeah, and then another benefit, speaking to what we would maybe lose. ALA has a program or a membership type for students, library students. Where if they get an ALA membership, they get the state chapter membership for free, so they don't have to pay double if they would want to participate in both or learn about both. I can't tell you off the top of my head how many people take ALA up on that. I know when I was a library student, I did not, but it's available. It's an option.
I would point out that 2 years ago, when I did that research on those classes that were offered, there were several MLA classes that were offered by MLA.
Several ALA classes or?
There were a couple that ALA, but there's also quite a few from MLA
Yeah.
courses that were offered to our library.
Yeah, we work closely with the continuing education coordinator to make it easy for people pursuing their CE tracks to track things that they take at MLA conferences, and that is a never a requirement, it's a courtesy arrangement, because so many people would be entering them anyway as independent learning. If they weren't already listed, it's a time saver really for the coordinator.
So I don't have, I mean, I'm not referring to this because this isn't our, but I would say that if we did somehow separate from MLA, then their classes that are part of the CE would no longer be. So I'm just saying we'd lose that resource. Now, maybe that's okay. I don't know, but I would point to that.
Yeah, and I'm looking too at the librarians. What will they be losing? If we did separate, I think it's a huge. They depend on MLA a lot for education, for support, for resources. Yeah.
But how are we affiliated with MLA other than we go to the convention, we pay quite a bit. I think the last time, what was the fee for us to go to the convention?
I don't remember off the top of my head what the cost of the conference is. I think we would want to give some real thought to what we as an agency would lose.
I would,
What our staff would lose, how it would impact our services to libraries, and what we would do to address those losses. I don't feel like we're in a position to offer you that information today, because it would be significant.
Tracy, I see you nodding your head. Can I ask you? Give your ideas.
I'll just share my perspective as a staff member. So MLA is not anonymous to me. It's actually the librarians that we work with and some board members all the time. The MLA conference is actually work-wise one of the most efficient uses of my time. You cannot imagine how many consulting questions I answer in that time that I'm there, because there's just something about when people see you face to face, they'll be like, hey, Tracy, like years ago, I said to myself, give up ever going to a CE session at MLA, because it's just not going to happen. Because I would always be getting these, please meet with me, I have this question. And so it is actually a work event for me. And I do know, just because my staff saw this on the agenda, that they felt very sad because they get a lot personally out of going to the MLA conference. They get also efficient work, but also the camaraderie and the continuing education, and we hear about things that are going on and try to get them before a fire starts. That's always the goal. And so I would be sad if we separated, and I would feel the loss because of those connections. Oh, thanks, Dawn. Oh. Whatever that was. Thanks for letting know.
Spider?
Oh,
my gosh. Is it a spider? Oh dear, you are the spider killer. Woo! I appreciate that. I am the only person who went to Charlotte's Web and said the last scene before the spider gave all the babies out, somebody get a shotgun. Okay, so I don't know that I would like personally, because I find both sides of this very, very informative and helpful. And I haven't really gone to one side or the other yet. I would like to know how we're affiliated with MLA and what we do financially, what we give to them, what we get back from them. I am concerned that they are affiliated with ALA. I think you make a good point that you can try to make a difference, but when I was on the school board, I was the representative for 4 years for the NSBA, and it was like talking to a wall. But
yes, although
At least you're doing it.
Yeah, we keep trying.
Keep chipping, but,
Yeah.
so could we get that information? Does Tom, do you want, or anybody else want it, or? is it-
Go ahead, Tom.
I'm wondering if we have the same type of connection with any other private organization,
Any other library association?
any
or-
other non-governmental organization in the private sector.
Our, our GIS staff, or, we partner with the Montana Association of Geographic Information Professionals. They're another group of information professionals, and we have reciprocal relationships with them. You know, we provide trainings at their conferences. That's a time for us to engage with GIS professionals. Megip has a seat on the council that we talked about earlier, so that they can have a voice into those kinds of standard development.
I have no doubt that we have something to lose. And I think each of us needs to balance what is worth more. I think there are lots of ways to get professional development for librarians. The MLA offers a lot. I agree that the conference and the getting together in person would be very sad to lose. But I balance that with the absolute disaster that I've seen happening over the last few years, with especially public libraries becoming politicized. And I see the ALA as a prime mover in that problem, and they don't seem to want to stop. And I think it's gonna destroy our public libraries. We had a wonderful, non-controversial brand practically worldwide. That was your public library.
Yeah, we did.
And we are no longer
We've lost it.
that trusted, revered entity. And I lay a lot of blame at organizations like the ALA, who have enlisted libraries in the political fight and in the culture wars. And I think the entities that get dragged into this are losing. And I would love it if we could pull, especially our Montana public libraries, out of this quagmire and help them get back to their uncontrovertible public good status that they used to have. And then weighing that with the need for a statewide professional entity. And if I felt that the MLA was on the side of neutrality and staying out of politics, I would not dream of wanting to disassociate. Because we have things to lose.
We're not
But
telling
I look
librarians
at
they
my
can't go.
library in Flathead County and where our problems have come from over the last few years. And it is the political polarization.
Straying is
If
very
we
difficult.
could find a way back out of that and regain the public trust, then we win. So this whole thing with the ALA and the MLA, this is where it comes from. I want to help our libraries to get back to neutral ground and to be seen as neutral ground. I know there's always a difference between reality and perception. But you gotta work on the reality and then change the perception as well. And I think public libraries have lost that trust. And unless we work hard at getting it back, I think we're gonna go down the toilet. The numbers are down of visitation, reading is down. We've really lost our way. You know, and the word reading not even occurring in these examples on the ALA website. The heck are they about? I understand it's not just physical books. You read different ways, you get information different ways. But we're losing our way if we're not trying to fight for reading and fight for what public libraries really were supposed to be.
We're not denying or even talking about denying any librarians the right to go to MLA.
That's right, we're not.
We have to
saying-
make that really clear. I mean, when you said your librarians would be so sad, I agree with them. I mean, you know, the MLA is, if they want to go to those conventions and offer whatever, I think it's, I would, personally say that there have been some very offensive workshops to trustees and some presenters that I don't think you probably knew were gonna stand up there and call trustees names and say they're a bunch of idiots. I mean, that's a very unfortunate workshop. But maybe that needs, but that's up to the MLA to do. But that kind of thing really spins in a bad way. We're not denying anybody anything to go. And that's really important.
So maybe what would be useful would be to charge Jenny with giving us sort of an audit of all the ways that we are involved with MLA, so we can weigh.
That's what I
What
said.
we
I'd like
lose
to-
by making this stand. What we gain, in my opinion, is I see this as an attempt to pull us out of politics, pull libraries out of the political fight. Maybe that's not how it comes across, I don't know, but this is my intention. Neutral, libraries are neutral ground. Every part in your town or city is becoming politicized, including football games. Let's find a politics-free neutral space. Let's bring the libraries back to it. So maybe Jenny could give us an audit, what our involvement is. What we stand to lose if we separate ourselves further from the MLA, or if there's a way to collaborate that serves the purpose. Give us some feedback on that.
Go ahead, Tom.
I'd like that audit to include analysis of the political component, which Commissioner Cuthbert's into that. The worldview that may be endorsed, promoted, or taught at MLA. So that we can see we can see that side of the equation too. Because if that is troubling to us, we need to weigh that against the benefits of the meeting of one of our official people. Because if you went as a private citizen, that wouldn't be quite the same. No. So that's a benefit to you and your work and the people who have questions for you. But what Carmen has outlined, and my adult children with their children have described as their troubles with public libraries. Is the other half of the audit, please.
And maybe you could, for each activity or collaboration that you find, evaluate it with regard to MCA 22121, which is the one about I think it's the ethics thing about lobbying and electioneering. Anything in that direction, in addition to the world view, like with the posters that I felt came too close to political involvement. Just evaluate.
May I just say something about visiting a public library in recent months? And I went past the children's library, and they have these plywood displays about this tall, and then they have maybe 3 different levels, sort of pyramid. And children's librarian will post books there for the attention of the little patrons. And as I walked past, there was a book exposed, its face was exposed. And it was shocking. And it was put right at the eye level for a 6-year-old who was just learning to read words.
No, 3-year-old.
Yeah, 3-year-old couldn't read.
Well, but it was picture book.
Yeah. The offending picture wasn't on the front, but the words were. And I mentioned this to a library trustee, and this trustee said, that is shocking. The librarians that I approached about it were cavalier. So that's the kind of thing. That's worldview that, that I'm speaking of specifically.
I'd go back to the big concern I have is this whole thing of being change agents. I have a very good friend and relative who graduated from journalism school, U of M. And the speaker at the graduation said, your job as journalists is to go out and change the world. No, it is not their job to change the world. It is their job to report what's going on. And this whole thing of change agent advocacy anymore means indoctrination and politicizing. That's what it means. And I just think we have to be really, really careful of this whole change agent. We're in a very, very painful culture war. And I'm not real concerned what adults want to do, but I'm very concerned about our kids, our grandkids. And I'm hearing this, as Tom is saying, more and more and more. People are absolutely appalled where libraries are taking their children with they call it advocacy, but it's indoctrination. And if people aren't going to face that reality, or they're going to be cavalier, as you say, about it, I can't do much, but I can say no. For me, no. For me, you have millions, literally millions of books for children, millions that you have been written and are out there that you could choose. Do we have to be so offensive? Do we have to set out to be shocking? Are there other places? Yes. They go to the web, they go to Amazon.
Okay, well, I think that we have given Jenny a charge. She understands it.
Thank you for coming. I really appreciate it. I feel like you're in the same place.
And I mean it when I say I'm happy to be here, and I would like to be a part of that conversation with Jenny, so I can give her the information from our perspective too, and I'm happy to be here and help this continue, because it is important to us too, to keep this going, to keep this collaboration and this open door to you. You're powerful voices in this state, and libraries look up to you, and we couldn't do the good work we do without you. So like, we would lose something too. It's not just the libraries, MLA would lose something.
And I appreciate what Chairperson Robin was saying, that we need to keep in mind the libraries and the librarians ultimately in this discussion.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Sarah.
We'll talk.
Okay.
Thanks, Robin.
Okay, thank you. Thanks for coming.
Yeah.
Thanks, Tracy. Jeez. All right, let's go ahead. Let's see, where are we now? Oh, my goodness. That was back at 10:30, so, I'm not sure where we're going from.
I should be on the 1:15.
Well,
But I wanted to go back. No, I think it's at least get our job program. You said that we do have job descriptions for the 1245.
They are there.
And so I wanted to know how. I think Carmen and I talked.
Initial 2026.
So
The
if
job
we go back to
description.
the DOA issue at 1245, and we were asking, how does this affect us? And what I had asked for was job descriptions, and they are available now, but I wanted to know exactly where we go to get.
So the easiest way for you to get to them right now is in your meeting materials, you have the fourth quarter FY 25 staffing memo. And it's like,
It's under dashboards, right?
There it is. Go back. There it is. There it is, right?
fourth quarter
Right.
staffing.
Staff.
I think you can go down. Next page.
Oh, yep.
Okay, go to the fourth quarter
Okay,
staffing.
now look, now go down. Look, Tammy, you can see it
Mhm,
there.
I'm looking.
Right there, the HR dashboard.
Go ahead and follow that link.
Wow. Okay.
And then it's behind the Zoom window. There's a tab there that says job descriptions. And so there you can see the working title, the occupational standard that Lisa was talking about. You can sort by either, and if you click on those, it'll bring up the actual job description with the summary of the duties and responsibilities of each of those positions.
How do you get to that dashboard from the,
home page?
yeah,
You can just scroll down to our dashboard.
Like when
It's
we
where
do
all
the
their
finance
dashboards.
committee, when I remember I go to MSL.gov, scroll down to dashboards,
And they're all there.
and then
And
they're
it's-
all there. All you have to do is click on the HR dashboard and it'll be the HR stuff.
So does
been
that
thinking
answer?
about dashboards mostly.
Mm-hmm.
I'm glad.
Answer
There's lots to look
question
at.
About that.
Well, I just have business analyst 3, base pay $45 an hour. So we have 5 people in that position, okay? What is their job description?
No, she's been in that position for 1 year, so
Okay.
go scroll over here.
Here,
Up here.
Up at the top,
mhm,
job description.
okay,
Click on that.
my little thing is just. Okay, so it would be under the job description would say what that person does, okay?
Exactly.
And then would you respond to what they were saying that with the remote control people, it's very, very remote control people. I said remote control. I'm sitting here going, what in the world? Look at this. It's coming up all over. I'm ready to go to solitaire. I'm sorry, but I'm on Spider Solitaire. Okay, there we go. Those are the job descriptions.
It's based on the-
So what would you say in response to the remote? Not remote control, remote people.
Okay.
Yeah, what would you say? How much are we managing? Are we spending more time and are we training our managers to consider that?
I would say I agreed with absolutely everything that you heard today, and I think we excel at how well we manage our staffing.
The managers are doing a good job.
Okay, and then the managers are you and Melissa and Evan.
Evan, but also, you know, Tracy.
Tracy
staff-
has some.
Then
staff
down,
under
and then it
her.
goes down below.
Yeah.
Okay,
Oh,
so you're not concerned about them not coming in or having a day or two and where they can touch base and you're totally fine with that?
Very comfortable with that.
Okay. Remote control.
I have to tell you, Jenny, getting their presentation helped me a lot understanding how the state does the telework thing.
mhm.
Yeah, it's really well organized.
Mhm.
I think it's really well
Well, and
organized.
there's such a. Oh, I thought that you have to make sure that you follow every step. So I mean, like you have already followed those steps. There's accountability at every level.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
Is there anyone that would return to the office if there was more days?
We ask that of staff probably at least once a year
Okay.
to make sure that we're
That
accommodating
they're-
their requests.
Okay.
Good.
How many people do we have? That could fit in this space?
I mean, that depends, because you could put 2 people in a room, 3 people in a room.
Yeah.
There's a couple over here.
We
too.
could change this. We've often thought about changing this room. Do we need to add cubicles in this room? So that depends. There's not a clear answer on that.
But ballpark comfortable. How many offices are there?
I'd have to count.
No, probably more than that.
Well, there's more than that, yeah.
Yeah.
So we could not fairly comfortable at 12 to 24 people working there.
Yeah.
How
we have
many
about
do?
17.
17 working.
So
No, we have,
I can't bend down and get it, I'm sorry, I unplugged mine and I didn't appreciate to help me.
Okay. That answer,
we can.
approximate.
we'll get.
Get the numbers.
Yeah, let us know, that's what I'm interested in, if it would be, because my friend who works for Oracle, they went all remote, of course. And now they're actually requiring people like the state is to come back at least 1 or 2 days, because they found that they were really losing that ability to network.
Right, sure.
It was really good for the house, period. Okay, you have a lot of people on that are remote workers.
We just announced we're doing the Rose study yesterday. So the superintendent did a whole interview on it. We're studying, we're figuring everything out.
Oh, good. Because you have quite a few.
We do have quite a few people that are remote right now. So we're calling them back in.
Okay, thank you for this, and then you can get back.
All right.
Is there anything, Carmen, you asked a question, I rudely said, can we let them go?
I think I wanted to get back to whatever agenda item we need to.
Okay, we'll go, we are at the initial 2026 executive program planning discussion. We have not done that yet.
I think we need to do this, which is at 1:15 on the agenda.
Well, this was at 12:30.
Oh,
We're still at 12:30.
Oh,
So,
okay.
we have accomplished some of that, but not all of it. So let's go ahead with that.
I think this can be brief. As some of you know, starting in June, the governor will begin thinking about budget priorities and any kind of legislative priorities. And so we have, as an agency, have until June to make any kind of budgetary asks that would then go towards the governor. So we have started conversations with the finance committee about the finance committee's ideas for any program or funding requests that they would recommend that we consider so that we have adequate time to prepare and discuss those with the rest of the commission. At our meeting last week, the finance committee asked us to review the budget requests that staff had brought to the commission about 18 months ago and to prioritize what, if any of those might still be of value for us to consider. And so staff are considering that direction and will be prepared to provide that information to the finance committee for their opportunity. Unless there's any questions on that item, I don't know if there's more discussion to be had.
I don't think so.
Will our finance committee be involved in some of that?
Yes.
Okay. That would be the only thing.
Yes.
Has to be excused.
Okay.
I'm hosting some events.
Okay. All right.
Thank you.
Go host away. Thank you, Tom.
Most with the most.
Okay, Tracy, would you like to give us a review of the trustee manual quick start guide? Quick start.
So at your last meeting, we took a look at the updated trustee handbook. And Carmen had said, I would love it if we could do a one pager. And so I was thinking about it and thought, could the one pager actually do double duty? And also be used as a recruitment tool for prospective trustees to give them a sense of what their job is, but also for new board members. This is like what you do and what's expected of you. And so this is what I came up with, and I just was seeing if this made sense, work for you, and what changes you might have.
I thought it worked pretty well as an advertising tool. But now I'm thinking, put a second page on it.
Or a backside.
Because you're saying, what does the library board do and what's expected? So, it says, understand enough about the law to stay out of trouble. So I'm like, great, let's put on the backside, here's the link to the thing to look at, to the MCA, to the whatever. So just put in the links to, there it actually is what you need to know.
Okay.
So wherever that's appropriate, put in the actual resource that they would be using to meet that challenge, kind of. With the open meeting law, I'm sure there's a link to how to figure that one out.
Yep.
But you'd be okay with the back page, because I couldn't figure out.
This would be the
I'm wondering,
Page, and then the other thing would be the resource page.
I'm wondering which MCA is understand enough about the law to stay out of trouble.
Yeah. I'm wondering.
Which one is that?
I would read that and go, okay, not gonna be interested. That would
I was trying
dissuade.
to add a little humor. I
Uh-huh.
want it to be a completely.
I have a question about this. I think it's wonderful. I think it's just great. But, in my experience, and I know it's limited because I'm in Bozeman, I know Belgrade and all that. And I know you're having trouble maybe in smaller places getting trustees, but my experience, which is probably not very reflective from what I'm hearing, but is that it's very inbred. The library trustees in Bozeman handpick who they want to come on, and you would never know there's an opening. I mean, that's what my experience is. The librarian or the board person picks who they want and they just keep. And so, I don't know, maybe, that's why I loved it when I first heard from Carmen that we need trustees. And I think even in where we are, I don't know how it is in most of your towns. Have you? Don't you find that?
Well,
They pick
we
their
ad-
own
we
people. They're
advertise,
very
yeah.
inbred
Soto County, they advertise in the newspaper.
that they need someone. So maybe one of the things we do is say, make a difference. Your library, let them know you're interested. I mean, not just assume nobody wants a job, but assume that you'd be interested in it, but you haven't been asked. Let them know. Anyway. But my experience could be very wrong and limited.
It varies, and similar
Right.
to the libraries are. They may follow a county or city policy for how they
Mhm.
advertise for the board, so that will determine. how it
Jenny
works.
shared a very wonderful fact with me yesterday about trustees.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
yeah, I was actually gonna share this when we talked about
Oh, sorry.
our work plan, so,
Okay.
but a little preview, so. This is the time of year where I am reviewing any deferrals that libraries are submitting on their public library standards. I mentioned that a little bit earlier this morning. As you all know, one of the newer standards requires library boards to complete 3 hours of continuing education each year. And the last couple of years, we've had a number of libraries requesting deferrals on that standard because library boards weren't able to meet that standard. And in some cases, we were hearing a little bit of resistance to that standard. But I know it's been a goal of this commission and our staff to really get more trustee engagement. And I was just thrilled this year to see that not a single library had to request a deferral for that standard. Every single library is now meeting that standard.
News.
I think that is a huge measure of success for us.
Okay.
I will add those resources.
Just go through it again and.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. Thank you, Tracy.
You're welcome.
Thanks for everything. All right, on to the standing library reports.
So you have our typical standing reports. We have wrapped up our FY 25 work plan, and the status of those objectives are reflected in the FY 25 work plan dashboard. We had some discussion at our last meeting about the status of those work plan goals and whether or not we were going to be able to complete those objectives in the year. So staff worked really hard to provide updated information on the status of each of those objectives. So you can see which have been completed, what goals might be carrying forward, what might be suspended and so forth, as well as our overall accomplishments. A couple things I want to just reiterate about the work plans in general. These are meant to help convey the outcomes that we are striving to achieve in our work. They don't necessarily capture the tasks that are necessary for us to accomplish those objectives.
Yeah.
So, for example, for the libraries and the boards to achieve that training, much work went into accomplishing that goal, from sending out the monthly trustee newsletters, all of the webinars that have been put on, all of the attendance at federation meetings, go to support those kinds of objectives. The work plan, again, is intended to convey the impacts and the outcomes that we're seeking to have through our work. And so we've wrapped up our FY 25 work and now migrated into our FY 26 dashboard. The other thing that we've attempted to do with our FY 26 dashboard, as we just continue to refine the process, this has been something where we've worked to improve every year. We're really challenging our staff to think about more concrete, more measurable objectives, both because we know that that will help them in their planning and in their tracking of their work, and then also in their reporting. And so I hope that you see continued improvement in how we are reporting our objectives out. This is something that I look at before every commission meeting to see what kind of progress we're making, to see if there might be any barriers to staff working on these objectives. And, you know, there can be issues that come up over the course of the year. You know, there might be dependencies on partners where those dependencies have changed. There might be changes to funding. There might be new priorities come up. God forbid there'd be another pandemic. So there are always things that are going to impact this work, but this is what we're striving to achieve. I think the other thing I would say about the work plan is, you know, you heard us talk about how we hold our staff accountable. You know, our supervisors are in touch with their staff on a daily basis. And as we see that work roll up to the management level, a lot of that is reflected in the progress that we're making on our work plan. Are there any questions about the work plans or any of the information in the work plans? I know a lot of the leads are listening. You know, it's the leads that are thinking about what their objectives are for the coming year and communicating them and then reporting on their status.
Would it be helpful for the remote people to, yeah, I know, I'm like, so brain dead right now, to have something similar to this?
They do.
They do?
Yeah, oh yeah, this
Okay.
is, you know, many of these objectives
Are for
come
the
from,
remote people.
come from the remote.
Yeah,
Exactly. Exactly.
That's what I was
Yeah.
kind of thinking when I read it. I thought,
Yeah.
boy, wonder how many of these are being done by remote people.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. Any other questions
Is
about
yours
that
at the top?
issue?
Yours- Yep.
Is it about the Stanley and library reports?
services of mine.
Anything else? Okay.
Oh, I should
Oh,
mention, thanks, I just forgot Melissa said it. One of the changes you'll also see in the FY 26 dashboard is it's organized a little bit differently because it's organized by the 3 programs that the legislature broke us into. So the central services, the GIS data and information program, and the library services and patron support program, whatever that program's called. So the organization looks slightly different than what you saw.
Is reschedule mean you're rolling it to next year?
Yeah, or
Okay.
there's been some kind of delay.
Yeah, I went through this. You know. I can't very well.
Okay.
Far away
I'm
glasses
gonna go
up here.
ahead and
and
let
these here.
Jenny
I'm
finish
like-
up with the commission goals and objectives. Just
Sure.
make sure.
Make sure that,
Yeah.
are there any other questions about any of the other standing reports? You have your 4th quarter staffing memo, your 4th quarter grants and reports memo, as well as the continuing education dashboard and the 4th quarter courses that were taken for continuing education. Those are again, just your standing reports.
A very detailed question that I don't need the answer to right now. How many subscribers are there to the parent-powered texting program?
I'll get that for you. I'm not sure.
But it ends, right? It just ends after a while. I don't know. Because I was in it.
All right.
All right. Goals and objectives. Objectives. So looking at your commission goals for the year, Many of them are ongoing and active. We are moving forward, the work with my evaluation instrument and review of my job description. The personnel committee met a few weeks ago now to look at that. And the personnel committee will be bringing forward information at your October meeting about what that will look like. And then I've reviewed my job description and I'm currently doing a time audit to make sure that the percentages of my job description align with what my job description says. We took action today to initiate the rules process on the CE program. So that goal is moving forward well. We already completed your goal about understanding trustee training and identifying baseline data. And as I just mentioned, we've seen real success this last year. I think at this point, with some minor revisions, we've completed the updates to the shortening trustee manual. I think Robin and I are communicating well, and that's something that's ongoing. We've completed your goal with regard to more information, understanding about the Montana State Reference Network. We did complete today the panel discussion about the GIS public and private sector work. Again, if there's follow-up information or additional details you'd like from us, please let us know. Otherwise, we'll consider that goal achieved. You've now, as of today, completed your work on the Excellent Library Services Award and retiring that particular award. And so I think we're well on track.
We are.
To continue. Again, at your October meeting, we'll have more information about my evaluation process.
Perfect. All right. Okay.
That's really
I'm done.
encouraging, by the way.
I'm just gonna. Okay. I guess if there's no further discussion, we'll get on to ending the meeting.
Still got
Oh, what did you want? What?
review meeting motions and directives to staff to confirm the commission.
You just did
On the
that.
third.
Oh, sorry, that was our goals.
Oh, your goals. Oh, okay. Sorry.
So,
Review. Yeah, there you go.
we've discussed, obviously, we'll be initiating the administrative rules process based on the actions you took here today. We do need to identify dates probably in November. The first date will be for a public hearing to receive public comment on those rule changes. And then a second meeting for this commission to consider those public comments. So I'm going to ask Victoria after this meeting to send out a poll to find some dates in November that will work for those
meetings.
For those will be Zoom meetings ahead of your December meeting where we'll take action on those rules. And then if everybody's comfortable with it, beginning in February, we'll start discussion on the serving the community administrative rule 10.102.1159.12 or sorry 2 through 12. We'll start those discussions in that rule process then. Let's see. We'll have at your next meeting an audit of our affiliation with the Montana Library Association, including costs, what we gain, all the different ways we engage with MLA. I'll include an analysis and more information about MLA's political components and worldview. And consider MCA 22. I'll need to get that code.
I think it's
2.121. I put 22.11, so we'll get that corrected. Let's see, there's a request from you to provide more information about the parent-powered texting program. And then one more question I had for you. Do you want me to, when there's an action item in your meeting materials, have at least a draft motion to give you a place to start your discussion, if that would be helpful?
I would find that helpful. How about everybody? You think that would be helpful?
It might also be helpful for the public to understand better what we're gonna talk about.
Yeah.
Okay, and if it's a motion that's coming from a commissioner, we'll work with the commissioner to make sure that.
And it'll come out in the early draft, so we could then, if we feel like there's something we need to fix there, it would be easier than trying to do it in the right.
So we'll make that a part of our standing process. And then, Carmen, I think you had a directive for me.
I think that was the one evaluating our connections and collaborations with the MLA.
Is there anything I missed?
I had a question with what Carmen was bringing up. Now, the upcoming MLA, isn't there an upcoming meeting, and do our people then go to that meeting? There's something with a retreat.
We have a fall retreat, yeah, we have 4 board meetings a year right now, and one of them is held in conjunction with our fall retreat at Chico Hot Springs, so that's October. I always want to say 5th and 6th, and I'm always corrected to 4th and 5th. The first Monday is the Monday of the event, and it's a Sunday.
I looked up your speaker. And I believe it's that one, and I looked up the speaker, and the webpage is all speaking for women librarians, and I thought, oh, that's kind of leaving out the men.
I don't think we've published anything yet. I
thought
heard
that
of a
was-
schedule being gone out. That would be news to me. But.
Do you have a speaker yet for your keynote? Is that
There's
what you're
something
talking
coming up where there's a keynote speaker, and I was gonna go, and then it was all about, when I went to the webpage, it was all about women librarians and how stressful it is for women. I thought, well, that's sort of eliminating.
about? That was an MLA thing?
That would be news to me, but let me
Yeah.
look.
I'm not sure.
Yeah.
What that might be.
It was a conference that we were invited to, that was for the state. Yeah.
It is at the Belgrade Library, correct?
The Belgrade Library, yes.
The next one.
Yeah.
And Jenny and another guest are going to the Dolly Parton event in school.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah, Bobby, our lifelong learning librarian, and I were invited to that event. And your October meeting will be in Belgrade at the new Belgrade Community Library on October 8th. Some of the preliminary agenda items will have your fiscal year 2025 Federation reports. That's an action item. We talked a lot this morning about the geospatial information plan that will be coming to you at your October meeting. We'll talk about my personnel evaluation and that process. We'll obviously talk about the Montana Library Association. Now, one of the things that had been on my list for a little while was sort of a show and tell of our MSL Learn platform. If the commission is interested in knowing more about how we use our Moodle platform to host and provide access to some of our webinars. So if that's something that is of interest, we can arrange to have that overview for you. And then Brian had a speaker recommendation for that
Yes.
meeting. Brian, go
Yes.
ahead.
I would like to propose inviting my colleague Taylor Moorman to come and address the commission. Taylor is on a group of people at MSU that received an IMLS grant to study the ethical use of AI in libraries. So she's quite knowledgeable regarding AI with respect to libraries. She has presented on this at several public libraries around the state. And I think that this is something that would be of interest to the commission, just to learn what some of the opportunities and challenges are going to be facing libraries with regards to AI. So a while ago, we decided that we wanted to at least vet potential speakers before we actually invite them. So I would just ask if the commission would be willing to have me invite Taylor to present to us.
I am in agreement.
I'm in agreement.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, so I will invite her then, and we can have her at our October meeting.
Okay, thank you, Brian.
Thank you.
And then just one topic for maybe down the road a little bit, maybe your December meeting, for example. There's a lot of activity going on with the Montana 250th commission. This is, of course, the commemoration of America 250. The Historical Society has been charged with having the Montana 250th commission. They are starting to reach out to partners like libraries to talk about how they can initiate work through their partners. And so we thought it might be of interest to the commission to hear about that work.
Yes, so great. So that would be interesting. Anything else? Okay, if not. Okay, as we conclude the business portion of today's meeting, I'd like to thank everybody for their participation and attention.
Any public?
Page 3.
Oh, public comment.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I went too far. Okay,
What about standing committee appointments? Did we
okay,
leave that out?
yeah,
Okay.
we'll address that next time.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Okay. Sorry, or not next month, but the month after. Okay, is there any public comment on any matter not contained in this agenda and that is within the jurisdiction of the State Library Commission?
We received one written public comment from someone asking whether or not the commission has authority to help them work with the local Lewis and Clark Public Library to initiate a tool lending library. So that comment, that question is in your public comments. I have not responded yet, but of course, we don't have any local library authority. So I wanted to share that with you and ask if you had any feedback before I respond to Ms. Newberry.
It's a local library matter.
Yes. Yeah. Else?
Yeah, I found that Maisie speaker.
Yeah.
It's Maisie something and it's for the trustee workshop. And I don't know if we're putting it on or you're putting it on.
That's not.
That's but it says trustee workshop.
Who's putting it on?
I think we are.
We are, it's our fault.
It's our fall workshop. That's what I thought. And I looked it up and it says helping women discover their true voices as they navigate self-worth challenges, relationship concerns, life stage transitions and recovery issues. And I thought, it sounds wonderful, but it might be a little bit not open to the men libraries. So I just was curious about that, but that we're putting it on.
And that's just some of her background. That's not what she's speaking about at the fall workshop.
Yeah, because that's all her whole
That's
webpage
kind of her
has.
bio.
Okay, all right, good. I know, good, but yeah.
Tammy, if it's of interest to you, if you don't mind, I found something else. That's, I was like, it's really interesting. I found a different series called Hidden in Plain Sight: Women in Archives, Libraries, Museums, and Personal Collections, and that's a 2-day conference in September. That's through the Women's History Network.
Oh.
So I thought, oh, maybe it's that.
Yeah,
So-
that one sounds good too. This sounds good to me, but I just was a little worried about.
Anything else? For the good of the order.
For the good of the order.
Yes, Carmen.
I would like to suggest a speaker for us to vet. His name is Craig Gibson and he works at Ohio State. And the topic would be heterodoxy in libraries. Heterodoxy is the opposite of orthodoxy. Orthodoxy is believing what is right, what is currently termed right. Heterodoxy is opening it up to different viewpoints. So you could rename it viewpoint diversity in libraries. Heterodoxy in libraries would be his topic. So Craig Gibson, Ohio State University. Go look him up and we can decide at the next meeting.
Yeah, I'd like to have them. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, thank you, everybody, for your participation and attention. I appreciate the commissioners and their public service and their attention to detail. And staff, as always, your dedication and tenacity and patience and all for all. So we appreciate it. Okay, do I have a motion to adjourn?
I so move.
Second. Okay, it is been seconded. The August 2025 meeting is adjourned.
It was a very informative.
It was very.
Very.